part with Kim is that I have some questions for Mr. Barnett that require us to look at the schedules of Mr. Leonard. So I just wanted to give her a heads up. And also, RTL 3 is like a mess.
I'm gonna test.
So I didn't want to put
Test in 1, 2,
the
3.
entire thing in, so I just took out the details that I needed.
Okay.
More for identification purposes than anything else, because his schedule's already in. Well, I mean, we'll be able to get to that when you get to that.
Right. Okay. Just
All right, good morning. We're here for the Public Service Commission's hearing on case number 9702, the application by Potomac Electric Power Company for an adjustment in its retail rates for electricity. So we'll start with taking appearances.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Kim Curry, representing the company. I'd like to also enter the appearance of Matthew Seegers, Assistant General Counsel, Taylor Beckham, Assistant General Counsel, and Douglas Mikeel, Assistant General Counsel with Pepco.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honors. I'm Fran G. Francis on behalf of the Apartment and Office Building Association. I would also like to enter the appearance of Excetral K. Caldwell.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Jacob Auslander on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. And with me today are Michael Sammartino, an Assistant People's Counsel, and Ryan Shu, also an Assistant People's Counsel.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Lloyd Spivak for the Commission staff. I'd also enter the appearances of Annette Garofalo, James Greger, and Ruthie Herman.
Good morning. This is Michelle Honig, appearing on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration.
Good morning. James McGee with the Law Office of Robert Castro on behalf of Prince George's County, Maryland.
Good morning. Lisa Brennan, Assistant County Attorney for Montgomery County, Maryland.
Yes, good morning. Barry Naum from the law firm of Spillman, Thomas & Battle, appearing on behalf of Walmart. I'm also entering the appearance of Don Parker and Stephen Lee from the same firm. I would also note, for your honor, that Mr. Lee and I have a pending motion for special admission that we have still not received yet from the court. For that reason, we will not be actively participating in the hearing this morning. We have waived cross-examination of witnesses, and once we have that, we'll make sure that the court has a copy of it.
Okay, fair enough. Any other interveners? All right. So, any preliminary matters? Or?
Yes, I have a couple, but I wanted to see if staff counsel has anything he wanted to offer before I offered my preliminary matters.
Thank you, Counsel. And just one thing, Mr. Chair. Staff had previously canvassed the parties, and it also sent to the Executive Secretary a list of witnesses for whom no party had any cross-examination. That list includes for Pepco, witness Donahue Vallet, witness Hledick, and witness Allo. For OPC, witness Lane, witness Takahashi, witness Garrett, witness Borden, witness Efron, witness Woolridge. For staff, witness Patterson, witness Riley, witness McAuliffe, witness Garin, and witness Justy. For MEA, witness Pinsky, and for Walmart, witness Perry. Now, it is my understanding that the Commission does not have expect to have any questions for any of those witnesses except for witness Efron for OPC. At least that's what I've been informed, but of course that's up to you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
With respect to witness Pinsky, I believe the parties have agreed to stipulate the admission of their testimony.
Okay.
I have a couple of preliminary matters. Kim Curry, representing Pepco. The first one is that, due to the unavailability of one of our witnesses, company witness O'Donnell, we are going to be dividing up her testimony, both her direct and rebuttal, among three of the existing company witnesses. That's witness Barnett, witness Lemming, and witness Hightower. The company made a filing on February 29th that apportions the parts of Ms. O'Donnell's testimony that each of those witnesses will be handling. When each witness takes the stand, they'll adopt their respective portions of Ms. O'Donnell's testimony, and then we'll wait till all three witnesses have taken the stand before moving it into evidence. The second preliminary matter I have concerns the testimony specifically of witness Donahue Vallette, and also other company witnesses that reference the Climate Solutions Program. You know, we do recognize and acknowledge you issued an order recently that granted OPC's motion to strike, with the exception of the smart inverter pilot. The company's proposal was not to remove any references to the CSP programs in either Ms. Donahue Vallette's testimony or any other company witness's testimony for a couple of reasons. One, your order speaks for itself. Your order made it clear what the commission's direction and ruling was, which was that the only program that would survive is the smart inverter pilot. And the second reason is there's many references throughout all the company's testimony that references the CSP, and if we were to attempt to remove each one, it would be highly disruptive. And if the interveners had to remove all those references as well, for the same reason, just a few days before the hearing would just be a bit of a distraction. So we were going to enter those testimonies of Ms. Donahue Vallette and all the company witnesses that reference the CSP as is without removing those references. The third item I have is to enter some items into evidence. So I'll pause there before I enter those items to see if maybe anyone else has any preliminary matters or if the commission has any questions.
So, anyone else have any thought? Well, I guess two things. One, any items they want to raise on their own, and any reaction to the company's proposal about how to handle issues related to the matter that we struck.
Oh, I neglected to mention I did discuss this with OPC, who did not have an objection.
Okay.
That's correct. We do not have an objection. We would like to have our witnesses' corresponding CSP testimony entered into the record to the extent that the commission grants Pepco's request to include their witnesses' CSP testimony.
And staff.
The same is true of staff, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And
Michelle Honig for our MEA. I know staff counsel just mentioned that the parties have agreed to pre-file testimony by stipulation. Do I need to do anything else to get it into the record?
well, at the appropriate time, you'll need to submit the director's testimony so that it can be marked and
Okay.
as
and
an exhibit. And
what would be that time?
What's that?
When would be the appropriate time?
Well, actually, we're going to try and deal with the company's witnesses first, and
So-
so it's some later point in the process.
Okay,
So.
and then ordinary order. Okay.
Commissioner Sushman.
Yes, so Ms. Curry, I just want to be clear, I think what you're proposing makes a lot of sense. I just wanted to make sure that you're not seeking any cost recovery for anything related to the program,
The smart inverter pilot.
other than the smart inverter.
Yeah, we
pilot.
have removed those costs from this case.
Okay.
The non-smart inverter pilot costs from the case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I guess we'll proceed with your suggested process for dealing with the testimony that theoretically was struck. So, okay.
Is now the time for me to enter
Yes.
into some
Mhm.
items into
Sure, sure.
evidence? Okay. Pepco Exhibit Number 1 was previously entered into evidence during the pre-hearing conference. That was the notice of the pre-hearing conference, and that was entered on June 7th, 2023. I'm going to mark for identification Pepco Exhibit Number 2, which are the copies of the publication in the newspapers of the evening public hearings. The company filed those on March 5th. That will be Pepco Exhibit Number 2, and I'd like to move that into evidence.
Without objection, so moved.
And I'd like to mark for identification Pepco Exhibit Number 3, which are the affidavits associated with those publications. The company filed that yesterday, March 6th. And I'd like to move that into evidence.
Without objection, so moved.
The company is ready to call its first witness if now is an appropriate time.
Any other preliminary? So, Mr.
Your
Alston.
Honor, very briefly, I know that Mr. Spivak just went through the list of witnesses that I think might be in a position to have their appearance waived. I believe I heard him say that Mr. Efron's appearance can't be waived because I believe the commission might have questions for him. In the order of witnesses that was filed with the commission on March 1st, we had indicated that Mr. Efron would appear on Tuesday, March 12th. We've since learned that he will not be available that day, and so we would request that his appearance be permitted to occur on Monday, March 11th instead.
Okay.
And while I'm making that request for March 11th, we also wanted to see if the commission would permit Mr. Efron to appear virtually. I know that some of the other witnesses are being allowed to appear virtually.
I would note that the two witnesses that are appearing virtually are staff witnesses. One is Mr. Patterson, who is doing so strictly for medical reasons. The other is Mr. Hoppick, and that is because he was required to move across country for family reasons, and thankfully neither the commission nor staff is willing to part with his services. So those are the only witnesses that have been. It's my understanding that otherwise the only reason is going to be medical.
Well, does the company have a problem with Mr. Efron being remote?
I do not have an objection.
AO, but no objection.
All right, I guess we'll let it. We'll do that. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
sure. So I guess.
The company calls Philip S. Barnett to the stand.
Do I go first?
Yeah, I think you go before me.
Okay.
But obviously they have to put his testimony. You have to go through the whole thing.
I do.
Okay, Mr. Barnett, as a witness substituting for company witness O'Donnell, you are adopting certain portions of the updated direct testimony of company witness O'Donnell filed by the company on February 29th, 2024.
Yes.
And do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Elizabeth M. D. O'Donnell filed on February 29th, 2024?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the executive summary, section Roman numerals 1, section 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, 2E, section 3A, 3D, 3E, section 4, section 5, and section 6 of that testimony?
Yes, I have.
Do you agree to adopt these sections as your sworn testimony?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your adopted direct testimony of Elizabeth M. D. O'Donnell?
No, I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your honors, I would like to have the direct testimony of Elizabeth M. D. O'Donnell marked for identification as Pepco Exhibit Number 4. As I mentioned, because two other company witnesses, company witness Hightower and Lemming, will be adopting the remaining portions of the testimony, we will wait to move that into evidence after all the witnesses have taken the stand.
Okay, so marked.
Mr. Barnett, as a witness substituting for company witness O'Donnell, you are adopting certain portions of the updated rebuttal testimony of company witness O'Donnell filed by the company on February 29th, 2024.
Yes.
Do you have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Elizabeth M. D. O'Donnell filed on February 29th, 2024?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the executive summary, section Roman numeral 1 and section 4 of that testimony?
Yes, I have.
Do you agree to adopt these sections as your sworn testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your adopted rebuttal testimony of Elizabeth M. D. O'Donnell?
No, I do not.
If you were to be asked the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your honors, I would like to have the rebuttal testimony of Elizabeth M. D. O'Donnell marked for identification as Pepco Exhibit Number 5.
So marked.
Because again, another witness will be adopting the remaining parts. We will move that into evidence after Mr. Lemming takes the stand.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Barnett, do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Philip S. Barnett, submitted in this proceeding on May 16th, 2023?
Yes.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your supervision and direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or deletions to make to this testimony at this time?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, it would.
Your Honors, I would like to have the direct testimony of Philip S. Barnett marked for identification as Pepco Exhibit Number 6 and move that it be admitted into evidence.
So marked, without objection, admitted.
Mr. Barnett, do you have before you the corrected rebuttal testimony of Philip S. Barnett filed in this proceeding on March 5th, 2024?
Yes.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your supervision and direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimony at this time?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honors, I would like to have the rebuttal testimony of Philip S. Barnett marked for identification as Pepco Exhibit Number 7 and move that it be admitted into evidence.
So marked and admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. I would now like to ask the witness questions live on Rejoinder.
Okay.
Mr. Barnett, you are aware that on page 2, line 18 through page 3, line 5 of staff witness Riley's surrebuttal testimony, he states that Pepco did not accept staff's recommendation to begin fiscal year reporting of capital projects beginning in 2025, correct?
Yes.
And on page 5, lines 13 through 15 of staff witness Riley's surrebuttal testimony, he indicates that staff maintained its position on requiring Pepco to begin reporting capital projects on a fiscal year basis starting April 1st, 2025. Has the company's position changed on providing capital projects fiscal year reporting in 2025?
Yes, the company now supports staff's recommendation for the company to provide capital fiscal reporting beginning April 2025, and we'll work with staff accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Now let's turn to staff's benchmarking proposal. On page 2, lines 19 through 23 of staff witness Patterson's surrebuttal testimony, he states that staff and other interveners should be allowed the opportunity to evaluate a Pepco-only benchmarking analysis to determine whether ratepayers are receiving safe and reliable service at a reasonable price. Has the company undertaken a review of staff's recommendation that Pepco perform a Pepco-only benchmarking analysis?
Yes, upon further consideration, the company supports staff recommendation to provide the benchmarking in future proceedings. We do understand how it can be a data point used in the proceedings. Would like to note, as indicated in my rebuttal testimony, we do think there are some potential limitations with how that could be used, but we can address that in future proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. On page 14, lines 16 through 17 of witness Efron's direct testimony, he states that the company did not adequately explain the 20% increase in outside service expense for the 12 months ended March 31st, 2023 to the 12 months ending March 31st, 2024. Did the company provide additional explanation on the increase in outside services expense for the 12 months ended March 31st, 2023 to the 12 months ending March 31st, 2024?
Yes, I provided detailed variance analysis of the outside services in my rebuttal testimony.
And Mr. Barnett, on page 10, lines 12 through 14 of OPC witness Efron's surrebuttal testimony, he states he is not modifying his recommendation on the details provided in the rebuttal you just mentioned. Then later on page 11, lines 8 through 10, he states he is not saying that the company's expenses, quote, should not be disallowed if they are actually incurred, assuming that those expenses are necessary and prudent. Does the company have any additional support regarding the 2023 actuals that will provide more validity to the forecasted outside services expenses, and any other considerations it would like to highlight?
Yes, I do have 2 exhibits I'd like to present as evidence.
If I could approach the witness. I'd like to mark for identification as Pepco Exhibit number 8, a chart entitled FERC Account 923 Outside Services 2023 Actuals versus Budget. And I'd also like to mark for identification Pepco Exhibit number 9 entitled Pepco Maryland Distribution O&M.
So marked.
I only hit.
Eight and 9. Yes.
She entered his director of audit.
Okay, Your Honors, I am marking for identification Pepco Exhibit number 8, the one that is entitled FERC Account 923 Outside Services 2023 Actuals versus Budget. And as I mentioned, marking for identification Pepco Exhibit number 8 entitled Pepco number, that's number 9.
Right.
My apologies. Pepco Exhibit number 9 is entitled Pepco Maryland Distribution O&M.
So marked.
All right, Mr. Barnett, can you describe what Pepco Exhibit number 8 is?
Yes, exhibit number 8 is a chart that's showing the variance analysis of actuals versus budget and what are the key drivers to the variances.
Was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is this document true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Going to exhibit number 9, Mr. Barnett, can you describe what Pepco Exhibit number 9 is?
Yeah, exhibit number 9 is showing what the size of the proposed O&M adjustment by OPC witness Efron relative to the overall company's O&M budget.
Was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Is this document true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett, can you explain why you were introducing these exhibits?
Yes, and before I get into the details of the two exhibits, let me just add some additional context to it and maybe also highlight 3 points I think would be helpful for the honors to understand, before I get into the details. The account that Mr. Efron is challenging is FERC 923. It's often referred to as outside services. For us, those outside services include our PHI service company costs. They include a lot of our IT spend, and it includes the Exelon Business Service Company costs. Okay. As you heard in the earlier Q&A, Mr. Efron in his server rebuttal indicated as long as the costs are prudently incurred, they should be recoverable. So it kind of leads me to the first of the 3 points I just want to highlight up front. First is I think when I go through Exhibit 8, want to kind of provide evidence that these costs are and will be realized. The second point is when I go to the exhibit number 9, we'd just like to show that from a company's perspective, we think the size of the O&M adjustment that's being proposed by Mr. Efron is not reasonable, again, at least from a company perspective. The third item I would highlight is we have developed an alternative methodology to look at the O&M to the extent the commission feels it's warranted to make some kind of adjustment, for the O&M on outside services. I want to be clear, we're not advocating that adjustment and the alternative be made, but we do think it's a more reasonable adjustment than what's being proposed by Mr. Efron. We do think the best way to handle these costs, if they don't incur, would be through the reconciliation process. So if you look at Exhibit 8, and I'll start with, so again, this is kind of high level, kind of walking through the variances between actual and budget for FERC 923 and what are the key drivers, and try to provide evidence when it will be spent. The first line is total 923 distribution spend from April to September 2023. So it's kind of the first 6 months of this period here. And you can see that and this is in response to Mr. Efron's discovery request, and this is what was provided. I would highlight columns B through E are kind of at the total Pepco distribution level, so that includes Pepco Maryland and Pepco DC. Off to the right, we've kind of shown what the cost could look like for the Pepco Maryland customers based upon the allocations as footnoted below. So Mr. Efron's discovery request that we provided showed that the actual spend was 16% lower in the first 6 months versus budget. We've updated this given that we now have kind of our FERC reporting through December 2023. So we now have 9 months of data to analyze against. And the FERC report won't be finalized until the end of the month once the auditors sign off on it, but at this point we're not aware of any other changes to come. You can see here the variance analysis declines from 16% in the first 6 months down to 13%. Now I'm going to kind of walk through kind of the lines 3 through 7, where we tried to highlight some of the biggest individual drivers we could to explain the variances. There are basically two primary reasons of why the variances are. The first reason is some of these costs were budgeted in FERC 923, but in actual space are being recorded in a non-FERC 923 account. Line 3 kind of shows where we've identified costs that were budgeted in the Chief Operating Officer's Department, which is part of FISCO, but yet the actual costs incurred were recorded in other operational departments outside of FERC 923. Similarly, we had some IT business unit projects that were budgeted in FERC 923, but in actuals were recorded in non-923 accounts. If I move on to the second major reason, is there are just some timing differences. Okay, and we've highlighted two of the bigger ones here. Line 5 shows FISCO labor, and as you can see kind of in the footnote, the FISCO headcount is increased by 61 FTEs since the beginning of the fiscal period to December 2023. And that puts us about 99% of the budgeted FTEs. So we're basically making an adjustment for that to indicate that these costs will kind of be incurred going forward because of the higher headcount as we in the year. The line 6 is kind of IT. We have an IT project. Its acronym here is GIS, but that stands for Geographic Information Systems. So this is an important project that's underway that has run into some delays, but those monies will be spent in future years. So that brings us down to line 8, which is kind of the remaining variances, which is comprised of a lot of items, relatively small dollars. And if you look off to column F and G, you can see it's about 2% of the variance without called detailed explanations. If you look at column F, you can see that remaining balance is 1.2 million for the 9 months. This is where I'll kind of transition to that alternative methodology I alluded to earlier. And what we've developed is the alternative methodology is to annualize that 1.2 million from 9 months to 12 months. And that would result in a alternative 1.6 million adjustment. And that kind of leads me to transition to exhibit number 9 on the other exhibit. If you look on exhibit number 9, line number 9 shows the alternative annualized adjusted approach of negative 1.6 million in O&M. So you just want to compare that to the size of the O&M adjustments that's being proposed by Mr. Efron, which is shown on line 8, where he has shown a $9 to $10 million per year reduction. In order to kind of put that in perspective, if I could have your honors go to line 5 in column D, what we've done is we've tried to take Mr. Efron's starting point, assuming that the 9.7 million of outside service costs aren't realized, and we adjust kind of what the bridge year 2 balance would be on line 6, which would be an implied 231 million. If you compare that to the prior year balance of 232 million, you could see that would imply, based on Mr. Efron's proposal, that O&M costs would decrease by 0.4%. From our company's perspective, we don't view that as a reasonable outcome given the historical increases we've seen in O&M, particularly in this higher than normal inflation environment. The last item I would highlight on this slide is on line 10. And what we're showing here is the results of our first multi-year rate plan annual information filing on the total company's O&M expenses. And if you look at line 10, column C, you could see for rate year 2 of the first multi-year rate plan, we ended up having 650,000 of actual higher O&M versus what was authorized in the revenue requirements. If you look at column B on the same line 10, you can see in rate year 1, the actual O&M came in 3.5 million lower than what was authorized in revenue requirements for total company O&M. So I'll kind of maybe close with, to the extent that the commission feels O&M adjustment is warranted for outside services, we believe the alternative approach for the company has developed here on line 9 would be a more reasonable adjustment than what Mr. Efron is proposing on line 8. Again, sorry to be redundant, but just to clarify, we're not recommending that adjustment. We would kind of recommend that these costs, if they are not incurred, would best be handled in the reconciliation process.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. I'd now like to turn to the topic of capital spending governance. This will be the last area of rejoinder for Mr. Barnett. Mr. Barnett, you're aware that the statements made by OPC witness Alvarez rebuttal testimony at page 22, lines 18 through 22, that states that, quote, capital spending governance should provide conservative decision-making as to whether a project is needed at all, and if so, as to when the project should move forward. The company's decisions as to which projects to implement and how soon to implement them have a much greater impact on customer rates than sound project management. Are you familiar with that statement?
Yes.
And are you also familiar with the statement made by AOBA witness Bruce Oliver at page 5, line 19 to page 6, line 3, that says, quote, Pepco's incentives are to spend at least as much as it is budgeted with little regard to, 1, the composition of the projects or activities on which dollars are actually spent, or 2, the productivity of the projects or activities on which dollars are expended from a ratepayer perspective. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Can you explain the company's capital planning process in response to these statements on capital spending governance?
Yes, and I appreciate the opportunity to maybe clear up the record a little bit and to supplement the testimonies that company witness Young and I have related to the capital planning process. Our capital planning process starts with the customer. In addition to the capital planning process, we have continuing conversations around what more can we do to ensure a safe system for our customers? What more can we do to improve the reliability of our customers? What more can we do to increase the customer satisfaction and experience of our customers? What can we do to help ensure a successful transition to the energy transformation that's underway? We also need to be aware of the new regulatory requirements that we need to comply with. We're also keenly aware of the affordability issues that our customers are facing in this, these tough economic times. And we take actions to try to mitigate those affordability pressures. The capital part of the capital planning process is we do develop what we call performance indicators. And these are basically targets that we tried to build our plan around. Some examples of that are, what are the reliability targets for outage frequency, the targets for outage duration, what are we doing with customers with multiple interruptions. We also look at what are we doing, targeted customer satisfaction levels, targeted customer service levels. We then have the operations and customers teams develop the work plans to try to meet those targeted objectives. The operations and customer teams submit those work plans, and they get translated into financial dollars. Inevitably, what is submitted is higher than the budgeted dollars that we have budgeted for. The operations and customers teams then have the difficult task of going back and how do they prioritize those work plans for what's the most important and critical and time-sensitive work, and also how to look at the most efficient way to get the work done so we are optimizing the total spend for the customers. I think the company's view is that we have a rigorous capital planning process that is intended to meet the safe and reliable grid for the customers and also help in this energy transformation. It does appear that is opposite what AOBA and OPC seem to believe, where they seem to be indicating that we may be looking to spend for the sake of growing rate base without consideration for the customer benefit. So maybe in closing on this item here, we think what we have submitted kind of in the multi-year rate plan is the detailed capital plans that is by project that shows where we see the benefits to the customers, and this is what the company is recommending, and we think it's the right thing for the customers and what ultimately can be utilized to set rates.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. I have no further questions. He is available for cross-examination.
So, AOBA.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Barnett, please look at your rebuttal testimony.
Barnett rebuttal, just to clarify?
Yeah.
No, okay, thank you.
Is your mic on?
I'm sorry. I have a green light on. Is it not working?
No, I just didn't quite hear you, so.
Let's look at, to start, page 19. And I'm going to focus on lines 14 through 16 of your rebuttal testimony. And on,
I'm sorry.
tell me when you're with me.
Okay, so page 19, Rose again, 19?
Correct, page 19, lines 14 through 16. Are you with me?
Just give me 1 second to read, please. Yes, I am.
Okay. And on those lines, do you reject the staff and AOBA proposals for use of a fixed cost of debt for the MYP period?
Yes, the company's position is that a forecasted cost of debt is more reasonable to where the actual cost of debt will end up being for the multi-year rate plans because they're in the future.
In response to the staff and AOBA positions regarding the use of a fixed cost of debt for the MYP period, you cite Pepco's belief that its forecasted cost of debt is, quote, dynamic across the MYP periods, end quote. What evidence have you provided to support a commission finding that Pepco has accurately forecasted the debt rates and cost of debt that will prevail in future years?
I guess two comments on that. I think it's noted kind of in my direct testimony and reiterated my rebuttal testimony is the company's long-range plan, which is the basis for the multi-year rate plan. When we talk about dynamic cost of debt, basically we're talking about when we established the long-range plan, we are looking at the U.S. Treasury's 30-year curves at the time that we're locking down the plan. And that's why we think it is a more better use of information than historical, because we do have more forward-looking information that's observable in the marketplace for all parties, not just us. I would also just want to clarify, we're not trying to indicate that they will be right. We know that they will be wrong. We just think they will be less different than what the historical rates would be.
I guess my question was more focused on the evidence that you have provided in the record of this proceeding. I understand what you did to do your forecast, but what evidence have you provided to support a finding that you've done it accurately, that you've accurately forecasted the debt rates and cost of debt for the future?
Yeah, well, we have no evidence that they're accurate.
Do you agree that Federal Reserve monetary policies are major drivers of future debt costs?
Yes.
Is it your position that Pepco has accurately forecasted changes in Federal Reserve monetary policies and their impact on interest rates throughout the years of the company's proposed MYP in this proceeding?
We are using the observable prices in the U.S. Treasury markets at 30, and I believe that the market is reflecting what they think the Treasury policies would be. Are they accurate? No, but they are what the market had at the time that we did the long-range plan and the multi-year rate plan.
Has Pepco provided any data in this case that shows that Pepco has been able to accurately forecast changes in its costs over past periods?
No.
Now I'm going to ask you to please turn to the substitute version of witness O'Donnell's rebuttal testimony. You have
Is there a
that?
page number? Yes, I have it. Thank you.
Am I correct that you've assumed responsibility for sections 1 and 4 of the rebuttal testimony that was submitted by witness O'Donnell, while witness Lemming assumes responsibility for sections 2 and 3?
Let me just double. I think that's correct. I was just. Yes.
Now, please turn to page 22 of the O'Donnell rebuttal. And I'm focused right now on line 6.
Is there
Yeah.
just line 6, or is there a...
No, just reread for yourself, lines 6 through 9.
Oh, it's 6 through 9? Thank you. Okay.
Now, on line 9, page 22, line 9, does the company disagree with AOBA witness Oliver's assessment that, quote, Pepco offers no roadmap of how it will evolve its system from its present state to a climate-ready state?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay. On line 6, does the company disagree with AOBA witness Bruce Oliver's assessment that, quote, Pepco offers no roadmap for how it will evolve its system from its present state to a climate-ready state?
As noted on line 9, company does not agree with that assessment.
Am I correct that the testimony which follows, that quotation from AOBA witness Bruce Oliver's direct testimony, we find testimony that suggests the company's pathway to a climate-ready grid is a conceptual framework for enhancing the company's distribution system? Is that correct?
Yeah, it is correct. We view it as a framework of a portfolio of investments to help support and advance the climate transformation, yes.
Now, the statement from AOBA witness Bruce Oliver that you cite in question 34 is referenced through footnote 28 to Mr. Oliver's direct testimony at pages 40 to 41. Do you have a copy of Bruce Oliver's testimony with you?
I do not.
Your Honor, I'd like to give the witness a copy. Mr. Barnett, I will need this back because I'm going to be
Sure.
using it for
Okay.
other witnesses. Okay, you want to give it to him?
That approach, Your Honor?
Counsel, was that the direct?
I'm sorry?
Was that the direct, counsel? The direct?
Yes, yes, yes. Now, turning to pages 40 and 41 of witness Oliver's direct testimony, we find the quotation that you cite on lines 12 to 13. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'd like you to focus on the two sentences that immediately precede the sentence you have quoted.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay. Can you cite any place in the record of this proceeding in which Pepco has placed parameters on the attributes that Pepco will need to add to its distribution system in Maryland to evolve its system to a climate-ready grid?
Can you ask that one more time, please?
Can you cite any place in the record in which Pepco has placed parameters on the attributes Pepco will need to add to its distribution system in Maryland to evolve its system to a climate-ready grid?
Well, I guess the way we think about that, and I apologize if I'm not answering your question exactly as intended because I'm not sure I'm able to interpret it the way it's intended. But I think we know that the climate transformation's underway. We've seen trends of electric vehicles. We see that with the number of accounts coming up. We see that with kind of talking with large customers. We also know that there's a lot going on in the electrification of building space. We also know that the state has passed some climate goals. So we are, as noted before, we're developing, portfolio projects to kind of meet that anticipated growth in kind of the electric distribution and also the interplay with the distributed energy resources because the interconnectivity do we have any specific, like, parameters? I would have to defer to company witness Young, who I think would be a little closer to the capital specifics and how that ties together. Hopefully that answers your question.
Partly answered your
Okay.
question. Partly answered it. I'm going to try it a little bit different. And I have questions for witness Young also.
Okay.
But I guess the point of what I'm asking you is there's nothing quantified in your testimony regarding numbers or measures of things, such as numbers of transformers, miles of wire, equipment, whatever, circuit breakers. You don't have any quantification of what you'll be doing in order to achieve your concept of a climate-ready grid in your testimony, do you?
Not that I'm aware of, correct.
In the subsequent sentence, page 40, lines 10 through 12, Mr. Oliver asserts that Pepco's most recent 10-year long-range plan does not even include projections of electrification requirements. Has the company presented any information for the record that contradicts or refutes that statement by AOBA witness Bruce Oliver?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, please turn your focus to witness Bruce Oliver's direct testimony at lines 19 through 22 on the same page, page 40. I want to take a moment to read that.
Okay.
Okay. Do you disagree with witness Oliver's representation that Pepco's current safety, SAIDI, and SEMI metrics are among the best in the industry?
I would agree with that statement.
Has Pepco identified any specific improvements in the company's current safety, SAIDI, and SEMI metrics that are necessary to support Maryland's climate goals?
To me, I think the company's view is that there is a energy transformation that's underway. There clearly is going to be more, volume happening in electric transportation, electric buildings. There are, mentioned it earlier, about a lot of interface with the DER. Even though the company's had good track record on its reliability, it's going to be more and more important for our customers that we continue to operate the grid at a high reliability level. So even though we don't have specific numbers tying it, it is, I think, very clear the grid is going to be more important to the customers over time. So we are looking at it more from a macro perspective and not a micro perspective, which if I understand the questions is asking for.
Yeah.
But I'd also defer to company witness Young, who might have more information at the micro level.
So I think your answer to my question was no, that Pepco has not identified any specific improvements in the company's safety, SAIDI, or SEMI metrics that are necessary.
Not that I'm aware of, but I would defer to company witness Young, who might have additional information.
I have to remember to do that. Could you please point me to any place in the record that Pepco has identified any incremental improvements in the reliability metrics that will be necessary for the company to achieve a climate-ready grid?
I'm not aware of those specific items.
I'm going to give you a copy of a data response. Mr. Barnett, there's two exhibits attached to what I'm giving you. I'll identify them each in a minute.
Okay.
Each of us has.
Right,
I think these are the same. You gave me one. They're the same.
Oh, there are two copies of
There are two copies. Here,
I just want to make sure they're the same.
didn't I give them to you?
No, no, you did. I should know. Thank you.
The first document that I gave you, Mr. Barnett, is a copy of a data request, AOBA data request 1-2 to Pepco in formal case 1176, which is the current MYP proceeding in the District of Columbia. Can you just take a moment to review that?
Objection, relevance. This is a District of Columbia proceeding.
I'll get to the relevance in a moment.
Okay.
If I just may, has this exhibit been marked for identification?
I was just about to do that.
I just wanted to.
Okay. I'd like to mark the response, Pepco's response to ALBA data request number 1, question number 2, informal case 1176, which is the current proceeding regarding Pepco's MYP, as AOBA Exhibit 1.
So works.
Could you please read that?
I have, thank you.
And you can see that the sponsor of that exhibit is Elizabeth O'Donnell.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I read the first page. It was,
Oh, no,
you're
it's not,
intended
just
the
only
whole.
read that page. It's only one page.
Okay, yes, I have read that
Okay.
page.
I'm going to object again. Mr. Barnett did not sponsor Ms. O'Donnell's testimony in the District of Columbia.
Your Honor, he did not. However, this is a companion proceeding. He's adopted portions of Ms. O'Donnell's testimony in this case. It goes very specifically to metrics that the company uses to determine what constitutes a climate-ready grid. I think I should be allowed to ask the witness, does he agree with the answer on this page?
All right, I'll allow it.
Do you agree with the answer, that response?
Yes.
Okay. Now, please turn to page 23, lines 5 through 13
I'm sorry, which
of the
document?
O'Donnell's rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Do you have that?
I'm looking at O'Donnell's rebuttal testimony, yes.
Okay. Now, let's start on line 9,
Which page, I'm sorry?
page 23.
Okay.
Okay. Starting at line 9 on page 23, Pepco asserts that that traditional rate cases are strictly backward-looking. Am I correct that in past traditional test year proceedings, Pepco has proposed rate-making adjustments for known and measurable changes to its historic test year cost to reflect expected conditions during the rate effective period?
I would defer to company witness Lemming on that. Not, but yes.
Attached to the packet that I gave you, Mr. Barnett, was there a copy of, in the front page, it says Proposed Order of Public Utility Law Judge, case number 9602. Was that attached in your packet?
This one?
Yes, is that,
Yes.
okay. Your Honor, I'd like to have the document marked Proposed Order of Public Utility Law Judge in case number 9602, marked as AOBA Exhibit 2.
So marked.
I have a complete copy in the hearing room if anyone needs to see it. That's the whole order. But I'm going to ask you to focus on the page attached to that, page 35. Where it says paragraph 6, decision. And you see, could you please read the first line under that?
The commission has allowed post-test year adjustment for reliability plant additions as noted above.
Correct. So I'm going to try my question again and see if you're able to answer it this time.
Okay.
Are you aware that in case number 9602, Pepco proposed and the commission accepted post-test year adjustments for reliability plant additions, but rejected post-hearing adjustments to plant?
Objection. There's a single page of this document that doesn't provide context for the witness.
I have the copy of the whole order. He testified very clearly that traditional rate cases are backward-looking. We have an example of a commission order where Pepco proposed and the commission granted post-test year adjustments. It goes directly to a sentence in his rebuttal testimony.
Well, let me ask the witness. Do you want to look at the full order?
I'm fine trying to see what the questions are and then trying to answer them to the extent I can. If there's certain questions that are germane to the entire order, I guess I would like to reserve my right to come back to that.
I have no objection, but we just read that sentence where it says, where you read it, the commission has allowed post-test year adjustments for reliability plant additions as noted above. You agree that's what it says?
Yes.
Okay. And you'll accept subject to check that that's a correct page from the commission order, subject to check.
Yes.
And that goes directly to the sentence in your rebuttal testimony on page 23, lines 9. It says, that is because traditional rate cases which review costs and investments by looking backwards, correct?
Yes, I think generally speaking, that's a correct statement.
But we just read a sentence from an order that says that isn't exactly always the case, didn't we?
Technically, no, but I think if you're trying to compare it to the multi-year rate plan where you're looking out over 3 years, I think there's a much difference between what might have been proposed as a rate-making adjustments in a traditional versus what those rate-making adjustments would be if you were to look out over a multi-year rate plan over 3 years.
Now, I'm just going to ask you this. Could you tell us, are you able to tell us, the final determination of issues associated with post-test year and post-hearing plant additions in case number 9602?
I am not.
Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, I don't know that I need to mark it or move it into evidence. The document that I presented as AOBA Exhibit 2 is a proposed order of hearing examiner. I do have the final order of the commission in that proceeding. I'm not sure it's necessary for me to mark it, and I know I don't need to move orders into the case, but if the commission thinks it would be necessary, I have copies, I would mark it and move it.
No, this is our order. We can take notice of it.
Your Honor, that's all the questions that I have for this witness. I'll wait till after he leaves the stand to move my exhibit into evidence. Or if you want, I can do it now.
Well, actually, why don't you
Do it now?
go ahead now? Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to move, Your Honor, AOBA's exhibits 1 and 2 into evidence.
Any objection? So admitted.
Thank you. I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
OPC.
One last thing. The Rejoinder exhibits 8 and 9 that Pepco submitted today, could counsel email those to all parties so we have a record of them?
I have no objection to emailing them.
I'm sorry.
I have
didn't-
no objection to emailing the exhibits to parties.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. OPC.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Barnett. How are you?
Good. Good. How are you? Good morning.
Good, good. Nice to speak with you. I apologize if you've already stated this, but can you state for the record your job title at Pepco?
Yeah, thanks. I was wondering about that. My name is Philip Barnett. I'm the Senior Vice President, Chief Financial Officer, and Treasurer for Pepco Holdings. My address is 701 9th Street, Washington, D.C., 20068.
And how long have you been with Pepco?
I think a little over 5 years.
Okay. And I believe that a little earlier today you became a sponsor of portions of testimony that were originally submitted by Pepco witness Elizabeth O'Donnell.
That's correct.
All right. And I'm going to ask you a few questions about that. And just to sort of do some level setting, Pepco is proposing a 45-month multi-year rate plan in this case. Is that right?
I know it's 3 years and 9 months, if that math adds up.
Okay.
Yes.
So subject to check. At
Subject
45?
to check, yeah.
All right. And then if this was approved, this is Pepco's second multi-year rate plan case. Is that correct?
In Pepco, Maryland, yes, that's correct.
Pepco, Maryland. And the first case, Pepco multi-year rate plan case was approved in case number 9655.
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that, starting at least with case number 9336, Pepco was generally filing a rate case every 1 to 2 years, to the best of your knowledge?
Best of my knowledge, I thought it was closer to once a year
Once a
versus
year?
the 2 years. I guess
Okay.
the closer to the 1 year.
All right. And those filings that were occurring every year or so, they were historic test year cases. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like you to turn to the rebuttal testimony that was originally filed by Ms. O'Donnell, starting at page 2. And at line 14 and continuing on to page 3, you specifically lines 16 and 17, you state that Pepco appreciates the feedback from interveners in this proceeding and is adopting several of the positions put forth by other parties. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then you go on to list a number of the proposals from other parties that Pepco is adopting. Is that correct?
Correct.
And among those programs that Pepco chose to adopt were the removal of the performance incentive mechanisms from the case, the decision to remove 7 of the 12 climate solutions programs prior to them being struck from many of the other ones being struck from the case. You also accepted one of Mr. Efron's rate-making adjustments to the forecasting of late payment revenues. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there's a few other ones as well, including some changes to the recovery of the Livingston Road battery energy storage pilot. Okay. I want to talk about a few of the positions that Pepco chose not to adopt in this case. And you're aware that OPC has challenged Pepco's second MRP, has challenged Pepco moving forward with a multi-year rate plan.
Yes.
And if you can turn to what was originally Ms. O'Donnell's rebuttal testimony at page 6, lines 8 to 10. And I'd like you to read me the line, starting with the words, "the proposals from."
Sorry, you asked me to go to page 6.
Yeah, go to
look
page
at
6, and
line-
starting on line 8, the sentence that starts with "the proposals from OPC witnesses Alvarez." If you could read that entire sentence for me.
Okay. Do I need to read the, if I could just have 1 second?
Yeah, of
to read-
course. Get
Thank you.
situated, and then just tell me when you're ready to go.
Okay, I've read down the line 17. So your request was for me. Can
I
you read
really,
it?
yeah, just wanted you to read the the sentence there that starts the sentence on lines 8 to 10 that starts with "the proposals from OPC witnesses Alvarez."
The proposals from OPC witnesses Alvarez and Stevens requesting that the commission return to traditional base rate cases based on issues they identified as problems inherent in the MYP.
Is inappropriate, right? Is that what it says there?
Oh, I'm sorry. Construct is inappropriate. Sorry, that was not intentional. Sorry.
Okay. So can you explain what you mean? And I know this was originally Ms. O'Donnell's testimony, but now that you've adopted it, can you explain to me what you mean by inappropriate?
I believe what was intended by that is, that the company views on the multi-year rate plans that it provides benefits both to the customers and to the investors. We think that the customers benefit by the multi-year rate plan by looking at the company's submitted spending plans 3 years in advance, getting a chance to comment on that before they are actually incurred, realizing that it's going to be the commission's ultimate decision of what gets approved for spending to set revenue requirements. We also believe we're fully committed to reliability, but we also need to be able to effectively access capital, and investors, do benefit from a multi-year rate plan versus a traditional test year, because a multi-year rate plan improves the timeliness of the recovery. Now we think as we embark upon this energy transformation where we have more demands on the grid for reliability, for electrical transportation, and trying to advance and support the state's policy goals, we think it gives the chance to work together to figure out what that appropriate level of spend and investment to be, because our view is that the grid is only becoming more and more important to the customers over time, not only because of the energy transformation, but the experiences we're seeing with like the hybrid work environment. So I think that is what was intended by not construct as inappropriate. We think the MYP construct is appropriate.
Okay, and I think based on what you just said, that you would think that it's appropriate because of all the benefits that you just mentioned with a multi-year rate plan.
That's correct.
Are you suggesting that that a historic test year case is not appropriate anymore for Pepco?
I think that's a decision for the commission to ultimately decide. We think, I don't want to be redundant, but so I'll just leave it at that.
All right, and in this case in particular, are you aware that OPC has filed testimony containing an off-ramp single forecasted test year in lieu of
Can you say that one more
Sure.
time?
Are you aware in this case that OPC has filed testimony containing an off-ramp single forecasted test year in lieu of the 45-month MYP?
I might have been familiar at high level, but not the details.
Okay. And so, do you know if that was included in the direct testimony that was filed in this case on behalf of OPC witnesses?
Not that I'm aware of it. It's not that it's not there.
Okay. So today you do not know if OPC it has suggested that the commission suspend the MYP and instead issue a ruling in this case based on a single year of forecasted expenses?
I am aware that the OPC is opposing the MYP and prefers and is advocating for more of a traditional test year approach. I'm not familiar with the details of that. Yeah.
All right. Well, subject to check. Would you agree? Would you accept that that is contained in the direct and sir rebuttal testimonies filed by OPC witnesses?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well,
Well, I think he's sort of answered it, but not quite. So let's get this precise. So, I mean, if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know, but I don't know.
I
But
guess
subject
my-
to check,
I think that the tension here is that I think you state that you are aware. You don't specifically. You don't specifically remember which testimony was in, but obviously it must be in one of OPC's witnesses' testimony if you understand that that's what we're asking for in this case. Is that correct?
I'm generally aware of OPC's issued an advocacy for traditional test year.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you surprised that OPC took that position in this case?
Not necessarily.
And why weren't you surprised?
I think it's probably consistent with some prior proceedings.
And were you aware that OPC has made essentially the same recommendation in BGE's application for a second MRP?
I was not aware of that.
We're not aware of that. Are you aware of the settlement agreement that was filed in this case to extend the procedural schedule?
Extended procedural schedule for Pepco Maryland? Yes.
Yes, for Pepco Maryland. Thank you for clarifying that. And were you aware that there's a term in that settlement that expressly reserved a party's right to challenge the multi-year rate plan?
Subject to
Check. Okay. All right. And prior to this multi-year rate plan, the commission approved Pepco's first multi-year rate plan in case number 9655.
Yes.
And in the order in that case, order 89868 was issued on a 3-2 vote of the commission.
That's my recollection.
And you're aware that that two of the commissioners at that time, Commissioner Herman and Commissioner Linton, issued dissenting opinions in that order?
I am.
Okay. And both of those dissents included opinions stating that Pepco's application should not have been approved as a multi-year rate plan and should have instead been converted to an historic test year case?
Consistent with my recollection.
Okay. Could Pepco have chosen to provide an alternative to a 45-month multi-year rate plan in this case?
Yes, it could have chosen a traditional test years, but for the reasons I mentioned earlier, we think the multi-year rate plan has much more benefits to the customers and to the investors.
Okay.
And to the state for advancing the climate goals.
Sure. So when you say that, when you acknowledge that Pepco could have chosen, would you also agree that Pepco has the capability to prepare and file an historic test year case?
Yes, we do have the capabilities to back then. Yeah, yes, we have capabilities to do that.
Okay, and despite your capability of doing that, you chose not to provide an alternative to the 45-month multi-year rate plan in this initial application, in the initial application in this case?
Can you ask that again and
Sure.
maybe reframe it?
Yeah, sure. You just stated a few minutes ago that Pepco does have the capability to prepare and file an historic test year case. And so I'm asking that Pepco chose not to provide an historic test year case or any other alternative to a 45-month multi-year rate plan in its initial application in this case.
I think we're following kind of the procedural process and schedule that was laid out. I do not remember that being kind of required as part of the filing.
Okay, and regardless of whether or not it was required, my question is, did Pepco chose not to provide any alternative to
That's correct.
And Pepco also chose not to provide any alternative to a 45-month MYP in its rebuttal. Is that correct?
Can you ask that one more time?
Sure. Pepco witnesses filed rebuttal in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Pepco chose not to include any alternative to a 45-month MYP in that rebuttal testimony.
That's correct.
And in a similar fashion, Pepco chose not to provide an alternative to a 45-month MYP in any rebuttal testimony.
I don't think we do rebuttals, but we did not do it in the rebuttals.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as of today's evidentiary hearing, Pepco still has chosen not to provide an alternative to a 45-month MRP in this case.
That's correct. We still believe that the multi-year rate plan construct is most beneficial for all parties when you take everything in balance together.
All right, thank you. I think that does it for Ms. O'Donnell's testimony. I'm going to have you turn now to your actual testimony. We'll get into some of the subject matter areas that I think you're probably more familiar with. Let me see. But I will sort of continue on with the line of questioning that I started regarding some of the testimony that you adopted from Ms. O'Donnell. And I want to ask you about some of the other positions that Pepco has chosen not to adopt in this case. And I'm going to start with questions about the employee complement issue that I believe you actually responded to a bit with some of your rejoinder testimony today. You oppose OPC witness Efron's recommendation to reduce the employee complement Pepco is forecasting in its O&M budget.
Could counsel provide a line number
Sure.
or page?
If you turn to pages 2 to 4 of your rebuttal testimony. You'll see starting on line 14 of page 2, and then continuing on through page 4, line 20. That you are opposing OPC's proposed disallowances for the employee complement levels. And you need a second to orient yourself?
I think I'm good for now.
Okay, you're good for now. Okay, good. Specifically, the point of contention that you have with Mr. Efron is that he has recommended an adjustment that would reduce the company's forecasted employee levels for the years of the MYP by 96 employees.
That's correct.
And if that recommendation were adopted, that would bring Pepco's employee level down to approximately 1,338 positions versus the 1,434 positions that Pepco is forecasting in its O&M budget.
Yes.
Okay, and if you want to just clarify that that 1,434 number, there's a schedule that's attached to your rebuttal testimony. It's Schedule PSB-R-1, and page 4 of 14, I believe, has the employee count numbers that that Pepco is forecasting in this case.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
You're good with that, okay. All right. Can you turn now to page 4, lines 7 to 8 of your rebuttal testimony? Are you there?
Yep.
Okay. And you state there that the company fully expects to get back to its projected headcount levels through recruiting initiatives intended to bring in new candidates.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the employee complement issue that you're referring to here also was an issue in Pepco's previous multi-year rate case number 9655.
That's correct.
Okay.
In my understanding, I think that.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think you actually go on to mention that a bit in also on page 4 from lines 9 through 19. I think you are referring there to the dispute regarding headcount variances that occurred in 9655. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. At this point, I'm going to hand out some exhibits, Your Honor. What I'd like to, I made a packet similar to what Ms. Francis did with her exhibits. So I'm just going to hand them all out once, and then we'll, go through them as they come. Yeah, that's
Yeah, well,
I already have one. And while we're passing them out, Your Honor, I don't know if it might be easier for us just to go through and mark all. There's only 5 exhibits, but maybe it would be easier to just mark them all, and then we wouldn't have to interrupt the line of questioning after that point.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. I think if anybody needs more time to get a handle on them, let me know. But I'm going to start by with the first sheet in this packet. It is a excerpt from the direct testimony of David Efron in case number 9655. It's a single page, but it's double-sided, and I would like to have that marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 1.
So marked.
The second document in the packet is a document that in the upper right-hand corner has the words MD Pepco XXX supporting data, section 3, Roman numeral 3, Roman numeral 1, attachment page 1 of 1. And I would like that marked as OPC Exhibit 2.
So marked.
The third document in the packet is one of Pepco's responses to an OPC data request. It was Pepco's response to OPC data request number 49-4. And I'd like that marked as OPC Exhibit 3.
So marked.
The fourth document in the packet is a copy of Pepco's response to an OPC data request 3-8. I would like that marked as OPC Exhibit 4.
So marked.
And finally, the fifth document in the packet is a document that in the upper right-hand corner says Schedule RTL-3. And I would like to have this marked as OPC Exhibit 5.
So marked.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Barnett, let me know when you're ready, and if you need me to repeat any of the exhibit numbers that we've given to these exhibits.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you
Go through them
you
again.
maybe you could just refer to the description of the page because I should have
Okay.
wrote them down.
I will do that, sir. I will do that. And I guess
Mr. Chairman, could we re-identify which was the first, which was number 1, because these are out of order in my.
Oh, okay. So OPC Exhibit 1 it's titled Case Number 9655, Testimony of David Efron.
So basically the first page. Okay.
Yeah, the very
all right.
top page. Yeah. That's Exhibit 1.
Okay. In that case, I know where I am.
Okay. Good enough.
Okay. And please, anyone, if you're having trouble following along, just let me know. All right. So if you could start, Mr. Barnett, with the document that we have marked as OPC Exhibit 1, but is the one that is the excerpt from Mr. Efron's testimony in case number 9655. You'll see that the first page is the cover page of his testimony, and if you flip it over, there's an excerpt. It's page 14 of his direct testimony.
Mhm.
Are you there?
Yes.
All right. Can you take a look at lines 7 through 15 of this exhibit?
Through 17, you said?
Yeah, 7 through 15.
15. Okay.
And is this testimony covering the head count variances that you're referring to on page 4, line 10 of your rebuttal?
My rebuttal testimony dealt with the third quarter 2023 headcount variances, this appears to be a longer period. The 96 FTEs that he's proposing only tied to the third quarter of 2023.
So let me do a little bit of level setting.
Okay.
The testimony that I've excerpted here is from 9655.
Okay.
So, and I believe that on page 4 of your rebuttal testimony from lines 9 through 20, you are referring back to 9655 and about a dispute that Pepco and Mr. Efron had relating to the headcount variances that are at issue again in this case.
Yeah, I would think of it more of a difference of opinion versus dispute, but yes.
Okay, difference of opinion. I like that. It sounds nicer. All right. Difference of opinion then on the headcount variances. And my question to you, sir, is with this exhibit, OPC Exhibit 1, can you confirm for me that the discussion that Mr. Efron has here from lines 7 through 15 involve that difference of opinion regarding the headcount variances in 9655?
That looks correct.
Okay. And in that case, OPC was proposing an employee complement of 1,456. Is that correct? That's on line 7 of this OPC Exhibit 1.
Sounds right.
Okay. And that is a lower number than the company's forecast of 1,528 that appears on line 11 of OPC Exhibit 1.
I'm sorry, can you just connect those dots one more time?
Yeah, sure. In this testimony here on line 11 is the forecasted number, the number of employees that Pepco had forecasted as of December 31st, 2021, and that number is 1,528.
Okay.
So to sort of make the comparison between 9655 and this case, as I think you've done in your rebuttal testimony here, in 9655, Mr. Efron was recommending that the employee headcount be set at 1,456, whereas the company was asking for their forecasted amount of 1,528 to be accepted. And then in this case, the difference of opinion is Mr. Efron is recommending that Pepco's employee levels be set at 1,338 positions, and Pepco's position is that number should be 1,434 positions. Is that correct?
That ties back to the 96, I assume.
Exactly.
The 96,
that's 96
yes.
more than 1,338.
Okay. Then yes.
All right. Let's see here. Can you now I'd like you to turn to what has been marked as OPC Exhibit 2. And this is the document that in the upper right-hand corner, it says MD Pepco XXXX, supporting data, section Roman numeral 3, Roman numeral 1, attachment 1 of 1. Are you there?
Yes.
All right. And can you identify this document? Have you seen this before?
I don't recall seeing it.
If I told you that this was some of the documents that Pepco submitted along with its initial application in this case, does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. And I'd like you to look at the column that is titled Company 7000 Pepco. And there are a number of columns here. The first one on the furthest to the left is the date, as of date. The next column to the right is a column of numbers under the heading non-union. The column to the right of that is another column of numbers under the heading union. And then finally to the right of that, there is another column of numbers under the heading total. And does this appear to be a list of the actual total Pepco headcounts between 2021 and 2022?
Yes.
And can you confirm for me that in that fourth column to the right under the heading total, that all of those numbers are below the 1,456 that Mr. Efron had proposed that the commission adopt in case number 9655?
That's correct, but if you also look to the far right, the PHI service companies, you can see those numbers are increasing, and there might have been some movement with departments, what might originally been Pepco only, they might be now being provide services via Fisco. So just
I understand that. I appreciate that.
Okay.
And I guess we could even go further. We could note that between periods that the numbers are fluctuating, right? Sometimes they go down, sometimes they go up.
that's correct.
Okay, and that's, I guess, to be expected when it comes to employee levels, right? So people get hired, people get fired, or they leave.
That's correct, particularly if memory serves me correctly. I think these were during some of the COVID years, and I think hiring was extremely challenged back then. I'll defer to Witness Young and Witness Hightower to speak more directly around the difficulties of staffing people, during these, hate to generalize as particularly COVID years, 2021. We still have challenges in the marketplace, but yes.
All right, and could you just confirm though that between 2021 and 2022, the actual total Pepco headcounts range between a high of 1,455 and a low of 1,350?
That looks correct.
If you could now take a look at the hang on 1 second. All right. So the headcounts that are being shown on OPC Exhibit 2 are lower than the company's forecast in this case, and they're lower than the company's forecast in that OPC proposed actually in 9655.
That's correct, but just a reminder, I think there could have been some movement from Pepco to Fisco.
I
Yes,
understand that.
but according to the data, what you're saying is correct.
Okay, great. All right. Now I'd like you to take a look at what has been marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 3. It is the document that is that says that it's the Pepco's response to OPC data request 49-4. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could turn to the second page of that exhibit, you'll see similar columns under the heading Company 7000 Pepco.
Yes.
And can you confirm that that with the as of date July 31st, 2023, that the total amount of employees listed in this table are 1,339?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. All right. Moving on, another issue that another difference of opinion that you had with Mr. Efron involved the way that Pepco was forecasting its outside service expenses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you discussed that starting on page 4, line 21, through line 16 of page 7.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? You're back on my rebuttal?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm back on your rebuttal. Starting at on page 4, line 21, is where your rebuttal testimony in this subject starts,
Mm-hmm.
and it runs through line 18 of page 7.
Okay. I
Okay.
think I'm good until you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Just wanted to let you
Yep.
get oriented.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, so on page 7, lines 7 to 8, you state that you do not agree with the recommendations that Mr. Efron had made regarding the company's forecasted costs for outside service expenses. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Now I'd like you to take a look at what I've marked as OPC Exhibit 4. It's the document that is titled Pepco's Response to OPC Data Request number 3-8.
Okay.
And you can see, can you identify this exhibit for me?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the data discovery request response to OPC witness Efron, and I would also maybe like to refer, it was kind of line 1 on Exhibit 8 of what I covered in my rejoinder testimony. So what you're showing here is consistent with the starting point of what I started with in my rejoinder on Exhibit 8, line 1.
All right, and what OPC Exhibit 4 is showing is that there was a budgeted amount for the third quarter of 2023 of $68.2 million.
Correct.
And then the actuals reported for that same period were about $57.3 million.
Correct.
All right. Now, I think that what Mr. I think one of the differences of opinion you have with Mr. Efron on this point is that he uses some of the deltas between the actual and the forecasted to inform what he's recommending be set for the O&M expenses for this category in this rate case.
Can you say that one more
Sure.
time?
I think one of the differences of opinion that you have with Mr. Efron is he's looking at the difference between the actuals and the forecasts that Pepco had made, and he's using the difference between those to inform the adjustments for further forecasted periods. Is that right?
I guess I would characterize it this way. I can understand, based upon the information he saw in this data response, that the company needed to provide more evidence that these costs were going to be incurred at the forecasted levels. And that was my intent with providing the exhibits in my rejoinder testimony, because a lot of these costs, as I tried to indicate before, were budgeted in FERC 923, but are being incurred in a non-FERC 923.
I think I understand that, but let me ask you if I'm going to ask you to sort of bear with me for a little bit and make some assumptions, similar to how Mr. Efron was essentially making assumptions about the difference between Pepco's actuals and their forecasted amounts, and then making adjustments. Now, I know you don't agree with those, but I'm just asking for the purposes of the next couple of questions to assume certain things. Why don't we, before I get into the actual hypothetical, can you turn to what I've marked as OPC Exhibit 5? And this is the document that has Schedule RTL-3 in the upper right-hand corner. And I realize that this isn't a schedule from your testimony, sir, but do you recognize whose testimony this is a schedule to?
Looks like it's from company witness Lemming.
Okay, and then some of the O&M expenses that you do testify about are included in these schedules. Sure.
I'll bear. Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure where exactly going, but
well, I just want to make sure that that I'm fairly asking you questions about things that you do have knowledge of, even though this is not your schedule.
Yeah, I'm very knowledge of the O&M expenses. So
I figured
yeah.
you were. All right. So if you take a look at page 90 of Schedule RTL-3, it's the third page of this OPC Exhibit 5.
okay.
Yeah. It's it says up at the top of it, Pepco Maryland Jurisdictional Cost of Service Study, Multi-Year Rate Plan, March 2022 base, comma, 2023 to 2024 bridge, comma, and 2025 to 2027 projection. Are you there? Page 90 of 176?
Yeah, acknowledging it's another company witnesses information,
Sure.
but I'm there.
And I've done my best to help help guide you through this document. I've actually highlighted two figures in this chart. Do you see the figure that is highlighted under the towards the middle of the page under the heading Forecast March 2024?
The 31 million number, that's the one you're referring to? The one in yellow?
Yes, the 134 134 million. Yeah.
Oh, I was on the wrong, okay.
Yeah. This is it should say in the upper right hand corner where it says Schedule RTL3. Below it, it should say page 90 of 176.
Okay, I'm there.
And then there should be two figures highlighted on this page, and I'm asking you to first look at the one on the left-hand side under the column under the heading Forecast March 2024.
Yes, the 134 million.
And can you confirm that this is the company's forecasted outside services expense for the 12 months that ended March 31st, 2024, or bridge year 2?
Can I confirm? I mean, I'd have to
Would you
refer
accept-
that to company witness limiting to,
Sure. And
but it for the it looks to be a reasonable number,
Okay.
I believe.
And that's fine if you want to accept the subject to check. I'm really just trying to lay a foundation so I can ask you some questions to
Okay.
understand your other testimony about how Pepco manages its O&M spend.
Okay.
All right. So the figure there on the left is 134 million. The figure on the right is 140 million.
Okay.
Now here's the hypothetical that I'd like you to assume. I would like you to assume that the trend for the first 6 months of bridge year 2, that's displayed here, I'm sorry, that was suggested to be used by Mr. Efron in making the comparison between the outside services O&M spend for the third quarter of 2023, the 16% variance, that trend continued for these numbers here.
Can I clarify? My understanding was I thought Mr. Efron's approach was to take the outside services from the bridge year 1 and extrapolate that at a 5% cap and not kind of the year-to-date, the 6 months through bridge year 2. And I think that's an important item to distinguish because his other part, he was trying to understand of why were the outside services increasing 20% year over year, and I provided the details to those in my rebuttal testimony. He indicated in his rebuttal testimony that as long as those costs were incurred prudently, they would be recoverable. So I think there are two things going on. So I think he didn't go back and in this conceptual item, I don't think he went back and adjusted his starting point, for it. So to say it differently, if he's agreeing with those 20% increases are been justified based upon my rebuttal, I would think he'd have to go back and readjust his calculation. That's part of the reason I put the second exhibit to try to put what the company feels the reasonableness of his calculation is too high. I think it due in part to the reasons I'm trying to articulate.
All right. I want to sort of understand how Pepco's total O&M spend works. So maybe I'll go about it in a slightly different way. So I know that you've specifically explained your position regarding the headcount variances and your position regarding the Mr. Efron's adjustments for the outside service expenses. You put out the drivers, for example, of the outside service expenses, and you made some statements regarding trying to explain why the headcount numbers might be below what they've been forecasted to be. So, and I understand that you did that specifically, but I want to ask you some questions about the section of your rebuttal testimony that talks about a different way to assess the reasonableness of charges, and this has to do with what you I guess would call a year-over-year trend analysis of O&M spend levels.
Okay.
All right, and starting on page 7 of your rebuttal, this testimony is providing another way to assess the reasonableness of O&M increases. and you're presenting an analysis of year-over-year total O&M expense increases to support the reasonableness of the forecasted expense increases. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on page 7, I'm sorry, on page 8, line 4 to 5, you actually go so far as to say that your approach is a direct result of how O&M is managed by the company, and consequently the best way to assess the reasonableness of O&M?
Correct.
Okay. All right. At page 8, lines 1 through 3, you state that even with the increase in outside services account between bridge year 1 and bridge year 2 of 20%, the overall Pepco Maryland distribution O&M year-over-year increase between bridge year 1 and bridge year 2 is only 3.7%. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. If you could turn back to the exhibit that I've marked as OPC Exhibit 5, that's Schedule RTL-3, the excerpt from that schedule, and then look at page 85. It's the very first page of that exhibit. And the heading up top says Pepco MD Jurisdictional Cost of Service Study, Multi-Year Rate Plan, March 2022 base, 2023 to 2024 bridge, and then 2025 to 2027 projection. Do you see that? Oh, sorry. And maybe another way to identify it is this is the page where I've highlighted the number 36,839,373.
As of March 2023?
As of March 2023, that's correct.
Okay.
And if you, I apologize for how small the type is on this item, but if you look at the row that this is in, it appears to be that these expenses are being reflected in O&M expense account 593, which is the account that you're using to forecast the costs of Pepco's cost for maintaining overhead lines.
Okay.
And would you agree that the expenses for account 593, maintenance of overhead lines, is one that could fluctuate from year to year?
Yes.
And that would be because they could be affected by matters like how much, storm damage they experience or how nice the weather is in a given year?
Yeah. Can't say I know exactly each FERC account, but we do have fluctuations because of emergent work, storms, and all that. I don't know each line item.
Sure.
But yes.
And I'm not trying to corner you here. I just really want to understand your thinking. So
Okay.
if you look at the number highlighted on this page, I'm aware that it's a forecast, but it's 36.8 million, and I want you to compare that to the number on the following page, which is page 88 of 176 of the same exhibit, and look at the what I believe to be the corresponding number that I've highlighted here is 31.8 million, and this would be the maintain the account 593 expenses for maintaining overhead lines for the forecast in March 2024.
Yeah, so the difference is the year, 23 versus 24, just to make sure I'm...
That's right.
Okay.
And so the difference between those numbers is about $5 million. So you're forecasting $36.8 million in bridge year 1, and you're forecasting $31.8 million in bridge year 2. And there's about a $5 million difference between those two figures.
Okay.
Is your testimony regarding the using the year-over-year analysis to gauge the reasonableness of forecasted O&M expense, would it be your position that since there was less money spent on O&M for those overhead maintenance expenses, that that money that was not used for that purpose could be used for another O&M purpose, such as employee headcount levels or outside service expenses?
Yeah, I would articulate the company's position this way, and I think it answers your question. When we develop our long-range plan, which feeds the multi-year rate plan, we look to keep O&M lower than the rate of inflation, kind of over the planning period. We then try to manage to that number. We know that the forecasts are just forecasts, and then there are going to be unplanned items that happen, like you were describing. Some years we build some emergent work forecasts in based upon history. Some years those will go up, some years they will go down. But we do try to manage our total O&M to get back to the O&M that was authorized under the multi-year rate plan, the revenue requirements. That is our company's intent. So it is a little bit of sometimes we got to make adjustments between different spending categories.
With the goal of spending the amount that was included in the revenue requirement.
I wouldn't characterize it with the goal of spending the plan that was authorized. I think as I showed back on Exhibit 9, I think in the rate year 1 of the first multi-year rate plan, the annual information filing showed that we came in $3.5 million lower. So we didn't spend it. We didn't need it. We're just saying if things come in higher, we try to get back down. Our goal is to not to exceed. I would say our goal is not to exceed the O&M forecast that was used to establish the revenue requirements. But the other goal is to provide a safe and reliable system for the customers. So there are going to be periods where it could be higher. As I tried to articulate we're trying to do what's right for the customer. And we're trying to live within the target set under the multi-year rate plan.
All right, and I think that the company's position on this issue is reflected on page 10 of your direct testimony, actually, lines 8 through 12. I'll give you a second to get there.
Well, now you're in the capital. We were talking O&M before. I just want to...
So on page 10 of your, I believe it's your direct testimony.
You're in my direct?
Yeah.
Okay, I was on the rebuttal, so you're...
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I could sort of switch gears on
No problem.
Yeah, in
So
your direct testimony, page 10,
okay.
it's, beginning at line 8 through 12, what I'd like you to actually do is read both the question and the answer there. The question that starts on line 8, it's question 2022. If you could just read that through through line 12.
Okay. So the question is, what happens if the total actual O&M costs differ from the projected levels? The company looks to manage its spend at the total O&M level, such that if one project or responsibility area's costs are higher or lower than the budget, other projects or responsibilities areas are reviewed to adjust overall spending, such that the company stays on budget in terms of total PHI O&M across all responsibility areas.
All right, so is it fair to say that one of the ways that Pepco manages its O&M spend is by spending its O&M budget?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. Is it fair to say that Pepco manages its O&M spend by spending its O&M budget?
I don't know if I'd say it's fair, because back to what happened in the first multi-year rate plan, rate year 1, we spent $3.5 million lower than what was budget coming out of the multi-year rate plan.
Okay, so I guess under what you've said here, then the company did not meet its goal as far as staying on budget in terms of total PHI O&M across all responsibility areas?
Yeah, in hindsight, I wish we would have written it differently to be a not to exceed.
All right, I don't have any more questions
Okay.
for you, Mr. Burnett. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Your Honor, I Thank you for reminding me, friend. At this time, I would like to move OPC exhibits 1 through 5 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection. And Your Honors, I was going to wait until Mr. Barnett was finished with his testimony to enter mine into evidence, but I'll do that right now. I'd like to enter into evidence Pepco Exhibit Number 8 and Pepco Exhibit Number 9 into evidence.
All right, seeing no objection, so admitted. Okay, Maryland Energy Administration. Prince George's County. Montgomery County. Walmart. Staff.
Good morning, Mr. Barnett.
Good morning.
Well, I had planned for us to discuss benchmarking and test year, but I won't have to discuss it quite as much, but I just want some clarification on your rejoinder.
Okay.
If we could just take benchmarking first. I think you said something along the lines of, we aren't sure exactly how this will work out, and if there's a problem, we'll sort it out then. Now I realize that's not exactly what you said, but maybe you could just repeat what you said or clarify for me how you envision this process working.
Okay. First, as I noted in my rejoinder statement, we agree with staff's recommendation to provide the benchmarking information, and we understand that it can be a data point that can be used in the future multi-rate plans process. What I was referring to was our experience with benchmarking analysis is sometimes when you try to pull the onion back to understand why do you benchmark where you do, oftentimes there's a lot of differences that might not be apparent at the very surface level. You know, a couple examples of those, some of these, I think, which are kind of highlighted in my rebuttal testimony, is the age of the system, right? It's kind of the topography that you're managing a system to, you know, what's the veg management, what's the hilliness, and all that. The other part of it is what we've seen is the cost of doing business in urban environments is much more expensive than the cost of doing business in rural environments. The other items to be aware of is not all the companies have the same accounting policies, even though they all apply or conform with GAAP and FERC rules, but you could have differences in accounting policies, you could have difference in different things. There's also different regulatory requirements that kind of come into play. So we're just trying to say, let's be careful with the information. Again, happy to include it in future proceedings. I know it might not come across the wrong way, but it was intended to be more of an educational awareness, type of things. And happy, I'll just leave it at that.
Right. So, and I realize that those are some of your concerns with using benchmarking. I'm way back before you get there, and I'm wondering how you would decide what you would benchmark. Would there be any cooperation with staff and how the benchmarking would be arranged? I can go on, but maybe you've probably thought about this more than I. So,
if your question is, are we willing to work with staff to kind of think through the benchmarking, I would say yes. We're always willing to talk to staff and figure out what makes sense. We do have kind of we do benchmark Exelon wide and at the PHI level, and that's kind of done at the customer account level. Not to get into too much of the details here, because to answer your question, yes, we're happy to collaborate with staff to kind of think through. Sometimes the discussion we have is, well, should it be benchmarked based on number of customers, or should it be around the system you're trying to maintain and all that? But short answer is yes. happy to partner with staff and to better understand benchmarking.
And what is the time frame that you have in mind for developing this benchmarking process and providing it to the commission?
Well, I think we're happy to work with staff to see what makes sense. I think, at least for Pepco Maryland, I think we have probably 3 years before we file the next multi-rate plan, because I think the intent is to use it in the future proceedings. We can work collaboratively to see, and I realize DPL Maryland's a different utility, but we can, in the spirit
Here
of,
for Pepco today.
okay, then, yeah, so 3 years, I guess we have time, I guess, for Pepco Maryland.
And could it be earlier than 3 years so that you would be ready when you filed your, I guess it's going to be your third MRP?
Yes, I think the sooner we can do it, probably the better. I don't mean like let's do it in a month or so, but yeah, I didn't mean to imply we need to take the full 3 years to do it. So I think we can figure out what's a reasonable timeline.
Okay, great, thank you. Now, let's see. Let's talk a little bit about the test year. I think you agreed the test year for all things that are part of this case, which is, let's just call it O&M and capital expenses, could start on a same day, and it would be, that date would be April 1st. Am I correct in that understanding?
Just to clarify, you're talking about benchmarking?
Oh, no, we're done benchmarking.
Okay.
now. I'm not going to ask you anymore
Okay.
to foresee the future anymore about benchmarking.
Okay.
But now I'm talking about the test year that would be used within an MRP, the next one, or maybe even in this one. Can you give me some idea of how you envision that working? Let's first make sure
Yeah.
the beginning of the test year would be April 1, or it would be January 1, or some other date.
Could council provide a page and line reference to Mr. Barnett's testimony?
Oh, this is all from his rebuttal. I mean, his live rejoinder. So I would love to, but I don't have it. But what he said was he would agree with, he would cooperate with staff in their recommendation. I believe our recommendation was April 1 for everything.
And you're discussing the capital fiscal reporting?
Well, right now, there's a difference in the capital projects, I believe, have a test year that begins January 1, and the other expenses in the filing have a test year that begins April 1. And council can correct me if that's incorrect, or you can correct me if that's incorrect, but we're trying to get
yeah.
those on the same track.
Right,
It was my
right.
understanding that
Yeah.
that was what you were agreeing to.
Correct. And let me say this, and hopefully it answers your question. We will work with staff to how do we develop the capital fiscal reporting to align kind of with the multi-rate periods, which kind of end on March 31st of each year. I think that's what we're looking for. I think we already do the O&M from a fiscal reporting, so I think that's fine. I think it was more the issue around the capital fiscal reporting. Again, more than happy to sit down with staff. I think we understand what the issues are, but if we sit down and have that conversation, we can make sure we are understanding what the issues are, and then we can collaborate together to provide the reporting needed beginning April 2025, which is what I think the staff recommendation is. Obviously, we'll need to talk in advance of that in order to meet that requirement to provide it.
So, for this case, you don't see any change in what's already in the record?
That's correct. I think it's, what's in the record is two things. One is the capital projects, and it's kind of by detailed by project about when will the capital be spent. There's also information around when do the projects go in service, right? So it's the in-service dates that drive the revenue requirements calculations. So we don't see any of that changing. It's really just more, how do we provide the information in a better manner to allow staff to analyze for the fiscal year versus the calendar year for capital.
So for this case that we're in, when you get to the end of year one, the reconciliation will be done with one fiscal year for O&M and another fiscal year for capital projects. Not quite even a fiscal year, probably, right?
Yes, and I would add, the answer is yes.
No, you could add, the better we understand this, the better for everybody, I think.
I think we also provide project listing filings, right? We also provide annual information filings. That we will also look to be done on a fiscal end basis.
Okay. And when you say fiscal end basis?
Be March 31st, sorry.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. Now, you were a witness in Pepco's first MRP, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize, someone sent me a question and I think I've lost it. Okay, so can you tell us any improvements that have been made in the forecasting of individual capital projects since that case? In other words, you're at the end of one case and you're beginning another one.
I can give some initial responses, but I think company witness Young is closer to that, given her role as Vice President of Tech Services, which kind of oversees the capital process more at the lower level. But I just want to make sure, so your question is some of the improvements in the last MYP related to capital.
In forecasting, because an MRP really is based on forecasting. I mean, just in the same way that a traditional rate plan is based on on the spend. So for a case like this, we're forecasting 3 years. That's tough in any way, and I thought maybe with some experience you might have noticed some improvements.
Yeah, I think we clearly realize, given some of the comments from the parties in the first MYP, that we needed to look at the, business case. We need to look at the projects being approved and kind of be ready for kind of the challenges from the parties. So I think that's just more of a generic, thing that kind of when we were doing project reviews, it's like, what's the customer benefits? What's all that? And I think we have a lot of focus on customer benefits in the projects. I do think we did have another learning, and I don't go back too much but I think we had one project where we're relying on some of the information from large customers. And we realize we need to be more firm with those large customers and now looking for load letters that if they say they are going to have that new business, how do we do a better job of confirming that, challenging that, and all that. So that's, to me, another one that comes to my mind. I know, again, company witness Young, I think, probably has other things that she could build off of that, but those are a couple, couple examples that come to my mind.
And were you able to work any of those into your presentation in this case, in your opinion?
My recollection is company witness Young does speak to that. I just can't recall specifically what she has, but and that's my recollection, subject to check with her. But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So I want to ask you about your position on cost of debt.
Okay.
So, first of all, the cost of debt, you would consider that definitely part of the cost of capital, would you not?
Yes.
And is it true that the utilities cost of capital is part of each dollar spent?
Yes.
And Pepco has a bond portfolio right now. It's ongoing, correct?
Yeah, we have a lot of bonds that we have issued, and we have, new debt issuances each year.
Yeah, portfolio is probably not quite the right word, but.
Okay.
And of the bonds you have issued,
Mhm.
how many, what percent of those are less than 30 years to maturity?
I don't have that number. I don't know that number.
And what
But
about,
they are less. Not all of them are 30 years, but I don't know what the exact number is you're asking.
would you know the percentage that's less than 10 years to maturity?
I don't know the percentages that's less than 10, but I would predominantly, generally, we do 30-year and then we do 10-year. Sometimes we'll do 5, but it's generally the longer duration to try to match with the nature of the. Well, I'll come back. I'll come back to that later.
Well, to the extent you have bonds that don't mature for 30 years, would you know the approximate interest rate that you're paying on those?
It is known, but I do not know what that number is right now. Company witness Tomney, I think, is also the cost of capital witness. She might be able to have, some of the information on the cost of debt and all that. She's maybe a little closer to that. I'm not positive about that.
Would you think it might be less than the cost of debt if you made an issuance tomorrow?
I think it all depends. If I understand you correctly, if you're asking the cost of new debt, how does it compare to the cost of old debt? I think it's going to depend on what was the market environment at the time that debt was issued and what's the market environment when the new debt is. My guess is it's going to fluctuate. Some years it's going to be higher, some years it's going to be lower, but I don't know the exact numbers you're looking for.
And you're also familiar with the reconciliations. I think you referred to them as annual filings, but
Yes, I'm familiar with that reconciliations. Yes.
and the company is under recovered, but is asking for interest. Am I understanding that correctly?
Can you ask that one more time?
Did the company under-recover in year one?
If you're talking about what happened in the first multi-year rate plan,
Correct.
here, so there's 3 years. The first year, because the costs were not part of the reconciliation, the actual cost in year one was lower than the cost that was determined in the multi-year rate plans for revenue requirements. So in that case, the company over-recovered on the cost of debt and didn't have to pass it back to the customers because it was not a reconcilable item. Year two, and company witness Tomney can speak to this as well. I think our forecast was year two, the company probably over-recovered in year two, and therefore the customers paid more in the revenue requirements than they would have if it had been trued up. Year three, the opposite appears to be forecast and happening, where it looks like based upon our forecast, it looks like in year three, the cost of the estimated actual debt will be higher than the cost of debt used in the multi-year rate plan revenue requirement. So in that case, the company under-recovered, but the customer will get the benefit for year three of not being part of the reconciliation because the actual cost we expect to be higher than the cost in the MYP filing.
Well, maybe I misunderstood your exhibits, but am I correct that Pepco is seeking to recover interest on at least the first 2 years that are complete?
No, we're not. Maybe just if I can, if it'd be helpful to try to lay out the company position. The company's position is that we think using a forecasted cost of debt is better than using a historical cost of debt because at the time we do the...
Let me interrupt you. So now we're finished with cost of debt, but you have, in this case, filed 2 reconciliation requests, and I think that you did sponsor a position on that.
If council could provide a reference to Mr. Barnett's testimony for the statement that she just made, that could be helpful for the witness.
Well, I may not have that handy, so I'll say if he knows.
We are not looking for the first multi-year rate plan to include any adjustment related to cost of debt in the reconciliation in multi-year rate 1. That's how it was ordered by the commission. We are advocating for multi-year rate plan 2 to include the cost of debt in the reconciliation process.
So I shouldn't see anything that looks like interest on an under recovery.
Not for multi-year rate plan 1.
For
No.
1, okay, thank you.
Sure.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
One question. Mr. Barnett, you were asked a number of questions about headcount variances by OPC witness. Do you recall that?
I do.
In case number 9655, how did the commission address variances in headcount?
The commission order was to address variances in headcount through the reconciliation process.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. I have no further questions.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Richard.
Gonna do this to me, hold people right at lunchtime, so let me try to be really quick. Thank you for being here, Mr. Barnett. Appreciate senior executives coming in and talking to us about some of these issues. I think it was covered pretty well by Mr. Oslander and touched on by others, but I just, as you know, the whole idea of moving forward as an MRP is a threshold issue, and as you go and you approach, the company approaches this, did you have a chance to take a look at, I guess, the previous order, the previous commission order, previous MYP order, I should say, for 9655, order 9868? Mr. Osnider talked a little bit about some of the dissents, but there were also, I guess I was in that mix. One of the, I didn't dissent, but I did have a concurrence. The chairman had a concurrence, and there were some direction to really heed that order. Can you tell me at all, did the company do that? Did you go through and take a look at what the concerns were by the various parties, by our own staff? And maybe you can tell me how you tried to inform this case today by those by some of those observations.
Yes. So we did. If you're asking kind of a lessons learned process on the first MY.
Well, it's not so much a lessons learned, because we are going to get to that. You probably read the BGE order, and obviously we did decide to move forward, albeit with very clear guidance that there would be a lessons learned process, and we gave notice that there could be an off-ramp based on that for the BGE. So now we're looking at this case. I just wanted to find out whether or not, and where you could point me to, what did you learn from the previous order, and for that matter, from the BGE order?
Well, I think we learned there are, some things that we need to be doing differently tactically, and that, is might be some of the lessons learned items, but that sounds like that's not your area of interest. But I think we understood that, the preparedness in the partnership with the multi-year rate plans, because we do, guess, kind of look at it as, it's our responsibility to provide reliability to the system, and we kind of advance what we think is the appropriate, spending plan for that. I think some of us were surprised was, some of the level of challenges on the proposed plan. And then, so I think we're, trying to learn from that and kind of, tightening up, for lack of better words, around what we're looking to spend, and make sure it's needed for the customers, it's prudent, it ties to customer benefit, and that, sort of trying to do that. I think we do understand, that this is I think we still have the opinion that it's beneficial, for the customers because of the transparency that's provided, and then to readjust those plans. So we still think it's the right mechanism. I think we also understand, hopefully this term makes sense, that we're going through a maturity model here, and we need to learn from that. And I know there's been some conversations and some interests of both AOBA and OPC around the planning process, and I think we view that as, something that's best to do in the distribution system planning process and the lessons learned. And, if we can collaborate, improve upon that, I think that will help, these proceedings when there's commentary on the capital projects that we're recommending. There's at least some of those conversations around load growth, DER, capacity, constraints. So I think we view this as something big picture is good for all parties, and we just need to try to work together
right.
to make it work.
And again, you don't have to the tap dance.
Okay.
I guess what I was really trying to figure out, as we look at the possibility of going a second time with an MYP, before we even have this lessons learned, is this in the public interest? And that's, you started to touch on a few things that concern me. Some of the same issues that we had the first time, and we decided, well, I stated in my concurrence that, well, I think there's still learnings, things we can get from a second, or this first MYP, although Pepco wasn't the company that originally stepped forward to be the pilot company. Nonetheless, we did move forward. But there were lots of concerns raised about transparency and the ability to get the information about forecasting. And again, not to belabor this, it seems like we're having some of the same issues now. You were talking about, okay, the distribution planning process. It seems, again, there's a disconnect. We're about to move into another 3-year plan, but I really can't see, and it doesn't seem that any of the testimony comes through, that anything from the distribution planning has really kind of translated into what your forward-looking, I think you're calling it the climate-ready grid plan. Similarly, with some of the things you're describing as reliability, it doesn't seem to me, and maybe you can, help me find where it might be, but how is the work group that looks forward-looking to help come up with a plan, how is that found, in your plan here in this MYP? Because again, the burden's on you, and what I'm hearing from the other parties is there's a disconnect.
I guess a couple of thoughts on that. I do think company witness Young, I think, might be a little closer to talk about the connection with the DSP process and the capital plan. I do think, on the transparency comment, I do think we've tried to provide, a lot of information in the filing. If you look at the project file, all the project filings, everything over $1 million, every project over $1 million in a given period has a justification statement. So think of it as like a little mini business case. Okay, so that's there for the parties to look at. We do in the narrative try to call out, some of the bigger capital projects, both in the direct and in the rebuttal. And we do, respond to over 1,000 discovery requests. I don't know how much of those tie to the capital. I do think the company's thoughts on the multi-year rate plan processes, because we are ultimately responsible and accountable for the reliability of the system, that it's most appropriate for us to provide a recommendation for parties to respond to, because I don't know how efficient a process it would be to that. I do think the processes and distribution system, all that makes sense.
And I'm not disagreeing on that, okay? I guess I'm just really at the point where, is this best done in a multi-year rate plan, or does the historic plan actually do this better, particularly with what we have in place in Maryland with work groups, with distribution planning? We have guidance coming from the state as far as where we're going with our climate change plan, and it just seems right now to embark on another 3 years, this seems disconnected from where the state is going. And what I'm hearing from our parties is they don't feel like that they're hearing input. I mean, even with some of AOBA, they're talking about, a lot of the spending that we authorized, that we basically put into rates, over half of that was basically overspend, or it was directed elsewhere. And so I get concerned about, okay, the idea was looking forward, but it seems like a lot of what we did, again, was not spent the way we thought it was going to be. And again, this transparency, the fact that we have these other processes in place that are disconnected. So again, I'm sorry if I'm
No.
soapbox here, but
No,
I'm just trying to really get to the core of, is historic test year better for the state, or what is again the case still for this MYP approach?
Well, let me give you two different comments on it. One is I think the issue with looking at a traditional test year, one of the parties talked about, well, can't you do rate making adjustments to that? But then it's like, well, how far out do you go with those rate making adjustments? Are you going to go out 6 months, you're going to go out 3 years. We think with the energy transformation that's taken place, it's best to be transparent and put out what the company feels like it needs to spend on the grid to keep that first quarter reliability going, and to have the chances for the parties to comment on that, have the commission ultimately decide what is the right revenue requirements to set in advance as opposed to after the fact. So we think there's, from our perspective, we think there's a compelling reason for the parties to look at the multi-rate plan versus a traditional test year. Understand that we still need to work through these transparency issues, and I do think we need to collaborate it together on how do we
Well, and what I'm hearing is like,
Yeah.
you know, again, I heard about the work plans that starts
Yeah.
with the customer, but
Yeah.
also what I'm hearing from the intervening parties is, well, they don't know what these work plans are. They're not part or privy to how you're prioritizing, and that's where it seems that the transparency is not working. And again, it's kind of going to, you know, this is the next round for your company
Yeah.
before we've even had a chance to go through these lessons learned. You know, we've got these concerns raised by everywhere from the Baltimore City Council to you know, OPC to AOBA about whether we should be doing this as an MYP. So I think, and again, I'm going to stop, you know, my diatribe here at this point but I think throughout this case, this is going to be, for me, very key. Because, again, going back to the previous case, it doesn't seem to be working. I did want to ask, if I may, Mr. Chairman, just about it. There's discussion of, well, how do we transition? You know, for Baltimore Gas and Electric, we did state that there's going to be lessons learned, and with a suggestion that we will have an off-ramp potentially. You've kind of come in, you know, at this point, what is the best option at this point if we need to significantly change MYPs or go a different route after these lessons learned? I mean, the company has criticized the EFRIN approach, the OPC approach. I think they call it, I don't know if that was the one that was not just and reasonable, but, you know, do you have anything you can add, you know, or things we could fix on those two approaches? Or is it better that we just order the company to come back as with a historic rate case if we wanted to go that direction? What is the route that the company would, I guess, advise us?
Well, to me, I would advise us, I'll make a short-term comment and a longer-term comment. I think short-term comment is that given where we are with this MYP proceeding, I think it'd be best to kind of go through the rest of the procedural schedules, take the input from the parties on kind of recommended capital, and make recommended adjustments, and we'll align our spending plan to accommodate.
Part of this
that.
proceeding specifically is to look at what OPC and AOBA is proposing. The company says it's, you know, not. I don't know if they dismiss it outright, but the company says that they're not the right approach. Okay, so if not those approaches, what else does the commission have other than just to order the company to come back with a historic test year case?
Well, let me say this, and I apologize if it's not getting at what you're looking for or asking. I think part of the challenge is when you look at, I'll call it the current MYP construct, right? To develop these work plans, we're talking thousands of projects, right? So a lot of projects. We've tried to highlight the bigger ones for people to weigh in on. You know, from an efficiency perspective, if AOBA and OPC it might be, well, what level of detail do they want to get into? Do they want to get into over a certain dollar amount, or do they want to be involved in every project? You know, so for me, if I was to take a step back and just say, well, what is that materiality threshold where it makes sense for them to, for the parties to work together to maybe look at things differently? I just think it's a complicated business, and it's, so it's the efficiencies of trying to how to get through that. Hopefully that is responsive to what you're.
No, I know that's the bigger picture
Okay.
for the company. I guess I was just trying to, the company, it was arbitrary. That was, I think, how Efron's approach was described, and unjust AOBA. I was trying to figure out, does the company have recommendations? Should we decide we want to go, something that reflects a quicker off-ramp or some kind of a change based on lessons learned? So I take it at this point you don't really have any recommendations on those approaches.
I think the company's position is, we think, kind of completing through the MYP is probably the best course at this point, and then kind of come back with the lessons learned and kind of adjust kind of going forward.
Okay, well, let's see. All right, that's, I think I've taken enough time, so I'll go ahead and, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
I don't know if you're the right person to ask this, but you're sitting in front of me, so
Okay.
let me do it. When it comes to climate policies, technology is changing pretty quickly. Which chemistry of battery we should use, what kind of conductors we should use, these things are going to be changing very quickly. And I guess the question I have within the context of an MYP is, does that give us the flexibility to say, no, we're not going to use lithium ion in 3 years, we're going to use something else? Because well, let me just ask, first of all, are you the best person to answer this? And if not, if you are, go ahead and give me your opinion on that.
Well, let me give you two parts. I think
Sure.
the company witness Young, I think, is better positioned to talk about what do we see as the potential change for technology in the speed and the magnitude of that impact. I do think we are constantly trying to understand what is that new technology, what does it mean. I think from the company's perspective, it does not view the MYP as a kind of the, once you authorize the MYP, that we just go spend exactly that. We know things are going to change from what was filed and approved. We also know that there are emerging technologies that we're trying to learn from, and we will try to still pursue those for the sake of understanding what are those benefits of that new technology. I think that's why we do have the solar, what do you call it? Solar, drawing a blank on it, but there's one kind of a item that we're looking at for the solar and how it operates and all that. So we will continue to learn from the new technology and development. So it's not to say if you do the MYP, we're not going to do that. So I think we can parallel solar inverter. That's what the words I was looking for. And we're trying to understand, what does that solar inverter mean to the operating system? Because I think one of these changes with the distributed energy resources, big picture, the grid used to be kind of one way, where you sit it. Now with solar battery, it's becoming a two-way grid. And that's the other thing that, again, I think company witness Young can speak more directly to, well, what does that mean operationally? It means, we know it means a lot to the customers, but it also means a lot to the...
Well, and thank you for that. No, what I'm wrestling with is which construct, individual year-by-year rating or multi-year rating, which construct gives us the greatest ability to make correct decisions given the changes in technology that appear to be occurring almost on a weekly basis. That's what I'm trying to and you know what, I think you've answered it from your point of view. I think I'll ask Witness Young. I think I'll probably direct it to Witness Young.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Fleshman.
Well, now we're good afternoon, actually. I'm announcing that lunch is canceled today. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I have a couple of questions for you. First, could you go to the exhibit, Pepco exhibit number 9? Just have a quick question on this. So you've got actuals, which is historic. Is that what you're, if we go along B, C, D? So,
Yep.
okay. Can you explain to me why there are 2 bridge years?
This has to do with kind of the fiscal year kind of reporting, kind of where we're ending with a 3/31 date as opposed to a 1. And I think it also had to do with the company witness limit. We'll be able to give probably a better answer to this. But I think we are, I think, trying to have, our multi-rate plans after the end of year multi-rate plan 1 ends, we're trying to pick up and have multi-year rate plan 2 begin with that, so that there's not kind of a gap in between.
Okay,
And
so,
because,
because I'm hearing from our staff, not that staff, but our staff, that there was some confusion about whether there was a two bridge years. And so, and I guess for Pepco, to the extent you have other witnesses, if they can explain why that is and where that is, that would be helpful for our staff.
Yeah.
In your conversation with Commissioner Richard, he mentioned the lessons learned, and the challenge we have here. I mean, I'm newer to the commission. I guess I can't say I'm new anymore but I'm newer than he is, and so it is kind of a weird thing. You're proposing a second MYP, and we still don't have lessons learned. So I'm trying to sort of see if there is a way that we can have some lessons learned with respect to Pepco from the first multi-year plan. And in your conversation with AOPA counsel, you were talking about, she was asking you questions about forecasted cost of debt and how much you've done in terms of trying to figure out what cost of debt is going to look like in year 1, 2, and 3, 4. And I'm assuming you did in the first multi-year plan forecasted debt for forecasted years 1, 2, and 3.
We
Forecasted
did.
cost of debt.
When we submitted, we did have a forecasted cost of debt, but what ultimately got decided in the revenue requirements was to use a historical fixed cost of debt.
Okay, so for first multi-year plan, and it was, and do you remember why the decision was made? Was it just too complicated to try to figure out how to do forecasted cost of debt?
My understanding, and I think this is staff witness Justy, I think, is trying to take the position that by using the historical cost of debt, it more incentivizes the company to go get the lowest cost of debt it can. That is my understanding. I wasn't part of the decision making with the commission, but that's what I'm hearing from the staff witness, Justy.
Okay. In terms of forecasted spending plans, I mean, you spoke about the benefits of having a multi-year plan in terms of being able to look out over the horizon for 3 years and be able to present your spending plans over that 3-year period. So I'd like you to look back, and I guess this is going to be a bench request, because it wasn't really easy to find this information in any sort of in a way that made sense to me. I mean, I've gone through your testimony, and I'm just a lawyer, so we kind of struggle with this stuff. But if you can give me a chart of some kind that lays out what the spending plans were for the first MYP, when the spend occurred for those plans, when projects were put in service, and what was not spent over. Now I know you're in your third year for the first MYP, so you're not going to be able to give me everything, but I'd like to get a sense of how closely what you've done matches what you forecasted, so that we have a sense of how you did sort of the first round. Is that something that you can put together and then give it to me by tomorrow? No, I'm kidding. But this is something that you can. I'm sure it's in the testimony somewhere. But it was really hard for me to kind of. So if you can, put something together in a chart that kind of lays out, what your spending plans were, capital and O&M, and sort of how you did, and how you're doing.
Okay, can I play back what I think the...
Please.
Okay. So you're asking for us to pull together a summary of how did our actual capital, also say plant closings and O&M do for the first 2 years of
Yes.
the multi-year plans?
Yes.
Versus what was authorized by the commission
Yeah.
in the revenue requirements?
Yes.
Yes, we can pull
Okay.
that together.
Okay, that would be great. And in response to Council for Staff, you said, and maybe I didn't quite understand this, you said that in reconciliations for the first and second years, you over-recovered, Pepco over-recovered in those demonstrations for reconciliation?
For cost of debt, yes.
For cost of debt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just only for cost.
Okay.
Cost of debt.
Do you know how you did for the reconciliation as a whole?
Company witness Liming will be better positioned
Okay.
to speak to that.
Okay. And then in questioning with OPC counsel, he asked you about your decision not to provide an alternative to the multi-year plan. So you didn't submit a historic test year proposal.
That's correct.
Okay. Is the information that would need to have been in a historic test year proposal in the record now?
My understanding is it is not, and I think company witness Liming can speak to what are the differences of what's in the record versus what would be needed to be added in order to get to a traditional test year. You heard some comments around rate-making adjustments. I'm not aware of any rate-making adjustments that are on the record that would support a traditional test year type of thing.
Okay, so that would be witness Lemming. That would
Yes.
be, if witness Lemming can respond to my question, can that be in a rejoinder, or, I mean, will I need to ask it myself, or is that something that,
We can make that part of the rejoinder.
that would be great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Actually, I think I'm fine. I don't have any particular questions. Oh, actually,
Yeah, if you don't mind, just
sure.
I'll be-
Yeah.
Just quickly, I was brought up about performance incentive mechanisms, and I understand the company decided not to pursue them after some discussion. Can you just give me some insight? Because again, going back to the original reason for moving forward with the MRP, and even from the last order, both with BG&E and Pepco, there was extensive discussion on this topic, and I'm just kind of a little confounded why this has been a failure as part of this, the whole MRP pilot process. Can you give me insights? And one of it is, what kind of interaction did the company have? And this was guidance provided by the commission with the various parties in trying to create a PIM that, again, could get through the the evidentiary process. So again, it's been a frustration for me, and again, it was an important part of the pilot, and maybe you could just comment on that.
Yeah, understood, and I feel bad for deferring to company witness Lemming, but I do think he is a little closer to kind of the details of kind of what was the issues between the two parties. I share your sentiment, and it's unfortunate that we couldn't find a way to make it work. My understanding from a big picture, and
That's I think we need right now.
Yeah.
You being in the C-suite and being a senior executive for not only PHI, but again in the excellent organization, I just feel like there's a resistance to this, and I just would
don't
like to understand why.
I think our intent was to try to better understand what the parties' issues were and to put together a better proposal on the PIMS in round two. Obviously, we were not successful with that. My understanding, I don't know if we should be saying subject to check with your honors, but witness Lemming can talk to this. But I think it's part of the issue is I think the parties view, well, isn't that what you should be doing anyways? So why should there be a financial incentive to that?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the company's view is we are always going to try to do the right thing for the customers, but if you have what are those key performance indicators where it's important to all those parties, and if we underperform, we should get penalized financially for that. If we overperform, is there some kind of incentive to that? We'll always try to do the right thing but I think the PIMS concept I thought was for those really few select ones, that would be the construct. And again, I think that's what's happening. So.
Okay, well, I appreciate the colloquy on that, and again, Maryland, leads in so many different areas, and it's frustrating that we can't also be a leading state in the area of PIMS. We started out several years ago with that opportunity, and it just seems like, again, the companies have kind of, I feel, let the state down in this respect. And again, I would renew my call that you need to work with the policies and developing the PIMS and trying to again figure out how we can advance state policies. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so why don't we take a break for lunch and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. So. Okay, back on the record. Before we move on to the company's next witness, I think I want to deal with MEA's testimony, which my understanding is there's no questions from anybody, and so we're going to just admit that now and kind of get that out of the way. So.
Okay, thank you. So, as you say, the other parties have no objection to entering MEA's pre-file testimony by stipulation, so we would ask that the direct testimony of Paul G. Pinsky on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration dated December 15th, 2023, under mail log number 306692, be marked as MEA Exhibit 1 and entered into evidence. And the surrebuttal testimony of Paul G. Pinsky on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration dated February 23rd, 2024, under mail log number 307806, marked as MEA Exhibit 2 and enter it into evidence, please.
So, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your
No
Honor.
objection.
Okay, so marked and so admitted. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Oh, wait a minute.
What number are we up to?
Chair Hoover, Commissioners, if I may just briefly, I have one data request response that from Pepco that they've agreed to admit by stipulation as well. That would prevent me having to do any cross-examination of those two witnesses. If it pleases the Commission, I'd be happy to do that now,
Sure.
since we're stipulating things into evidence. And parties received copies of this as well. Let me know when I can proceed.
Sure, go ahead. So.
Okay. Montgomery County asks that Pepco's response to Montgomery County Data Request 1-1 be admitted as Montgomery County Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Thank you.
Now, just so I get this straight, you said based on this, you don't have any cross for any of the company's witnesses, correct?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
And for the record, we have already waived cross for the other parties' witnesses.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to the
Mr.
company.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
just
okay.
one kind of preliminary question. So OPC would like a ruling on which witnesses are excused from appearing, just so that we can 100% confirm with our witnesses that they're not going to have to be here. I guess that would, I'm asking not just for OPC's witnesses, but for all the witnesses to
Well,
which
actually, so
the commission doesn't have any questions.
why don't you ran down the list earlier today. Why don't you?
Okay, I will repeat that. The list is for Pepco witnesses Donahue Vallet, Ledick, and Alo. For OPC,
Back up again. So Donahue Vallet, Alo. Anybody else from Pepco?
Ledick.
Oh, okay.
And for OPC, witnesses Lane, Takahashi, Garrett, Borden, and Woolridge.
Okay.
For staff, witnesses Patterson, Riley, McAuliffe, Darren, and Justy.
Okay. Does that work?
For, yeah, that's it for staff. For MEA,
Pinsky.
witness Pinsky.
Right.
And for Walmart, witness Perry.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Hey, Your Honor, OPC, I don't know if I should move for this. We would request that witnesses that Mr. Spivak just read out be excused from appearing.
Yeah. So we're fine with that. So.
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now back to the company.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The company would like to call Miss Willa J. Hightower to the stand.
Yeah, yeah. All these people that.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Willa J. Hightower, 5 Collins Drive in Carneys Point, New Jersey.
Ms. Hightower, do you have before you your pre-filed direct testimony submitted on behalf of Pepco in this matter, consisting of 38 pages and 1 exhibit?
I do.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony at this time?
Not at this time.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, they would.
Okay, Your Honor, I would like to have Ms. Hightower's direct testimony marked for identification as Pepco Exhibit 10.
So marked.
Ms. Hightower, do you have before you your pre-filed rebuttal testimony submitted on behalf of Pepco in this matter, consisting of 14 pages and 7 exhibits?
I do.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony at this time?
Yes, one slight modification on page 10,
Okay.
line 16. So want to insert the word as. So common tasks such as providing.
Okay. And with that correction, if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, they would.
Okay, Your Honor, I would like to have Ms. Hightower's rebuttal testimony marked for identification as Pepco Exhibit 11.
So marked.
Ms. Hightower, are you also adopting a portion of company witness O'Donnell's direct testimony, which has been pre-marked as Pepco Exhibit number 4?
I am.
Could you please specify for the commission which portion you are adopting?
Section 2F, which begins on page 16.
Okay. No, just keeping it in. So just to clarify, Ms. Hightower, that is page 16, section F, which runs through page 25. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you have any corrections or modifications to that testimony at this time?
Just a slight modification.
Okay.
Let's see. It is on page 24, line 8, where we talk about the Racial Equity Capital Fund that has been renamed as the Community Impact Capital Fund.
Okay, and with that correction, if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
They would be.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to move into evidence Pepco Exhibits number 10 and 11.
So admitted.
Thank you. I would also ask Lee to conduct some brief live rejoinder of Ms. Hightower.
Okay.
Ms. Hightower, have you had an opportunity to review the rebuttal testimony of staff witness Bunch?
I have.
And specifically, Ms. Bunch's assertion on page 4, lines 9 through 12, that the company has not shown that the benefits of the EU Customer Flight Path program outweigh the costs of the program?
Yes.
And do you have a response to Ms. Bunch's assertion?
Yes. While we may not have done a cost-benefit analysis from a financial perspective, there are other factors that we considered in the development of the customer flight plan, which include improving the customer experience, lowering the customer effort, ensuring that our systems are safe and secure such that we're protecting our customers' data, and not aware of a way where we can put a number on that. But those are things I think all of us have come to expect.
And Ms. Hightower, what is the total cost of the EU Customer Flight Path?
It's approximately $5 million.
Is that the portion being allocated to Pepco Maryland?
That is correct. And that's just a piece of the overall customer flight plan. With looking at the same period of time, it's roughly $160 million across the Exelon family of utilities. And what we proposed at $5 million, should we try to do that on a standalone basis, it would increase the cost, somewhere between 30 and 50%, but could be up to, 3 to 4 times that amount.
And finally, Ms. Hightower, was Baltimore Gas and Electric also allocated a portion of the cost of the customer flight path in their most recent MYP case in 9692?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Hightower.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm focusing my questions on the portion of the direct testimony of witness O'Donnell that you adopted, section 2F.
Okay.
Please turn to page 16. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I correct that you have assumed the responsibility for section F that starts at page 16, line 18 of Ms. O'Donnell's direct testimony?
Yes.
Now, at page 16, lines 20 through
Actually,
20...
Ms. Francis, either...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can so.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. At page 16, lines 20 through 21, Pepco asserts that affordable electric service is necessary to allow customers and communities to thrive, end quote. Is that statement intended to address all of Pepco's customers in Maryland or just residential customers?
It's intended to address all of our customers.
Can you point this commission to any place within the company's filed testimony and schedules in this proceeding in which Pepco assesses the affordability of the company's proposed rates for commercial customers in Pepco's Maryland service territory?
Not explicitly.
There's no such assessment, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, at lines 22 and 23 on page 16, we find an assertion regarding the rising costs of wholesale electricity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct that the company's filed testimony and exhibits in this proceeding provide no assessment of either past or anticipated future increases in wholesale costs of electricity?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
Can you point the commission to where in the company's filed testimony and schedules Pepco has assessed the impacts of changes in wholesale electric prices on commercial customer service bills?
I don't believe that's included in our testimony, as many of them are from third parties.
So they're not included in your testimony?
That is correct.
Now, at page 17, line 2 of Ms. O'Donnell's direct testimony, there is a reference to the, quote, customer offsets of that the company is proposing to, quote, assist customers with gradual transition to higher rates. Are the reference customer offsets, are they the same rider ERR offsets detailed in witness Blazunas' schedules?
I'm not sure which, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I don't have that in front
okay,
of me.
let's go to page 17,
Yes,
line 2.
yes.
And it says, as I just discussed further below, Pepco is proposing customer offsets. And I want to know, are those customer offsets that you're referring to, are those the customer offsets that are set forth in rider ERR, which is detailed in witness Blazunas' rate schedules?
I'm sorry, to clarify, I was saying I don't have that other testimony in front of me at this time, so I don't want to attest to that.
Well, when you
But-
were, okay, let us say it this way. On line 2, page 17,
Yes.
when you say Pepco is proposing customer offsets, what offsets are you talking about?
One of the offsets is the tax benefit, the reduction, pulling that forward.
Now, at page 18, lines 11 through 15, again, of witness O'Donnell's testimony, the company represents that Pepco's Empower Maryland programs have saved customers over $3.8 billion and nearly 4 million megawatt hours of electricity use. That sounds like large savings. Would you accept, subject to check, that those savings equate to an average of only about 1/10 of 1 cent per kWh saved?
I don't have that information in front of me.
Well, let's just say, you said, these are your numbers.
Yes.
3.8 billion,
Right.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
I divided that by the 4 billion, those are your numbers, 4 million megawatt hours. I divided that by 4 million megawatt hours, and that equates to, just simple division, 1 mil per kWh. Can you accept that, subject to check?
Subject to check.
Okay. Would you accept that those savings that we just discussed equate to only about 1.1% of Pepco's average residential customers' cost of distribution service at current rates, and only about 0.5% of the average residential customers' total average charges per kWh at current rates?
I've not done that calculation, but
Would you accept that, subject to check?
subject to check, but I've not done that calculation quite yet.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, OPC.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hightower.
Good afternoon.
So I'd like you to turn to page 5 of your direct testimony. And beginning at line 8, you discuss Escalent's customer satisfaction survey results for 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about those customer satisfaction results. And I do have one exhibit that I'd like to distribute if I may approach the witness.
Sure. One for you. You can give me the extras back. Get one for yourself. And then if you want them, you can have them.
Maybe we'll start to sell it.
Yeah.
And, Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 6.
Very much. Yep, okay, so marked.
Now, this exhibit before you is the company's response to OPC DR6, and you co-sponsored this response, correct?
That is correct.
And in this, stapled to this response, there are excerpts from 2 of the attachments that were provided along with this DR by the company. And these attachments detail the company's Q4 customer satisfaction survey results for residential and small business customers. Are these the survey results that you refer to in your testimony on page 5 starting at line 8?
Yes, it appears to be.
Okay. Now, the first attachment is titled Pepco Maryland Residential Customer Satisfaction Research Program. And if you could please turn to slide 7 in the attachment. And this is the slide that identifies Pepco key driver trends.
Your Honor, just one question. Does counsel have a complete copy in case the witness needs it of the entire attachment?
I can have one printed out, but
Okay,
I'm
I'll
just
defer
going to
to-
ask a question about just one slide.
I'll defer to the witness if they want to see a complete copy. Just wanted to see if one was available.
Sure. Okay. So do you see the slide titled Pepco Key Driver Trends?
Yes.
Now, it appears that residential customers give the highest ratings to Pepco's reliability. Is that correct?
Yes, in aggregate, that is correct. But we also have very high numbers, I think exceeding our restoring electric service for our customer service with regards to being easy to do business with.
Yes. Well, the next question I was going to ask was about customer satisfaction with Pepco's ability to restore electric service. They seem to be very happy with the quality of service they get. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, customers, Pepco also performs worse, though, with customers on the topic of reasonable electric rates and keeping electric rates low. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if you could turn to further in the exhibit, there's another slide 7, and this one relates to the same. It's the same chart, but for Pepco's Small Business Customer Satisfaction Research Program. So let me know when you're there.
I'm sorry, counsel, you said a second slide 7?
Yes, there's 2 attachments there.
A little farther, about halfway back through the document. The same title, Pepco Key Driver Trends.
And similarly, it seems that, like with residential customers, Pepco scores the highest with small business customers on restoring electric service and providing reliable electric service. Is that correct?
Yes.
And additionally, small business customers give Pepco high scores for providing good electric power quality. Is that correct?
Yes.
But like residential customers, small business customers are the least satisfied with Pepco's ability to provide reasonable electric rates and to keep electric rates low. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you would agree that Pepco's customers are generally very satisfied with the reliability and quality of the electric service they receive, but Pepco's customers are not very satisfied with the rates they must pay for that service.
Yes, the survey results seem to support that statement.
Now, in OPC witness Alvarez and Stevens' direct testimony, they point out that Pepco's distribution rate base per customer is the highest of all U.S. investor-owned utilities. Are you aware of this?
I don't have that testimony in front of me, but
Subject to check, would you agree that that's in their testimony?
subject to check.
Okay, thank you. And are you aware that in this proceeding, Pepco proposes to increase its capital spending on reliability above the levels authorized in its first multi-year rate plan?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is not our capital spend witness. I think this goes a little bit beyond the scope of this witness's testimony.
Your Honor, I'm just asking this witness's general awareness about what's in Pepco's proposed multi-year rate plan.
If you know, you can answer.
I'm not sure. I can't confirm that.
Okay. Okay. One final question on this point. Are you aware that Pepco's proposed multi-year rate plan, if approved by this commission, would raise customer rates?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to turn to the section of Witness O'Donnell's direct testimony that you sponsored. And if you could turn to page 19 of her testimony. Now, beginning at line 12, the testimony states that Pepco hired NERA Economic Consulting to complete an economic analysis of the impact of the company's actual capital investments in 2022 and its proposed investments for 2023 through 2027. Are you familiar with this economic benefits analysis?
Yes, I'm familiar.
And this analysis includes projects that are proposed in the company's multi-year rate plan that's subject to this proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And NERA concluded that the capital plan that's proposed by Pepco will add more than $1.42 billion in gross domestic product.
Your Honor, I would note that this is like a confidential attachment. I mean, if counsel wants to ask questions about it, that's fine, but this attachment is confidential.
With all due respect, I am asking about numbers that are detailed in the section of Ms. O'Donnell's testimony that Ms. Hightower sponsored.
Okay, that's fine.
I will let you know if I'm veering towards the confidential materials. So I guess beginning at line 15 in the testimony that you sponsored, NERA concludes that Pepco's capital plan will add more than $1.42 billion in gross domestic product and result in approximately $61 million in additional state tax revenue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree that for a study to estimate the economic impact of a company's capital investments, that study should weigh the economic benefits against the economic costs of those investments?
I'm sure that's a factor, but I mean, but when we're looking at GDP, we're looking at what we're investing and, and how that continues to benefit, the broader community directly as well as indirectly, which is what I think that $1.4 billion in GDP represents.
So I'll ask my question again. If there's to truly estimate the economic impact of proposed capital investments, the economic benefits of those investments should be weighed against the negative economic consequences. So the stimulating effect of proposed capital investments against the effect of higher rates that customers will have to pay to support them.
I think that there are components that we can quantify, but there are also components with regards to safety, security, and reliability that it's difficult to put a number on. So when I think about the investments that we're making for the benefit of our customers, to be able to quantify that might be difficult.
Would you agree that if an economic impact study omitted the economic costs and only considered economic benefits, that study would be biased?
Perhaps.
And you would agree that increased electric rates are an economic cost to ratepayers that result from increased capital investment?
Yes, increase the rates would be increases from a customer perspective, and not just what we're spending, but also with regards to, again, as I mentioned, safety, security, reliability, and, positive customer experience are also components as well.
But just from a purely economic standpoint, if the ratepayer is paying more as the cost.
It is.
Okay, thank you. So to truly measure the economic benefit of Pepco's multi-year rate plan, this economic benefits analysis should factor in the economic effects of higher utility bills, as well as the economic consequences of increased capital investment, such that the expected economic impacts of Pepco's spending on materials and services with the vendors within Maryland. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it was difficult for me to follow.
I apologize for that. To measure the economic benefit of Pepco's multi-year rate plan, this analysis should factor in the economic effects of higher utility bills, as well as the economic consequences of increased capital investment. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, does the model used in NERA's analysis for Pepco incorporate the economic costs of the rate increases that Pepco's proposed multi-year rate plan will result in?
I'm not sure. Can you repeat the question for me, please?
To your knowledge, does the model used in NERA's analysis for Pepco, the economic benefits assessment, does that incorporate the economic costs of the rate increases that Pepco's proposed multi-year rate plan will result in?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
So I believe there's a confidential exhibit that was filed alongside this testimony, and I'd like to avoid going into a confidential session if possible. So if you'd like time to consult with that exhibit, which explains the model that they used and how it works. I have questions planned for that, but if there's a way to keep it on the public record, I would prefer that.
Just give me a moment.
Yeah, take your time.
I'm not sure if we're going to be able to avoid that. I'm not, I don't know where in here that we're specifically referencing. I'm not seeing what you're looking for.
I can try to, I have a question that might be able to get directly at the issue without disclosing confidential materials, so I can give that a shot. Are you aware that the model that NERA used does not factor in the consequences of ratepayers having to pay higher rates to support that spend, to support Pepco's multi-year rate plan?
Based on what I see, I can't say that it's included, but
Okay. Well, subject to check?
yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that is all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Prince George's County. Walmart.
No questions.
Staff.
Okay, just a few questions. We're going to work most off your rebuttal testimony, or maybe a little bit on what you said in Rejoinder. Can you turn to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony? Oh, and good afternoon, Ms. Hightower,
Good
and welcome to
afternoon. How are
Baltimore.
you?
Okay, at the top of page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, you note that Staff Witness Bunch is proposing that the Commission reject the EU Customer Flight Path Program and Green Button Connect My Data projects. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you quote her statement that it appears that the company has not yet performed a thorough analysis for these projects. The company has not explored any project alternatives, nor has the company performed a cost-benefit analysis for these projects. Do you see that?
Yes.
And would you say that basically sums up the issue between staff and the company with respect to these projects?
That seems to be one of the concerns, yes.
Okay. Going to bottom of page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, please. Okay. Now, you note that line 22, when the MYP was filed, the project was in the demand phase.
Yes,
However, it was subsequently approved.
it was.
Okay. Now, can you tell us what the demand phase is and what happens during that phase, please?
Sure. It's during the project life cycle, during the demand phase, that's when we identify an issue and we identify various alternatives, and we estimate what that would be, what that looks like. And so we do our initial analysis. We estimate the costs associated with how do we address, some of the issues that have been identified from a customer perspective. So that's just the first phase. At the end of that phase, and I know we submitted in my testimony as well that by the end of 2023 we did fully go through the project approval process, and so we have made it through that phase.
Okay, so that's next part would then be the project approval phase, and you've been through that with respect to the customer flight path.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and now.
But project approval is right before the initiation phase. So before we start work, we have to go through that phase.
Right.
So
Now, if I recall your rejoinder correctly, I mean, the primary justification you gave for going forward with this project seems to be that Exelon has decided to do it company-wide for all of its subsidiaries, and it would be a lot cheaper and more efficient for Pepco to do it as part of that project than to do it on its own. Do I have that about right?
yes, so it is not just Exelon. All of the OpCos have had an opportunity to weigh in and help prioritize what are the things that would be included as part of the customer flight plan. So it's not as if Exelon decided at a corporate level, this is what we think is the right thing to do. So for Pepco and Pepco Maryland customers, we had an opportunity to weigh in on what it is that we would move forward with to ensure that's going to benefit our customers. Because if it's something that's being proposed that we don't think that will benefit Pepco Maryland customers, then we would not suggest, recommend, or include in our plans those associated costs.
Let's explore that a little bit just for a moment then, because this, I would take it, goes to the broader Exelon approval process of what gets approved to get to be done, correct?
Okay.
Okay. So, all right. So you said Petco had the opportunity to weigh in on this discussion
Absolutely.
and explain its need, presumably to management at the corporate level.
Well, first we have those conversations internally at Pepco,
Right.
and we have those. We have an approval process before we even get to the corporate level. It has to be supported and approved at the Pepco and PHI level. So before we even go there, we have to get support internally.
Right. Now, but this does seem to be something that's a broader initiative for all of the Exelon operating companies. So presumably you would have had to coordinate with them at some point as well.
Absolutely.
And from what you're saying here, it seems that those companies might have had other priorities other than what Pepco's particular priority is, or priorities are in developing this program. Is that correct?
Yes, there are often some differing priorities at different opcos, but as I mentioned a few moments ago, if those things are not things that we think are important for our customers here, then we would not include that as part of our plan, and we wouldn't move forward just because another opco is doing it. So if we believe that Pepco Maryland customers are going to benefit, then we would support that moving forward. Otherwise, we will request to be excluded from that.
Okay, but going into this process of getting approval at the corporate level, and is a program that's going to be implemented across all of the operating companies as much as possible, and to get whatever benefits or synergies of that combined implementation, there's got to be some push and pull, some compromise there. That is, there are some things that might be in there that Pepco didn't suggest and didn't need. But you're going to get as part of the broader implementation, because the contractors the company has or whoever are going to put into effect. You're not getting something that is custom designed for Pepco and only for Pepco. Is that correct?
I would not agree with that. And the reason is, if there are where we are on that journey as various opcos are different. So if there are things that that we don't think are going to benefit Pepco Maryland customers, then we would not be included with that. So just because there's a project that could benefit all customers, if we don't think it's going to benefit Pepco Maryland customers, then we would request to not be included with that, and so costs would not be allocated to Pepco Maryland customers.
Is that if it's part of a broader overall project that includes things that do serve Pepco's interest, or what you perceive to be Pepco's customers' interest and Pepco's interests, do you have the option or ability to pick and choose pieces that you get and pieces that you don't get?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Now, one of the things that a witness bunch discussed, and that you mentioned in your rejoinder in response to her rebuttal, was that the company has not done a benefit cost analysis on the customer flight plan, correct? Or at least quantified a benefit cost analysis in terms of dollars. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right.
Because, like I said, there are other factors that we also consider.
Right. Now, you've described on a sort of qualitative basis some benefits in general terms that you think customers might receive from this program, correct?
That is correct.
Right. But you have not put any kind of dollar value on the benefits customers might see from the program. That's also correct.
In terms of benefits calculation, that is correct.
Right.
But as part of the customer flight plan, one of the things that we attempt to do is to make sure that we're responsive to the needs of our customers. So, for example, if one of the things we want to make sure we do is to effectively communicate with our customers. customers in the channels in which they prefer. And so as a result, we've made investments in our digital tools and channels. So for example, with regards to outages, customers, since our last MYP, we've made investments in our digital tools such that customers can report via mobile app and the web, as well as via the phone to report that they have an outage. They can sign up for getting outbound text messages with regards to the status of the outage and where we are in that process and the estimated time of restoration. So those are some of the kinds of things that we're doing.
Right,
And
those are all things that presumably are beneficial to the customer, to your customers in some way, but you haven't been able to put any dollar value on the amount of time, for example, that customers might save by using these tools, the extra speed with which their ability to report outages might lead to the outages being ended sooner and then having less outage time. You haven't put any kind of evaluated that in any dollar terms.
We have not put a dollar amount on lowering customer frustration.
Right. And likewise, you haven't put any dollar values on the benefits, the specific benefits the company might get, such as, for example, a reduced number of customer service employees.
We have not explicitly quantified that here.
Right. Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on very briefly to the Green Button program. Okay, now, unlike the Customer Flight Path program, that program is still in the demand phase, correct?
That is correct.
And so that means you're still assessing it, correct?
Yes, we are.
And you're still looking at alternatives?
Here we are.
And you have not really begun the approval process?
Not yet.
Right. And to the extent that the Green Button program is another program that might apply across all of the Exelon utilities or some larger subset than just Pepco, have you been consulting with the other operating companies on the program yet?
We have shared with the other opcos what we're looking at doing, and right now we're looking at doing it for Pepco.
Right. Okay. So that is the current status of where the Green Button program is.
That is correct.
Okay. And yet you have projected within the context of this MYP that I think it's in 2026 you'll be spending something like something close to $600,000 on the program, I think it was.
Can you show me where that number is? I know it's in here.
That's a good question, actually.
I know it's included. Here, let me just see. Look at it.
I think it might be. Let's check your direct testimony. I think that's. And if not, maybe I'll check in Ms. Bunch's testimony. Yeah. Here we go. Do you have Ms. Bunch's testimony available to you?
I don't have it with me.
Okay. Okay, no, actually, I'll show it to your counsel and I'll write the numbers down here before I do. These numbers, yeah. Okay. Let the record reflect, please, that I have handed the witness a copy of the direct testimony of staff witness Latanja Bunch. And you're looking at a table. What's the page number of that, please?
I guess of this table number 5 on page 14.
Okay, thank you. And looking at that table, can you see that it gives a figure for 2026 for the Green Button program of $4,468,000?
That is correct.
Okay. And for 2027, it gives a figure of $1,345,000.
That is correct.
So assuming the program were to be implemented, the bulk of the work would be done in 2026 with continuing into 2027. Is that a fair assumption from those numbers?
Yes, that seems to support that.
Okay. So you have a proposed budget for this program in this proposal now, but we've just learned that this program is still in the demand phase, correct?
It is.
And you don't know what the full scope of it is going to be at this point?
We've made a set of assumptions, but we are still working through that. We've not finalized that yet,
And you
but it
haven't,
will be before we move into the initiation phase.
right, and it hasn't been approved by the company management, has it?
It has not been approved by the PCC
At
yet.
any level of the company's management?
But it is not. It's not moved out of the demand phase yet. So.
Okay. And it also has not been, there has been no RFP issue, there's been no discussion with potential contractors in terms of pricing or scope of work, has there?
We've done some estimates about what we think that it's going to require based on some preliminary information, but it's not been finalized yet. As I mentioned, we're still in the demand phase,
And when you say you've,
RFPs are done as we move into the initiation phase.
and when you say you've done some estimates, is that you've done them internally or you've done them in consultation with contractors that might do this type of work?
Well, we're not sure who's going to do the work, but some of it was done internally and some with the assistance of vendors that we work with on our customer systems.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Hightower, do you recall being asked questions by the Office of People's Counsel? I believe the question was, will Pepco's MYP increase rates for customers?
Yes.
And he also asked you some questions about how increased rates would be an economic cost to customers.
Yes.
Has Pepco included any initiatives in this MYP and just in general to address customer affordability?
Yes, we have. As mentioned in our testimony that I'm supporting today, we have energy efficiency, which helps customers reduce consumption, which impacts not only the distribution but also the commodity component of the bill. We offer budget billing. We also flexible due dates. We try to make sure, like as I mentioned, we share energy efficiency information with our customers. So we try to create a more informed customer base so that they can make decisions that will be very beneficial in that behalf.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Barbe, Commissioner Richard.
Good afternoon. Excuse me, Miss. Excuse me. Sorry. Good afternoon. Yeah, a little frog, Ms. Hightower. Just if I could just help me understand. Green Button has been a topic since I arrived at the commission that we've been talking about that associated with AMI. So, and Pepco has always been, out front on that ever since I've been here. So is this a new program, or is this just another iteration of the green button that has existed at Pepco, at least as long as I've been here on the bench?
Yeah, so currently we do have, I guess, an early phase of Green Button where we could leverage the AMI data, where customers can go on and they can download their data, but they manually go in and they download the data. What this program would do is allow that to be more in an automated fashion. So some of the feedback that we've received with customers, especially with customers who want to kind of more fully take advantage and be able to do more in terms of demand response, have some of that potentially automated, leverage a third party to help support in that regard. Doing that manually does not provide them with that timely information. So downloading that data, I can do it either the next day or later in the month. But if if a customer is trying to be responsive, just in terms of what the demand, especially on the commodity side, is, that's too late. And so this would provide more real-time information for them to be able to take advantage of, more fully take advantage of the AMI data that exists.
Okay, and so up to this point, there have always been, I guess, already baked into rates support for the Green Button program at Pepco?
Yes.
Okay, so and this is just an incremental increase to the amount already, I guess, in rates to support the. I'm just trying to understand what additional funds are needed, or if we just continue on as existed in the past with Green Button.
Yeah. Well, like I said, what we currently have in place is manual, so it's a higher customer effort. It's not real time, so trying to be responsive, especially if they're trying to allow a third party to help them with that, it doesn't facilitate that, so it doesn't allow them to take care of more real time information.
Okay.
And be responsive in that regard. So that's the difference between what we have right now and what would be available to customers, if we move forward with this project.
Okay, and this is, we have in PC 44, there's been a work group, customer information work, I don't know if that's what it was called, but a lot of discussion and a lot of wrangling, it seems like I always hear from my position. Some people aren't happy out there that they are getting the data. So is this something being discussed in the work group at this point? Are you aligned here with what we're discussing today with where the work group is it going to be advising the commission?
I'm not sure. I'm not I'm not part of the working group directly. I have folks on my team who actively serve as part of that, so I'm not going to be able to tell you exactly where they are on that. But the conversations that we have, we are having those conversations. We're having the dialogues around how we positioning customers to be able to be more responsive, those that want to take advantage of the data that exists via the AMI.
Okay, but you don't have anything to report from this is something that's being recommended by the work group at this stage.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't speak to that specifically.
Okay, and then also on the flight path. So right now, I know I've used some of the Pepco and BGE features on both the app and online. So is this again another iteration or enhancement to what's already there, or that we're already paying for in rates, or what exactly are we talking about with the flight path and the additional amounts of money being requested?
Yeah, so some of it is a continued investment in some of those things. Because we're trying to make sure that from a web perspective, we're providing information and data to make it accessible, such that customers who prefer to do transactions online, they can do more of them online. To make available more ways to pay, to be able to, as I mentioned with the outage example a little bit earlier, to be able to get that information, allow us to reach out proactively as we are notified about what may be going on in our system, to be able to be proactive in that regard. Other things that we're doing, our goal is to also to lower customer effort, and one of the components of that is making information available for our low to moderate income customers, being able to access resources that are out there. And so some of that is also included as part of the customer flight plan as well. to the extent you moving in, move out, or transferring service, we want to make sure that we're making investments such that a higher percent of our customers are able to complete those transactions in a digital manner. Because, I know some of our customers, they prefer to do things digitally. They really don't want to talk to you. They will if they have to, but we don't want to force them down that path if they prefer to engage with us in a digital manner. So I can go on.
No, that's okay. I was just interested in some of the questions that Mr. Spivak was asking, exactly along at least where I was hearing is what are the enhancement we're talking about, what is it that we're paying for on top of what we're already paying, and then also are there savings? That's kind of what I was interested in understanding. Because I do use the Exelon apps and online services, and so I think they're pretty good.
Thank you.
So anyway, no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair Sushman.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hightower.
Good afternoon.
I hope you're enjoying yourself. I couldn't imagine like something I'd rather be doing than being a witness in a rate case. So actually, I wanted to follow up a little bit on what Commissioner Richard was asking and what you were being asked by OPC and Staff Counsel. And I can't help but think that there's a missed opportunity here in terms of what might be missing from the analysis, which I think is actually something that could benefit the system and benefit the company and benefit ratepayers, which is how this information can be used by ratepayers. So clearly, we're focusing on the cost of the Green Button program and enhancing IT, but within that information that customers are receiving is their ability to use that information to help the grid, to have, I've talked before about non-wires solutions, and I have to say that I was a little disappointed, not from your testimony, but from testimony in general from the company. There's a real lack of imagination in terms of non-wire solutions, and I can't help but think that there's a huge opportunity for the information that customers are getting from your proposals in terms of being able to access new technologies, new approaches, to the extent that there's congestion on a feeder. That kind of information is information that they can gain from I'm assuming from some of these programs, and be able to access programs that the company is offering, which is not in the utilities proposals that we're looking at, but I'd like to see some of that. And so that's what I'm sort of suggesting, that there is a huge missed opportunity in the kinds of things that you're doing. And I don't know if you'd like to speak to that.
Yeah. With regards to some of the things that we're proposing here, we're not going to be able to see feeder level information. There's a level of confidentiality with regards to what may be driving
right, but it could be, but rather than specific feeder information, it could be on your green button a red button that says turn off your lights for the next 15 minutes and you're going to receive credits. Or I'm to the extent that you can feed this kind of information to customers and engage them in the process of managing the grid in a way that is sustainable and efficient.
Yeah. So along those lines, and some of that is in our demand response programs. So, but making this information more available will allow them to be able to be more responsive, because there are signals that we do send when we notice that prices that we have issues on our system, and we need customers to lower their demand and be responsive to some of the things that we're seeing. So we do send.
Right, but you don't feed. So that's what. So because and some of the I think the challenge is that there are just different witnesses for different programs.
Right.
But that kind of the information that you're gathering. Even sort of a reference to the demand side management programs that can benefit from this, that can help to engage customers in knowing about these programs.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. And the Green Button Connect program would support exactly what you're talking about, that they can proactively, they can see it for themselves. They can look at the signals they may be receiving if they sign up for the demand demand DSM programs, with us, or if they're trying to manage it manage it themselves, especially if they have solar or other or other forms of generation that may be helpful in making decisions around, do I store it or do I use it? So having that information available on a more real-time basis for customers will do exactly what you're suggesting, facilitate that to be more available to them, whether they do it directly, whether they have a program that they may acquire from a third party to look at some of the things with regards to what may be going on at home or as part of their business. They can make decisions around, when do I operate, or is there a benefit for me to decrease my demand now and shift it later, and they can make some of those benefit and cost determinations on their own to support the grid.
All right, that was really helpful, so thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Turning to the surveys that you've provided in response to OPC's data request 6-1. So what does the company do with the results of these surveys?
Yeah. So we look at, this is the high level data that we take a look at. But we also try to take a look at, sometimes customers provide verbatim information for us to take a look at to understand, like what component, what could we do differently. Some customers offer us suggestions. And some of those things we try to take into account in terms of how do we better respond to customers. Are there tools? We use that information to help prioritize from a customer flight plan perspective. What do we do first? Or, how is that going to be responsive? Providing information in terms of, rates may be high, but if I can reduce my consumption, then my net impact, I can offset that, from a customer perspective. Providing information with regards to, what Energy Star appliances, such that we're long-term, not just, in the moment, but long-term reducing, internal consumption, and to the extent as part of our EE filing that there are rebates or incentives that they can take advantage of. Help them make some of those decisions, making sure that we provide make the information easily available and accessible, such that they can take that into account to figure out what do they want to do next. So when we look at, when we say electric rates are reasonable, what is it that we do? And and it's a tough thing that we have to figure out how to balance rates as well as listening for some of the needs and the desires of our customers, and that's what we try to do on an ongoing basis.
Okay, so the second slide that he talked about, which was the one related to small business customers, which slide 7 with the Pepco key drivers.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm on the right side.
Yeah,
Okay.
I understand. Yeah, so yeah, it's the one that was directed toward small business customers.
Okay.
And it's the one that says key driver trends. And as he remarked, you got relatively high grades for restoring service and being reliable and things like that, and relatively low grades for reasonable rates and things like that. And we can probably surmise why that happened. But I guess I was struck by the one that under management reputation, being well managed, that the scores there were almost as low as what's under the rate, reasonable rate situation. And given the fact that these are small business customers that you're talking to, I mean, I guess this is part of their expertise. So did the company do some outreach to find out why other small business people thought you weren't well managed?
That's one of the programs that we actually have. We're just kicking off now, such that we can have more conversations with those customers. We are a small and medium-sized business, looking at that strategy to figure out what can we do to make sure that we're impacting what we see here. So that's something that we're just kicking off. So I don't have any results for you yet, but that's something that we're kicking off because our intent is not to ignore what's going on with our small and medium-sized business customers, because they're a value part of our community, and we are not going to ignore their interest either.
So I take it you'll be asking them, what other things could you do for them related maybe to efficiency and stuff like, and operations like that?
Whether it's efficiency or as new things develop in the market, how do they participate, in the greener economy? How do they make their business, greener? So understand what their issues are and the concerns so that we can make sure that we put things in place to try to address what may be going on for them, such that we can impact not just the score, but really understanding we're part of the community and we want to make sure that we're a better partner in that.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So,
Your Honor, I neglected to move OPC DR 6-1 for admission into the evidentiary record. I'd like to do that now, if that's okay.
so any
No,
objection?
no objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Thank you.
What's the exhibit number?
So this is OPC Exhibit 6.
6, okay.
Oh.
It's up to you.
That's really organized. You think it's just a big mess in the file.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was going to ask to turn it to the staff. Thank
Exactly
you.
what things are.
It restarts. It's just... Keeping all the exhibits in here.
Okay, sure.
Your Honor, Pepco would call Amber C. Young to the stand. And Your Honor, Ms. Young does have some confidential testimony, so I just want to know for naming conventions, are we naming it, in this case, it would be Exhibit 12. Do we want it 12A or 12C
Well,
for confidential? How would you
Well,
like to do
so
it?
what we did in the BG&E case is and it's kind of up to you. You know, either the public version was A and the confidential version was B, or vice versa. You know, so however you want to do it, as long as we do it consistently. So.
That's fine. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure I'm
Yep.
I'm a rule follower. So
Oh, that's
I
fine.
just want to make sure I'm following the rules, Your Honor. All right. Pepco would call Ms. Young to the stand.
I do.
Ms. Young, would you state your name and business address for the record?
Amber Karina Young, 701 9th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20068.
And what is your position with the company, Ms. Young?
Vice President of Technical Services.
And Ms. Young, have you caused to be filed with the commission your non-confidential direct testimony, which I ask be marked as Pepco Exhibit 12A?
I do.
No, actually, this would be. Yeah, you're right. It is 12A. Yep.
Do you have any corrections or additions you need to make to your direct testimony, 12A, the non-confidential?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you those questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, they would.
Have you also caused to be filed your confidential direct testimony, which I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 12B?
Yes.
And if I asked you those questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, they would.
And with respect to your confidential testimony, did you file an updated Schedule ACY2, which was filed on November 20th, 2023, mail log number 306250?
Yes, I did.
And you made some more information in that filing public. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. With that addition of that particular filing updated ACY2, if I asked you the questions that are contained in the confidential portions of your testimony, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, with that, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibits 12A and 12B.
So admitted.
B is the confidential, Ms. Francis. Sorry.
Is that updated exhibit ACY2, is that going to be a separate exhibit, or is that,
I hadn't planned on it being a separate exhibit.
so does that append to the confidential direct or the public direct?
It appends to the confidential direct, and if you look in the case jacket at item 58, it was filed as confidential, served on all of the parties.
Okay. Thank you, counsel.
Yes, no problem. Ms. Young, have you also caused to be filed your rebuttal testimony, which I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 13?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any corrections or additions that you need to make to that testimony?
Yes, I do have a few corrections.
Okay, can you take us through those corrections, ma'am?
Yes, we'll start on page 15, line 12. We need a space between study and performed.
Okay. Do you have a correction that you need to make on page 16 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, page 16, line 12, replace the capital I with the word in.
So that should read, there is in fact.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. On page 23 at line 8, do you have a correction that you need to make?
Yes, add the word not between would and impact.
And so it should read, a single facility would not impact many customers.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, what line was that?
Line 8, page 23, line 8.
I'm sorry, would you say that one more time?
Yes, page 23, line 8 of her rebuttal testimony, the word not needs to go in between the words right now, would impact, and it would read, would not impact.
Thank you.
Sure. Do you have a correction that you need to make at page 25 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do.
And is that at line 10?
Yes.
And can you tell me what that correction is?
Add an E before especially, so it reads especially.
All right. Page 38 at the top of the page, do you have a correction that you need to make?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the commission what that correction is?
So the summation line should actually be above the $25 million number that's listed there.
Okay. Turning to page 40 and focusing on line 21, do you have a deletion that you need to make there?
Yes, remove the first word, which is greater.
So it would read Sadie value of 250%.
That is correct.
Wait, what was the line?
Line 21, the first word on line 21 is greater. That should be deleted.
I see.
Do you have a correction on page 50, line 13?
Yes, I do.
And what is that correction, ma'am?
Add a space between 29 and included.
And that's on line 13?
That is correct.
Turning to page 58, and I'm focusing there on lines 15 and 16 and 19. Do you have corrections you need to make there?
Yes, I do. So on line 15 in the question, replace staff witness Austin with OPC witness Alvarez.
And on line 16?
Yes, line 16, replace Austin with Alvarez.
And then on line 19?
Yes, replace staff witness Austin with OPC witness Alvarez.
And ma'am, do you have a correction that you need to make on page 64 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, line 10, change capital letter B to the capital letter A.
And how about on line 18?
Yes, change the capital letter C to the capital letter B.
And on
page 65.
Excuse me, Counsel, can we go back over that? We're falling behind here.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What was, we had page 58, changing witness Austin to Alvarez.
Yes.
What was the next one? Page 60?
Page 64, line 10. Change the capital B to an A, so it would read capital A, CME 4R3 PIM.
Okay.
And then I believe Ms. Young said at line 18, delete the capital C and put a capital B in front of the polychlorinated biphenol containing equipment.
Okay, thank you.
And then on page 65, line 7.
Yes, change the capital letter D to the capital letter C.
Okay. And with those corrections, ma'am, if I asked you those questions today, contained in your rebuttal testimony, which has been marked for purposes of identification as Pepco Exhibit 13, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Pepco Exhibit 13, the rebuttal testimony of Amber C. Young.
Your Honor, I have an objection to the correction made in reference to OPC's witness. For my recollection of Mr. Staff Witness Austin's testimony, he does make that recommendation that Ms. Young is referring to there in those two questions. And then there's a subsequent question directed to OPC Witness Stevens. And OPC Witness Stevens also is the OPC witness that is primarily responsible for the discussion in our testimony regarding the Livingston Road battery energy storage system.
So if I may respond to that, there's a direct quote in the answer to that question. We received a data request from the staff pointing out that that was not a direct quote from Mr. Austin's testimony, and upon looking, it's a direct quote from the Stevens and Alvarez testimony, and that's why the changes were made.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Is that right?
No objection.
Okay. All right, with that, so admitted.
Your Honor, may I have opportunity to do some limited live rejoinder?
Sure.
Ms. Young, have you reviewed the surrebuttal testimony of OPC witnesses Stevens and Alvarez?
Yes, I have.
And at page 22, lines 11 through 22 of their surrebuttal testimony, they discuss capital spending governance. Are you familiar with that testimony?
Yes, I am.
Does Pepco's capital spending governance provide guidance on whether a project is needed and when the project should move forward?
Yes, we do provide guidance on when a project is needed and when it should move forward. And if I could direct you to my direct testimony at page 18, there's a figure on there, figure 1. It's Pepco's technical review process, and there are phases within that process where leaders across the organization have an opportunity to really challenge the project and provide guidance on if a project is needed and if it should move forward. And so at the onset of a need being identified, Pepco's engineers, project managers come together to talk through the project, the scope of work, any alternatives, the need date, and get guidance and be able to present their projects at different levels within the process. So it starts at that project scoping challenge process where you have an opportunity for senior managers in the organization to review, provide guidance on if the project is needed and if it should move forward. It later advances into the asset investment committee where a cross-functional group of senior managers have an opportunity to also provide guidance on the project, really taking a hard look at the technical scope of work, understanding the benefits, and given any approvals, it would move forward to the project concurrence committee, where senior leaders in the organization have the opportunity to review that, provide guidance on the project. And so an example of this, could be a capacity overload on the system where we need to identify a solution to mitigate that. And it could be anywhere from a new substation, transformers, feeders, any kind of reconductor, but we also consider non-wires alternatives, inclusive of a BESS device or a microgrid, understanding what that might look like, and then the need and the guidance on if the project is needed and if it should move forward is given through those phases.
Can you explain, focusing on page 23, lines 1 through 4 of the Stevens and Alvarez rebuttal testimony, can you explain if projects are ever rejected or deferred at the project concurrence review?
Yes, so I walked through what that process looks like for approvals, right? And so where you see the projects being rejected or deferred, and where we see that is really in that the technical scope challenge process. That's where you really get that's where we see the projects getting rejected and deferred. By the time it makes it up through the AIC committee, the project concurrence committee, it's a really vetted alternative. It's been challenged, it's supported, and those are the projects where you see them move forward.
Okay, and when a project gets to the project concurrence stage, which is the project concurrence decks are attached in ACY2, has that process already been thoroughly vetted?
Yes. So the projects have been thoroughly vetted by the time it makes it to the PCC process.
And are there projects, if you know, before they get to the project concurrence stage that are rejected or deferred?
Yeah, it happens in that technical scope challenge process.
Want to shift gears at page 26, lines 1 through 4 of the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Stevens and Alvarez. They state that Pepco has not controlled its capital expenditures, as seen in the fact that no investor-owned utility has a higher rate base per customer than Pepco. Do you agree?
I don't agree with that, and there's a couple reasons why I don't agree with it. So Pepco is unique, and the makeup and the topology of Pepco is unique in that we have a 69 kV sub-transmission system. It is a very robust system. It is designed that way. There are a lot of customers served off of there. So typically what you see in most utilities, either they don't have a sub-transmission system, or they don't have it as robust as we have it. So for 69 kV in most utilities, it's actually included in their transmission rates, which is not what's captured in that chart. Additionally, when you look at the utilities across the country, Maryland has service quality and reliability standards that exist, and we have an obligation to meet that, and that is not consistent across the board as well.
Changing again at page 29, lines 3 through 8 of the Stevens and Alvarez testimony, they discuss the fact that on a lot of projects, Pepco does not do a BCA. Can you explain why Pepco doesn't do a BCA for projects that are within the normal scope of Pepco's business?
Yes. So we have an obligation to serve. We have an obligation to provide safe and reliable service to our employees, to our customers, and we have an obligation to provide safety, maintain the safety of our employees as well. So the projects that we're bringing forward are really required to meet just that. So that is why we do not have a cost of benefit analysis on those projects.
Are you aware of whether or not the commission does have a working group looking into the issue of benefit cost analysis?
Yes, it is my understanding that there is a working group looking at cost of benefit analysis.
And is Pepco, if you know, does Pepco participate in that working group?
Yes, and we are participating.
Want to shift gears again. A question about the rebuttal testimony of Mr. B. Oliver. Have you reviewed that rebuttal testimony as it relates to your testimony?
Yes, I have.
And in the rebuttal testimony at page 3, lines 3 through 6, Mr. Oliver states that the differences between the composition of Pepco's actual expenditures for calendar year 2022 and the capital expenditures that Pepco presented for review by the commission and the parties in case number 9655 are dramatic. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't agree with that statement, and I'll help you all understand why that is. If you look at that chart in detail, what it depicts is the project descriptions and the project data that was submitted as part of MYP1. Of course, we got an order from that provided guidance and recommendations on how to move forward with it. So where you don't see spending is where we were guided not to spend. So projects were inclusive of the 69 kV. We had 13 projects where we were guided not to spend. White Flint and the associated projects there. Additionally, we were also, recommended to and given a budget to proceed on our projects, right? But year over year, there are emergent items that come up. We have an opportunity to really look at and make adjustments to our plan. And the MYP provides that structure for us and framework for us to be able to do that. And so that's why you see the differences there.
Were you here this morning when there were questions from the bench regarding what Pepco has learned from the previous order in 9655 and changes that Pepco has made?
Yes.
And does your testimony set out and discuss in your area of responsibility specific areas that Pepco took into account from the MYP order in 9655 and the previous BG&E order?
Yes, there are a couple things that I'll mention and I'll point to. So on page 20 of my direct testimony, we talked through the priority group. That's a direct recommendation and feedback from the MYP1. Additionally, the removal of contingency dollars was taken out of this case. From a PCC DEC perspective, we changed the process to really go through and talk through the benefits that it brings, whether it be customer benefits, any business benefits, societal and environmental benefits are now discussed in detail at those project concurrence meetings. We also, I mentioned White Flint and the 69 kV projects being removed from the last MYP. So in terms of White Flint, really making sure particularly when looking at capacity expansion type projects, making sure we understand the load projections, having that full level of detail, getting support and load letters from the customers that are projecting to connect to our grid and what that looks like having that full understanding and bringing that forward. So you see that outlined in my direct testimony as well. Additionally, with the 69 kV, there were 13 projects. The feedback was that was a large scope of work. We really took a hard look at, well, what do we need on our system to be able to provide and maintain that safe, reliable power? And so we scaled the scope of projects back based on that.
With that, Your Honor, I would tender Ms. Young for cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Young.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to please focus on your rebuttal testimony, and I'm going to start at page 16, and I'd like you to begin by taking a look at the question number 26 and the answer on lines 1 through 23. If you just want to refresh your recollection of that. Tell me when you're ready, please.
Okay.
Now, on lines 9 and 10 of page 16 of your rebuttal, you assert that, quote, the MYP process has better sharpened the company's distribution planning process, budgeting, and project oversight, end quote. Am I correct that you cite no factual evidence that you or other Pepco witnesses have presented to support that claim?
No, I would not agree with that.
Okay, could you point me to where in the record you or any other witness has provided factual evidence that this process has better sharpened the company's distribution planning, budgeting, and project oversight?
So what I just walked through with Rejoinder is also included in my direct testimony, and that is consistent with the capital budget process conversation. Additionally, and I can point you to the page that it's on.
Please.
So it starts on page 16 of my direct testimony.
What line?
So you can start at line 4.
Okay, but, and I've reviewed this prior to your taking the stand. What you are explaining here is the process that the company has gone through, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but these are not facts which shows that your planning has sharpened from what it was in 9655, has it?
Okay, so I can also point you to page 24, line 12. There I talk through the improvements to the LRP process, which is inclusive of the distribution planning process, and there are specifics that we can walk through.
Okay, I'm
So,
sorry. Take that line again, I'm sorry.
so it's page 24, line 12.
Okay, again, these are actions that you've taken. In other words, it says here on line 14, the company seeks continuous improvements. I understand that. That is not factual, the type of factual support that I'm looking for when I ask you the question. I'm looking for factual support in the results, in showing that the results are better than or have been sharpened. Not the changes you've made to your planning process, or that you're in the process of changing your planning process. I'm looking for facts presented in the case that shows the result is a more sharpened distribution planning and budgeting process.
I'm not sure that there's something else that I can point to. So I've pointed here. I don't know that there's something else that I can point to.
Thank you. Okay. Now, at page 16, lines 13 through 15 of your rebuttal, you cite the testimony.
Can you point me to the page again?
Okay, page 16, just where we were, lines 13 through 15 of your rebuttal testimony. You cite the testimony of staff witness Austin, who you characterized as finding, quote, for the most part, found the variances between the company's prior forecasts and its actual expenditures to be reasonable, unquote. You see that?
Give me a second to read it. Yes, I do see it.
Okay. Would you accept that staff witness Austin's evaluation is premised on, quote, categories of capital expenditures as opposed to projects-by-project comparisons of actual and budgeted costs?
No, I would not.
Okay.
And so what I would point to is the annual information filings that we do, and which was also included as an attachment to witness Lemming's testimony, which details project by project specifically what the variances are.
I recognize your answer, and I know it's in your AIF, but my question went to, you quoted witness Austin. So I am asking you, in regard to witness Austin's testimony, would you accept that staff witness Austin's evaluation that you quote is premised on categories of capital expenditures as opposed to project-by-project comparisons of actual and budgeted costs?
I'm going to object. It's asked and answered. That's the same question. She provided her answer and her understanding of what was in the testimony and pointed to our AIF and Roger Austin's testimony.
Your Honor, she did point me to the AIF, but my question went specifically to witness Austin's testimony, which she quoted in her testimony on lines 14 and 15, and she did not answer the question. Yes, it was asked a second time because her answer went to the company's AIF filing, and my question only focused on witness Austin's filing, which she cited.
You can answer the question to the best you can, given your information.
Your Honor, maybe it would make it easier. I could show you a copy of witness Austin's testimony, and I could ask the question again. Would you like that?
I don't think that's going to change my response.
Okay. Well, in that case, that's her answer.
So staff witness Austin had access to all the data to be able to make a determination on the variances that existed, including our annual information filings.
Do you know what staff Austin's evaluation is premised on? Do you know the answer to that?
I would repeat that we provided all the data to be able to make that determination.
I'm sorry, say that.
We provided the data to within this process to be able to, for him to be able to make that decision. So I can't speak to that.
But you quoted him in your testimony. Can I refresh your recollection with a copy of witness Austin's testimony?
You can hand me the testimony.
I have a complete copy in the room. The reference portion is highlighted. It's on page 7, and I do have a complete copy of his testimony in the room.
Which testimony is it?
This is
Ms.
witness
Francis?
Austin's direct.
Is Austin's direct.
At
Okay.
page 7, lines 7 through 9.
Okay.
Now, after you've had a chance to read it, I will restate my question.
Okay.
Have you finished?
Yes.
Okay. Would you accept that staff witness Austin's evaluation is premised on, quote, categories of capital expenditures, unquote, as opposed to project-by-project comparisons of actual and budgeted costs?
So I agree that's what's listed here, but I would just reaffirm that he had all the data to be able to make a full evaluation by project.
Okay. Could you get me my papers? Thank you. Now, I would like you to focus on page 16 of your testimony. Again, please take
My rebuttal or?
of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Right now, I'm sticking with your rebuttal.
Okay.
Okay. On page 16, lines 19 through 20 of your rebuttal testimony, that testimony suggests that the MYP process, quote, holds the company accountable to project budgets, unquote, and provides incentives to ensure that projects are completed within the project budgets. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Would you accept that, in fact, under the current process, there are only financial disincentives to the company for over forecasting if another party can demonstrate that the costs actually incurred are not prudent expenditures?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Your testimony suggests, page 16, lines 19 through 20, that the MYP process holds the company accountable to project budgets and provides incentives to ensure that projects are completed within the project budgets. Would you accept that under the current process, there are only financial disincentives to the company for over forecasting those costs if another party can demonstrate that the costs incurred did not constitute prudent expenditures?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think there are, we have a credibility we have an obligation to be able to meet our budgets. It would impact our credibility to come back if we can't do this over and over again. So I would not say it's just a financial disincentive.
Can you cite for me any instance in which the company's over-forecasting of cost for a project has resulted in a disallowance of cost recovery?
I don't know any. And that would be a better question for witness Lemming.
Now, since you addressed witness Bruce Olivers in your rebuttal testimony, can I assume that you have reviewed his testimony and the content of Schedule BRO-1 that is attached to his direct testimony? And to refresh your recollection, I will give you a copy of BRO Exhibit 1.
I have this. I have it.
Yes, you do.
Your Honor, since I'm going to ask some questions on this, I think I should, even though it can be admitted to evidence when Mr. Oliver takes the stand, it is included in his direct testimony. I think I should mark this as an exhibit for discussion purposes.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to mark what is labeled Schedule BRO-1, pages 1 and 2, as AOBA Exhibit 3.
So, Mark?
Please refresh your recollection of Schedule BRO-1, pages 1 and 2, and tell me when you're ready.
Okay.
Taking a look at Schedules BRO-1 and BR pages 1, scratch that, Schedule BRO-1, pages 1 and 2. Would you accept that there are significant numbers of projects identified in Schedule BRO-1 attached to AOBA witness Bruce Oliver's direct testimony that reflect large variations from the company's budgeted costs for the projects that were filed in case 9655?
Yes, and just to kind of repeat what I shared in my rejoinder questioning, a large reason for those variances is really due to the outcome of the first MYP. So the projects that you see here, they're White Flint, they're the 1369 kV projects, they're the smart streetlight project, where we did not get support to move forward with those projects. Additionally, it doesn't account for the fact that, emergent events happen. So you see, increases in spending in areas of corrective maintenance is one of them, where events happen, storms happen, significant events happen that just cause us to have to readjust our budgets.
Am I correct that nothing in your rebuttal testimony or the rebuttal testimony of any other Pepco witness challenges the accuracy of the information and calculations presented by AOBA witness Bruce Oliver in Schedule BRO-1?
I can speak to my testimony, and it does not.
Now we're going to shift gears, and we're going to move on in your testimony, your rebuttal testimony, to page 54, question 104, and the answer on 104, lines 14 through 18. Please take a moment and refresh your recollection.
You said question 104 lines.
Line starting on line 14.
Okay.
And going to line 18.
Okay. Okay, I've read it.
In your answer, which starts at line 16 on page 54, you reference the information on which the company has based its anticipated need to increase the level of investment in new customer connections. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, the first item you reference is the basis for the company's anticipated need to increase its level of investment in new customer connections is, quote, known customer requests, unquote. How are such requests received by the company?
Yes, so they come into our new business organization directly, and it is handled within that organization.
I assume they file some sort of an application?
Yes.
Can I assume that customer requests for new or upgraded service connections are segregated between residential customers and requests for commercial customers?
Yes.
How far in advance of the customer's required start of service are requests for new residential service connections typically received by Pepco for its Maryland service territory?
Unfortunately, I don't know the specifics.
I mean, would it be between 6 and 12 months? Or you have no idea?
I don't know for sure. I don't want to misspeak or misrepresent.
Okay. How far in advance of the customer's required start of service are requests for new commercial service connections typically received by Pepco for its Maryland service territory?
I don't know.
Are you personally familiar with Pepco's general terms and conditions for its Maryland service territory and the requirements specified therein for applications for service and service connections?
I don't have the specifics of that.
Are you generally familiar with it?
I understand that they exist.
Does your understanding of the Pepco's general terms and conditions for its Maryland service territory include anything but knowing that, quote, they exist, anything in addition to knowing that there are such general terms and conditions out there?
So, no.
Prior to your development for new commercial service connections, had you received, when I say you, I mean Pepco, have you received any request for new services that would begin in 2027?
I don't know without confirming.
Do you know if you've received any new commercial service connections that would begin in 2026?
Again, I don't know without confirming.
If I asked you the same question for 2025?
Yes, so I personally do not know. Like, that information comes to the new business organization who sets and supports the budget and plans.
Do you know if the company's Maryland General Service conditions specify how far in advance of a requested start date for service the new service connection must be submitted?
I do not know.
How many residential service connections requests had Pepco received for new residential service to commence in the 12 months ended March 2025 at the time the company's projected budgets for the rate years in this proceeding were developed?
I don't know the specific number. I don't know.
How many new residential service requests had Pepco received for new residential requests for service to commence in the 12 months ended March 2026 at the time the company's projected budgets for the rate years in this proceeding were developed?
Again, that information would come directly to the new business team. I don't have that.
At the time the company's projected budgets for the rate years in this proceeding were developed, how many new commercial service connection requests had Pepco received for service to commence in the 12 months ended March 2025?
I don't have that either.
At the time the company's projected budgets for the rate years in this proceeding were developed, how many residential service connections requests had Pepco received for new residential requests for service to commence within the proposed extended rate year 3 between the end of March 2027 and the end of December 2027?
I don't have that level of detail with me.
Am I correct that nowhere in this proceeding have you documented the known customer requests for new residential service and/or known customer requests for new commercial service connections by rate year that were available at the time the company's capital expenditure budgets in this case were developed?
I do not have that in my direct testimony.
And it's not in any other testimony that you filed, correct?
Not in testimony.
Okay. Can you cite me to any other witness in this proceeding in which that information was put forth in the record?
So it would have come through me. I am the witness to speak to new business connections. That said, when the requests come in, it comes into the new business team. They work through and understand the historical interconnections that we have on the system. They also work through and understand the known interconnection request. I don't have them specifically on them with me today, so I can't speak to them, but that comes in directly to that team, and that's utilized in order to make a decision on the budgets that are being developed.
So while that information comes through you, it was not presented in anything that you have filed in this proceeding?
No, it has not.
Now, your rebuttal testimony at page 54, lines 16 through 18, also references anticipated customer demand for new services and historical performance as part of the basis for Pepco's anticipated need for increased levels of investment to provide new and upgraded services for residential and commercial customers. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that your filed testimony and schedules in this case provide no forecast or estimates of the numbers of new residential and commercial service requests the company anticipated for each rate year when the company's proposed capital budgets for this proceeding were developed?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Page 54 of your rebuttal, lines 16 through 18, also references, quote, anticipated customer demand for new services, end quote, and, quote, historical performance, end quote, as part of the basis for Pepco's anticipated need for increased levels of investment to provide new and upgraded services for residential and commercial customers. Am I correct that your filed testimony and schedules in this proceeding provide no forecast or estimate of the numbers of new residential and commercial service requests the company anticipated for each rate year when the company's proposed capital budgets for this proceeding were developed?
Yes, so my testimony does not have that information in it. Again, if I could point you to the historical, you referenced the historical performance. The spending in those categories have been included and have been filed and can be referenced.
I'm sorry.
The spending on historical spend for new business has been included.
Has been included where?
Well, annual information filings is one of them.
In the annual information filing for rate year 1 or rate year 2, or both?
For both years.
Okay. But that's not included in part of your testimony, in any part of your testimony?
No, it is not in my testimony.
Now, can you point the commission to where within your filed testimony and schedules you have documented the historical performance you reference in your statement on page 54, lines 16 through 18 of your rebuttal testimony?
So in the annual information filings, there are new business categories that were included in there. It was under ITN 75096, new business residential, 75097, new business commercial. Those were attached to witness Lemming's testimony.
Okay. And that has to do with his historical performance in witness Lemming's testimony. Which exhibit, please?
RTL-10.
RTL-10. Thank you. Am I correct that nothing in the direct or rebuttal testimony and schedules that you have filed in this proceeding demonstrates any relationship between your budgeted costs for new business connections and your historic actual costs for such activities?
So that is also included in RTL-10.
Okay. Do all new customers require new service connections?
Can you repeat that question?
Do all new customers require new service connections?
So no, depends on the new infrastructure. If you're moving into a home that already exists, it doesn't require a new interconnection or a building that already exists.
Am I correct that you have provided no information in your filed testimony and schedules regarding the numbers of residential customers that the company expects to require new service connections during each year of the proposed MYP?
I don't have that in my direct or rebuttal.
Am I correct that you have provided no information in your filed testimony and schedules regarding the numbers of commercial customers that the company expects to require new service connections during each year of the proposed MYP?
I don't have that
in your testimony.
in my testimony.
Could you identify where in your direct or rebuttal testimonies, in this case, where you have described in detail the methods the company has used to estimate the cost of new commercial customer connections for each year of the proposed MYP?
I don't have that laid out in my testimony.
Now, I'd like you to please focus on your schedule ACY-1 attached to your direct testimony. Now, I'm just going to focus on a few pages of that. Tell me when you have it ready.
I have it up.
But before we go forward, Ms. Young, is this test schedule confidential?
I don't believe so,
No.
Counsel. It's, I'm looking at the public version of her testimony.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
And AC1 doesn't seem to have any redactions.
Doesn't mark it. And I am going to be focused on, Mr. McKeel, pages 33 of 120, 39 of 120, 85 and 86 of 120. I don't believe any of that is confidential.
Fair enough.
Can
Thank you.
Okay.
Just wanted to check.
Tell me when you're ready.
33. I also wanted to point out just for the new business interconnections, I just want to make sure they're also included in ACY-1 in my testimony as well. The spend in 21 and 22.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little bit louder? I can't hear you.
So the spend in 21 and 22 for new business interconnections are also included in ACY-1.
Okay, can you give me a specific site to it?
Yes, so page 66.
Mm-hmm.
Page 65.
excuse me, are you talking about page 66 of 120 and page 65 of 120? So I'll make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Give me 1 second. Actually, page 86 of 120 and page 85. Thank you.
Okay, so we're no longer talking about page 65 and 66?
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong page number.
Okay. Well, I've had pages 85 and 86 attached to, oh, well.
Yeah, so the confusion is there are two page numbers. At the top of the page, it's got schedule page 86 of 120 on ACY1, and then at the bottom of the page, it says page 66. Just to clear up the confusion, so we should be going by the top of the schedule numbering.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm scratching the page 66 and 65 reference, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, let's look first on page 33 of 120, 33 at the top of the page in Schedule ACY-1. And that indicates that, quote, other non-labor is driven by
Can you give me 1 second to get there? You said 33?
Correct. Has yellow and pink on it.
Okay.
You have it?
Yes.
Line 11 on page 33 of 120 in Schedule ACY-1 indicates that, quote, other non-labor is driven by contributions in aid of construction or moves, CIAC/CIAM, and fleet transportation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm afraid I need a little help in understanding that explanation. Please tell me, what are the moves that are referenced in that explanation?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, second, again in that line, I am familiar with CIAC. I always thought that meant contributions in aid of construction. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Okay. However, I am not familiar with the acronym CIAM. Am I correct that your filed testimony and schedules in this proceeding provide no definition for the acronym CIAM?
So it does actually provide it. It says cost in aid of moves. That's what CIAM stands for. The or is the slash mark, so CIAM, cost in aid of moves.
Cost, say,
Excuse me, is that
I'm sorry.
contribution?
Contribution, thank you. Contribution in aid of moves.
Now, am I correct that you provide no indication of the portions of the dollar amounts by year that are shown on line 11, page 33 of 120 in Schedule ACY-1 that comprise CIAC?
Can you repeat your question?
Am I correct that you provide no indication of the portions of the dollar amounts by year that are shown on line 11 on page 33 of 120 in Schedule ACY-1 that comprise CIAC?
Yeah, that is correct.
would you accept that the reference to contributions in aid of construction on line 11, page 33 of 120, in Schedule ACY-1, is the only place in your direct testimony and schedules in which either the phrase contributions in aid of construction or the acronym CIAC can be found?
I'm going to object. I mean, she has hundreds of pages of testimony, and for Ms. Francis to say is CIAC in another page, I just don't think it's a fair
Your
question.
Honor, it is a fair question. This is her area of responsibility. CIAC, as I will get to further in my cross, is a critical component of what Pepco asks for in its future budgets. It goes through her department. I am only asking her if there's any other discussion in her testimony that references CIAC or CIAM.
So we're talking about her word testimony, not the schedules and...
Well, if she knows for a schedule, I happen to find it in this schedule.
Well, I
You
understand,
know,
but it's the idea of every single reference is...
well, if the witness doesn't know.
I understand. So within your word testimony, not the schedules and all that, is there any other
Yes,
that
so
you're aware of?
page 55 of my rebuttal testimony, I share that the cost per customer is not the sum of the cost of the project, but the cost shared to the contributions in aid of construction, also known as kayak, which is what is paid by the customer. The other portion is Pepco cost to provide facilities to enable customers.
Okay, we're on page 55. Just give me, I see the line, are you talking about line 6?
Line 6.
Thank you. Now, Your Honor, I'm going to have an exhibit marked for the record. This is for the witness. Oh, give this to the witness too, Matt.
Thank you.
Your Honor, what I just passed out for the witness is Appendix 1. It is from Pepco's formal case number 1156, which was the first MYP case in the District of Columbia. I would like to have this Appendix 1 marked as an exhibit as AOBA Exhibit 4.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. This is a District of Columbia document in a separate case. I think if you'd let me voir dire my witness, I'll ask her if she's seen this document, if she's involved in the District of Columbia case. I don't think it's appropriate to stick documents in front of my witness when she may not know what that is, and I don't understand how a document from a District of Columbia case is relevant.
Your Honor, let me just mark the exhibit and say what I'm going to use it for.
Okay.
And then we can take the objection.
All right,
Just,
that's fine.
Okay. I would just like to mark it as
No
AOBA
mark.
Exhibit 4. Okay. And I also gave you a copy, the full copy. I have copies for others if they want it. Full copy of the March 31st, 2023. It comes from a filing in formal case 1156, the District of Columbia. I'm sorry?
I'll get it.
Yeah, here. I'm not going to mark that as an exhibit because I don't plan on using it. Just an explanation of where the Appendix 1 came from.
Whose exhibit was this in the Pepco case?
It was a filing by the company. It's signed by Elizabeth Morgan Downs O'Donnell. So this was a filing made by the company in the District of Columbia by no specific witness.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
In this annual information filing.
Your Honor, she's laid the well, first of all, she hasn't laid the foundation. She's
That's what
marked
I'm
the
about
exhibit.
to do.
So, actually, so let her finish her point, and then I'll come back to you. Promise.
Okay. This is from an annual information filing filed in the District of Columbia. The points that I'm going to be addressing are not specifically for the application of the specific numbers to Maryland. However, why this is important is because what my cross of the next several questions would show would be how much money and variance is involved with contributions in aid of construction, where we have that information which is not found anywhere in this case. So Pepco speaks, and I think I think Commissioner Suchman made reference to it this morning. OPC and AOBA talk about a lack of transparency. We see these numbers for the District of Columbia, but in this Maryland proceeding, they did not show any contributions in aid of construction information. We don't know how much the company assumed. We don't know how they got to whatever number it was that they assumed. What the information, the only information we see in regard to it is that it's netted out before Pepco showed us their budget numbers. And they don't show how much they netted out and how they got to that amount. Now, it's my understanding that all of the budgets go through Ms. Young's department. And she speaks about known customer additions, anticipated customer additions. These CIAC numbers, they're substantial. The variances we see are substantial. I am only referring to CIAC in the District of Columbia as an explanation, and looking for an explanation for the variances, and reported 30% variances, where they say CIAC is a primary driver of variances. But that's all hidden from us in this case. It's non-existent. And that's why I was bringing up this cross-examination. Because we don't have it here, and I have it there.
So,
Well, just a couple things on that. First of all, what goes on in the District of Columbia is not relevant to the cost of the service here in the state of Maryland. Secondly, I don't believe that this witness is familiar with these documents. It was filed by Ms. Downs. Third, if AOBA had deigned to issue one data request on the topic of, kayak information and asked us, what is the information, where is it, we would have provided that in discovery. And now here we are at the hearing after 5 months of discovery where AOBA slept on its rights not to ask these questions, and they're sticking a document in front of my witness that I assume she's never seen before. I'd like to voir dire my witness to establish that she's not familiar with this document and she's not involved in the DC proceeding, Your Honor. I object.
right. So before we get to that, I think all the points that you raised about the inadequacies of the company's presentation, you can make either through your witness later on in this case or in the brief, but not through this witness on cross today.
Okay. Just give me a minute to go through my notes.
Sure.
Okay. Would you agree with me that knowledge of anticipated and actual contributions in aid of construction revenues by project is essential for any effort by the Commission or other parties in this case to evaluate the reasonableness and prudence of Pepco's budgeted and actual expenditures for new business connections?
No, so we have not included kayak costs in my testimony, so they have been removed from any budgets.
I understand that. My question went to, would you agree that knowledge of anticipated and actual CIAC revenues is essential for this commission and other parties to evaluate the reasonableness and prudence of Pepco's budgeted and actual expenditures for new business connections?
I don't agree.
Why don't you agree?
So I don't agree because what we're bringing forward are the costs that's associated with to actually build the new business interconnection, not the cost of that kayak brings. We're not looking to seek recovery on it. It is not needed in order to make a determination on the new business interconnections.
But kayak revenues are revenues to the company, correct?
That's a better question for witness Lemming.
You don't know whether...
I don't know.
Do you know what a contribution in aid of construction is?
I do, but
please tell me.
That is a better question for witness Lemming.
Just tell me, to your knowledge, what is a contribution in aid of construction?
So it's dollars given in order to, that's needed in order to build the project from the customer.
It is a company request for dollars from the customer? Is that what it is? I don't understand what you're saying. Maybe you could just say it differently.
So the contribution in aid to actually construct it, the cost that's included in order to construct the project is how I understand it.
The cost for whom?
The cost to actually construct the project.
So you're saying a contribution in aid of construction is the cost to the customer of the entire cost to build the project?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then I don't
So that's the
understand.
cost that is provided, added. It's not the full cost of the project, but a cost that is necessary from the customer in order to support the build.
Cost that is determined, that's necessary by whom?
I'm going to object at this point, Your Honor. It's been asked and answered numerous times, and this witness is not the regulatory accounting witness. That's Mr. Lemming, and Ms. Young indicated that Mr. Lemming would have the answer to that question.
Your Honor, may I respond? I think it's critical that this witness does not know, because obviously revenues are coming in from the customer. Obviously, the company needs these revenues or requests these revenues before it approves a project. The company determines the amount of revenues that come in from contributions of native construction, or it's not going to be a new service connection. There are pages that addresses this in the Maryland General Terms and Conditions, and the company somehow nets them out before its budgets are set. Well, if the company determines those budgets and they're too high, what happens to that money? Does it get netted out with the rest of the budget? Does it get returned to the customer? Where are those dollars, and are they substantial?
Well, you've gotten an answer from this witness of her knowledge of that question and a reference to an upcoming witness for the company that apparently can give you the answer you're looking for. So I suggest we move on.
Okay, let's look at page 39 of your ACY-1. Let's focus on You see the chart at the top of the page?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And it's labeled New Business Connections, Pepco?
Yes.
Okay, and under that section, we find what appear to be actual dollar amounts for 2021 and 2022, as well as budgeted dollar amounts for 2023 through 2027. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Am I correct that there's nothing in this discussion which follows in this section that indicates whether the amounts shown are before or after recognition of construction activities that have been or will be funded through CIAC contributions?
It is not referenced in the document.
Now, looking at the budgeted dollar amount shown for the years 2024 through 2027, am I correct that the dollar amount shown are in thousands of dollars?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you accept that the budgeted dollar amount for 2024 reflects considerably more than an inflation-based increase over the highest of the prior 3 years?
Can you say that question again?
Would you accept that the budgeted amount for 2024, that's the $48,255,000, reflects considerably more than an inflation-based increase over the highest of the prior 3 years?
I don't have a calculator to be able to really calculate that, but the highest of the prior 3 years is 42,000, and you go to 2024 and it's 48.
It's 42 million, you mean,
I'm
right?
sorry, 42 million,
That's okay,
correct.
42 million, okay. And that represents an increase of $5.4 million, would you agree? $48 over the 42 million. About $5.4 million, correct?
No, that's not. I think it's 3.4.
I subtracted 42,855,000 from 48,255,000, and I get 5.4 million. Could you check that? Shall I make this easy? Would you accept, subject to check, that $48,255,000, which is your budgeted amount for 2024, minus your actual amount for 2022 of $42,855,000 is $5.4 million, subject to check?
Yes, yes.
Would you accept, subject to check, that that is an increase of 12.6%?
Subject to check. I can't do that.
Would you accept, subject to check, that the amount shown for 2025 budget, that's the $52,704,000, represents a 9.2% increase over the budgeted amount for 2024 of $48,255,000? Subject to check?
Yeah, I can't say without doing the calculation.
Somebody have a calculator we could lend her?
I just asked, would you accept it subject to check?
Subject to check.
Yeah, so,
Now, please turn to pages 85 and 86. Of Schedule ACY1. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. On pages 85 and 86 of ACY-1, you present actual and budgeted capital expenditures for 4 new business connections projects. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you talk about project number 75096, new business residential. You talk about project 75097, project new business commercial. Project 75098, new business streetlights. And project 75099, narrowband network commercial. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In the write-up for new business connection projects mentions on pages 85 and 86 of Schedule ACY1, am I correct that there is no mention of the dollar amounts of CIAC revenues the company has received or expects to receive from those projects?
Yes,
I don't object. It's been asked and answered.
well, she can answer it, so go ahead.
yes, it does not include it, and as I mentioned, kayak has been removed from the dollars.
Am I correct that in your filed testimony and schedules in this proceeding, you provide no information regarding the numbers of new commercial service connections that Pepco inspects to install in each of the years for which you show budgeted costs for commercial new business connections in Schedule ACY-1?
That is correct.
Do your filed testimony and schedules in this proceeding provide any information regarding the numbers of requests for heavy-up of commercial service connections that Pepco expects to install in each of the years for which you show budgeted costs in ACY1?
What's the question again?
Do your filed testimony and exhibits in this proceeding provide any information on the numbers of requests for heavy-up of commercial service connections that Pepco expects to install in each of the years for which you show budgeted costs in your ACY-1?
No, I don't have the specific numbers in here.
I'm sorry?
I do not have the specific numbers in here.
Okay. Now, Schedule ACY-1, page 85 of 120, provides a, quote, problem statement, unquote, for project 75097, new business commercial. You see that?
New business connections?
New business commercial. The bottom of page 85.
Yes.
Okay. That's project 75097. And that references existing commercial customers that require heavy-ups. Where in your filed testimony and exhibits have you documented either the numbers of anticipated heavy-ups that Pepco expects to install for existing commercial customers in each budget year, or the cost of commercial customer heavy-ups that are included in the cited budget amounts for each year?
I don't have that number laid out in my testimony.
Do you know if under the provisions of Maryland's general terms and conditions, when a customer requests a heavy-up of an existing service, most of the cost of such a heavy-up must be paid by the customer in the form of contributions in aid of construction before work is started on the construction of that heavy-up?
Repeat the question.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Am I correct that under the provisions of Pepco's Maryland General Terms and Conditions, when a customer requests a heavy-up of an existing service, most of those costs of such a heavy-up must be paid by the customer in the form of a contribution in aid of construction before work is started on the construction of that heavy-up?
Subject to check.
I'm sorry?
I said subject to check.
Okay. Could you please tell me, when Pepco does its budgeting for new business connections for future years, how are determinations made regarding the portions of cost for new installations that will be offset by kayak revenues?
So I can speak to how what goes into it, and that's consistent with what you pointed me to in my testimony. I don't have the specifics of the kayak, and we have removed it from any cost that we're asking for.
Are you able to tell me how the determinations are made, the process regarding how the portions of cost for these new installations that will be offset by kayak revenues?
I don't have the specifics. No, I don't.
I'm not asking you for specifics. I'm asking you for the process this time.
So I don't have that.
Okay. To conclude my cross, Your Honor, I'm just going to move some data responses into the record. Your Honor, I'm handing the witness a copy of Pepco's responses to OPC data requests in this proceeding, case 9702, that include Pepco's responses to OPC data requests 6-69, 22-6, and 40-5.
I got them. Thank you, Fran.
Ms. Young, do you see that Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as one exhibit as AOBA exhibit, am I at 5?
5,
Now,
yes.
actually, I think you're at 4 because we got rid of your 4 exhibit.
I
didn't
thought
wa-
she marked
It
4.
was marked, but
I
it
think
was
we
not
marked
admitted.
it. I'm not going to move it into.
Okay, all right. So then you're up to 5. Yeah. So
Could you take a moment, Ms. Young, and take a look at these responses?
Okay.
Are you the sponsor of data request numbers, data request
Yes.
6-69, 22-6, and 40-5?
Yes.
And are those responses true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, it is.
I missed one question that I just have to go back to for a moment. Could you please tell me, what is a contribution in aid of a move?
So that's the one I said it's a move. I believe it's associated with a customer moving to a different location, but it's already an existing customer.
It's an existing customer
So it's a move.
that moves someplace else,
Cost an aid to move to a new location. Yes.
and then the customer has to pay money for that
Yes.
to Pepco.
Yes.
And are you able to tell me how that amount is determined that the customer pays to Pepco?
I cannot tell you the specifics of how that's determined.
Now, last question. Looking at your rebuttal testimony, page 65. Page 65, lines 8 through 14. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
And on page 65, lines 8 through 14, you address the company's proposed GHG PIM metric, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. What you're actually stating is that the company will continue to track its GHG metric even if no PIM for GHG reductions is approved by the commission?
That is well, we have removed the PIM altogether, but that is correct. We're going to continue to track it.
Okay. You're tracking the GHG metric?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have. Can I wait to move my exhibits till before the witness leaves the witness stand? I just want to go through my exhibits, see what I want in evidence. I know I want to move AOBA Exhibit 5.
Okay.
I think you've only got out of the.
I mean, the only thing is, I see left is
Is
Exhibit
Exhibit
3, which was the schedule from Bruce Oliver's testimony.
The schedule from Bruce Oliver's testimony, that I'm not moving in because
Okay,
I have to wait
so-
for he takes the stand. And Exhibit 4, I think you determined that I was not
Right.
moving that in.
Yeah. So the only thing that's left is 5.
5. I'd like to move in AOBA Exhibit 5.
Oh, no objection.
Okay. So admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the witness has been up there for 2 hours. I don't know if she needs a break, or the court reporter. If not, we can go on. I'm ready.
Yeah, yeah. So, well, actually, do you need a break? Let's start with you. You're fine? Okay. He's fine, and
You said 10, right? He said 10 minutes.
okay. So we'll take a 10-minute break. So.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Yeah, that's cool.
what-
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I gotta see the.
Yeah, I know. I'll do that.
I know. I told Doug we'll be the family.
Otherwise, you're gonna have to vote on your phone.
I understand. Yeah. So, I mean, I was thinking about.
Although, I mean, but I think the questions were so client that she did anything to put debt into OPC. So we're gonna be here a while.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna do.
No. I mean, I was thinking about that, but given the fact that we're already, I think we at 5. Yeah, yeah. So it's up.
Mostly because.
Yeah, I understand. So he can go ahead and go. So it's up to you and OPC how much longer we're here with her. Okay, and that's fine. Yeah. So yeah, that's fine. So whatever you got to do, you do. So.
Okay, well, nice to meet you.
So, Doug.
Yes, sir.
So she's gonna be the last one today.
Okay.
Yeah. So when we get done with her, that's it. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman.
Sure.
Thank
Sure.
you.
On the record, OPC.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. So I do have a number of exhibits that I'll be referring to throughout my cross. So I think at this point it might be more efficient if I just pass out the packet right now, and I'll refer to them and mark them as I go.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. For you.
I guess good evening, Ms. Young.
Good evening.
I'd like to start with at pages 63 and 64 of your direct testimony. So on these pages, you discuss Pepco's reliability performance, and on page 63, at line 4, you indicate that Pepco intends to continue to maintain first quartile status in the years ahead to ensure that service is reliable for customers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what does first quartile status mean?
So you can see right here, I think the regulatory standard is 0.9. So the goal would be to be within the regulatory standard. And it means, but first quartile in general just means the top 25% of those that are evaluated.
And is that so this is for utilities nationwide. So in other words, would I be fair to state that Pepco is one of the top performing utilities nationally in terms of service reliability? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then looking at figures 4 and 5 on pages 63 and 64, as you just stated, I'd be correct to conclude that Pepco has not only met its COMAR reliability performance standards, but has exceeded it.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, the first exhibit in the packet that I passed out is the reported SAIDI and SAFE performance reliability performance metrics from all the Commission's orders on annual utility performance reports issued in case number 9353 from 2016 through 2023. And Your Honor, I'd like this marked as OPC Exhibit 7.
So marked.
And I should note that for years 2016 and 2017, the SAIDI and SAFE numbers are actually pulled from the staff's report that was filed in that proceeding, which the Commission recognized and accepted in its order. So, Ms. Young, take a minute to look through that document and let me know when you've had a chance to familiarize yourself with it.
Okay.
So you see that in each year since 2017, the company's reliability performance has been the best of all Maryland utilities. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and ask that he lay an appropriate foundation as to whether or not this witness is aware of all of these orders, has reviewed them, whether she's even familiar with what goes on in case number 9353. I don't know that these are the right numbers. It looks like this is a document that OPC put together. So I would ask that he lay an appropriate foundation, at least at a minimum, to find out whether or not she's familiar with these numbers in that docket.
Ms. Young, are you familiar with the company's SAIDI and SAVI performance over the years since 2016, or any years within 2016 to 2022?
So I'm familiar with it. I don't have anything to validate the accuracy of it, but I am familiar with, at least dating back to 2016. I don't have and have not reviewed all the orders that are listed here either.
Okay, so for purposes of the next few questions, would you be willing to accept these numbers, that these numbers are correct, subject to check?
Subject to check.
And Mr. Michael, you're welcome to confirm independently that the numbers are accurate in this. These are from publicly available documents and the order numbers on there. And I'm not going to ask the witness anything specific about the company's performance in that year. I just want to ask about the company's performance trends, and that's all. So based on your review of this document, does it appear that Pepco's reliability improvement performance has been the best of all Maryland utilities?
I'm not sure that in 2016, the SAIDI numbers are accurate. So maybe the decimal is in the wrong space there.
Yeah, the SAIDI should be 108.0.
Okay, just looking at the other companies too to compare for accuracy. I think that was the question. So there's other companies who have 1.09, 1.08.
Oh, yeah, that should be, for Delmarva, it should be 109.0. And for Potomac Edison, it should be 108.0.
Okay.
My apologies for the typo.
Pepco has not always been the best, but looking back to 2016, but we have strong performance.
And it seems that from the years 2016 through 2020, and you can just focusing on Pepco's numbers, Pepco improved its reliability performance every year. And I did some lawyer math, and Pepco reduced its SAIDI by about 50% and lowered the frequency of system interruptions by around 40%. Would you, subject to check, would you agree with those numbers?
Yes.
And in those years, from 2016 through 2020, is it correct that Pepco was not operating under a multi-year rate plan?
Yes, that is correct.
Would you agree with the statement that multi-year rate plans are not necessary for improving Pepco's reliability performance?
We're going to work to meet the reliability standards regardless of the rate structure that we're under. The goal is still to maintain reliability.
But is a multi-year rate plan necessary for maintaining reliability? Or can reliability be maintained under a standard rate-making construct?
So we have been able to maintain reliability under the standard rate-making construct. That said, we provide the right investments and investments that provide full transparency, I'll say, by moving forward with the multi-year rate plan.
We'd agree that a multi-year rate plan is not necessary for that.
I think we got the answer, so let's go.
So turning back to your direct testimony, on page 65 at line 4. Now here you state that reliability is an ongoing obligation, and you further explain that there would always be an associated cost to maintain reliability performance to meet future reliability standards and commitments. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Are you familiar with the COMAR reliability standards for 2023 through 2027?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what Pepco's SAFE and SAIDI standards for 2027 are? If you want to turn to the next document, that lays out what the standards are. And I can provide those numbers for you subject to check.
Okay.
So would you agree that as of, I guess, 2022, that Pepco has already met the 2027 standard in COMAR?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree that the level of spending for system reliability in 2022 was sufficient to ensure exemplary reliability performance?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the one thing I do want to make sure I stress as part of that too, though, it takes multiple years to ensure you have strong reliability. So that comparison to 2027, the fact that we've met it now does not guarantee that we will meet it in the future if we don't continue to invest and make investments in the grid.
Understood. So now I'd like you to turn to page 21 of your direct testimony. And I'll be referring to table 3.
You said page 21?
Yeah, page 21, that's correct. And I'll be asking about table 3.
Okay.
Did you want to mark the next exhibit, the one that you just used?
Yeah, I guess I could. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark the COMAR reliability standards, the second document in the packet, as OPC Exhibit 8.
So marked.
And you said 21 of my direct?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there.
I'm here.
Okay. So this table, table 3, breaks out Pepco's proposed actual and proposed spending from 2021 through the MRP period ending in 2027. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if you could take a look at Pepco's corrective maintenance distribution budget. Is it correct that that budget remains roughly flat for the duration of the MRP and is somewhat consistent with the spending levels for years 2021 and 2022?
Yes.
And your Pepco's corrective maintenance spend for Substation, that actually appears to decrease. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I'd like you to turn to look at the proposed spend for system performance distribution. Is it correct that over the course of Pepco's proposed MRP, system performance distribution spending would nearly double?
Not quite, but it increases.
Yeah, it's close to doubling. Would you agree with that?
I would just say that it increases.
Now take a look at the category projects supporting system health and business. The system performance distribution spending detailed there is proposed to increase there too. Would you agree, subject to check, that this increase is about roughly 30% over the course of the multi-year rate plan?
Give me a second to find it. You said project supporting system health?
Yeah, it's the third kind of general category. It's the last one at the bottom of the table.
Oh, gotcha.
So would you like me to ask my question again?
Yes, please.
Would you agree that the spending proposed for these projects, for this category, it increases, and this increase is roughly by about 30% over the course of the multi-year rate plan?
Yes.
So the projects that fall under the corrective maintenance and system performance categories, are these generally focused on maintaining system reliability?
So which projects are you referring to?
Just generally projects that fall under the category of corrective maintenance and projects that fall under the category of system performance.
So corrective maintenance typically refers to emergent work. System performance, it is reliability associated work.
So corrective maintenance, would you agree that that's also focused on maintaining system reliability?
Yes, but it's typically associated with something emergent.
Okay.
And usually there could be customer outages as well.
Would you agree that Pepco's multi-year rate plan proposes to increase reliability spending above the company's current spending levels?
Yes.
Okay. Is it the company's position that Pepco will be unable to maintain its current level of reliability without increasing its system performance spending above its current spending levels?
So what I'll say is we have a backlog of work that's associated, which is a lot of between that inflation. That's a lot of what's driving the increases that you see here. So based on the projections, we anticipate maintaining reliability.
Is it the company's position that Pepco will be unable to maintain current reliability performance without it increasing its capacity expansion and new business connections above current spending levels?
Can you say that again?
Is it the company's position that Pepco will be unable to maintain current reliability performance without increasing its capacity expansion and new business connection spending above current levels?
One more time for me.
Is it the company's position that Pepco will not be able to maintain its current reliability performance if the commission does not approve an increase in Pepco's capacity expansion and new business connection spending?
So we'll do our best to maintain reliability with the spending that is approved. That said, we do recognize that we have a backlog of work that's associated. We have an aging system that we have to support. So there is a need to invest, but we will do our best to meet the reliability that we have set forth.
Would the company be unable to meet the commission's reliability standards?
I can't say that for sure.
Okay, so I'd like to ask you a few questions now about your testimony with regards to the multi-year rate plan construct and how that affects the utilities distribution and system planning process.
Yeah.
So I'd like to begin at page 6 of your rebuttal testimony. And starting at line 16,
Page 6, line 16?
yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So starting at line 16, you explain how multi-year rate plans incentivize the company to be even more diligent in preparing budgets and ensuring the company's projects are completed within the commission's approved budget. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, if you could turn to page 7 of your rebuttal, and starting at line 20, you state that multi-year rate plans have caused the company to sharpen its pencils, and you further state that Pepco has not changed its capital investment planning process as part of its multi-year rate plans to require fewer project details. And I believe that's the sentence that carries on to page 8. Or, yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
So if I read these two statements together, it's Pepco's position that it hasn't loosened its planning process and that the multi-year rate plan encourages Pepco to be more diligent in developing and executing its capital plan. Is that correct?
Looking at the two sentences together, yes, that's what it's saying. Yes.
And so at page 7, line 20, where you discuss how Pepco has not loosened its capital planning process, is it correct that neither your direct nor rebuttal testimonies address how Pepco has tightened its capital planning process since the inception of multi-year rate plans in Maryland?
So I do reference what we've done from an LRP perspective, improvements that we've made in my direct testimony, and I hit on some of that in Rejoinder as well. Additionally, there are areas within my direct testimony where I hit on improvements that we made. So from a just a category management and transparency perspective. But to the LRP, that's where I talk through on page 24, my direct testimony, where I talk through the accountability held at the vice president level in managing and hitting targets, controlling capital spend. I also talk through the work planning and tracking process and the deep dive meetings that are established.
Okay, and so let me ask you one question about the work planning and tracking system, and I think you refer to that on page 24 of your direct testimony at lines 16 through 19.
Yes.
So there you state that a work planning and tracking system was implemented in 2019. Isn't it true that multi-year rate plans were, I guess Pepco filed for its first multi-year rate plan in 2020?
Yes.
So this work planning and tracking system was implemented before multi-year rate plans were, I guess they were still under development, but it wasn't an established, an active regulatory rate-making construct in Maryland.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, we've had enhancements to the tool as well, right? So you bring a new tool on, you're typically just adapting to the tool and moving all your data over. It takes time to really drive process improvements from that.
But that changed, the adoption of this work planning and tracking system wasn't done in response to the multi-year rate plan. It was done before the multi-year rate plan.
It was done before the rate plan, yes.
Okay. Now, if you could scroll down, well, I guess its capital plan for its first multi-year rate plan.
Yes.
And so you've been with Pepco since 2005, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall the last time the company changed its capital budget development planning process?
We changed it, I can't speak to the exact timeline, but
could you?
It would have been shortly after the merger with Exelon.
And what year was that?
The merger occurred in 2016.
So roughly around 2016, 2017 was the last time?
In that time frame.
Okay. So would I be correct to state then that Pepco's planning process has not changed in response to the Commission's establishment of multi-year rate plans?
No, I wouldn't say that that's accurate. So our planning processes continue to be tightened, right? So we have a full understanding of the projects that we're moving forward. I walk through what that project development process looks like, and having transparency of the full scope of work, including the benefits that we're driving, has also been an improvement that we've made.
But the framework of the process itself, I think it starts with there's some sort of technical review and development of the identification of the project need, and then it goes up through different kind of levels of challenge. That framework of the company's planning process, as you indicated just a few minutes ago, was that the last substantial change to Pepco's planning process that occurred in 2016 or 2017?
Yeah, so the technical scope challenge is a newer process that's been added in to drive further review of the projects, further analysis and support of the project. So I shared earlier on in my rejoinder that's where a lot of challenge occurs, but that is something that has been added even since the initial adoption of the process.
So just so I fully understand, the technical challenge process that you discussed.
Yes.
That was something that Pepco added to its project development process after multi-year rate plans were established in Maryland, or before?
I don't have the exact timeline that we've added it. We have adopted it since, so it wasn't 2016, 2017.
Okay. But it could have been 2018, it could have been 2019, or it could have been 2021.
It was it was in the last 3 to 4 years, but I can't give you the exact year that we instituted it.
Regardless of whether Pepco is operating under a multi-year rate plan, would Pepco still implement the Exelon Utilities model for project design, review, and implementation, as you state on page 16 of your direct testimony?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Commission's order approving Pepco's first MRP issued in case number 9655?
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Are you aware that in that case, the Commission expressed a lack of confidence in Pepco's load forecasting, alternatives considerations, and the consideration of cost benefits for its substation projects?
Yes.
Are you aware that elsewhere in that order, the Commission expressed concerns with the accuracy of Pepco's capital project budgeting?
Yes, I have reviewed it.
And I think you indicated earlier today, Pepco did make improvements to its planning process in light of the Commission's order in that case?
Yes. Yes, we have. And so White Flint is a good example of that. Following the last order after MYP1, that was a project that we did not get support to move forward due to lack of transparency and having the full load justification outlined. And so as a result of that, that is a project where, and a process improvement that we've implemented where for capacity expansion projects in particular, having that full understanding of the loading that's coming and seeking load letters as part of the project development process.
Has Pepco made any changes to the way project costs are factored in to its project development process?
Yeah, and so in the project concurrence decks that are attached to ACY-2, one process improvement that we made is including the alternative cost analysis, and that really provides a view of the projects that are the project that we're moving forward with, in addition to the alternatives that we're considering and the cost that's associated with that. We also outlined the benefits of each of the projects. So we walk through the any customer benefits, business benefits, societal and environmental benefits as well.
And does Pepco quantify any of those benefits, like through, say, a cost-benefit analysis?
No.
So the benefits that you referred to are all qualitative, is that correct?
There is no cost of benefit analysis, and that kind of speaks back to my rejoinder discussion where I shared for projects that are required for safe and reliable delivery of power to our customers, we do not do cost of benefit analysis on.
Okay. So I'd like to ask you a few questions about transparency.
Okay.
On page 6 of your rebuttal testimony at line 19. Let me know when you're there.
Okay, I'm here.
So there you say that the heightened accountability and transparency in the MYP process benefits customers.
Yes.
Is it your opinion that compared to a standard rate-making construct, the multi-year rate plan construct is inherently more transparent?
Yes, it is my opinion. And you think about under a traditional rate-making structure, you really only have an opportunity to understand the projects that we're moving forward with at the end of the process. This gives you an idea of what we're looking at, what we're moving forward with, and have an opportunity to provide your input on that at the onset of and prior to us spending any dollars on these projects.
So, if I understand you correctly, your position is that this transparency exists because in a multi-year rate plan proceeding, the stakeholders get to review what the company proposes to spend over the coming multi-year rate plan period. And then I think as you state on page 9 at line 16 of your rebuttal, stakeholders get to propose adjustments before the expenditures are made. Is that a fair characterization of your belief where this transparency comes from?
Yes.
In this proceeding, is it correct that excluding the climate solutions programs, Pepco has disputed all of the proposed adjustments to planned capital investments that staff, OPC, and other interveners have proposed in this case?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did Pepco accept any of the electric capital investment adjustments proposed by staff, OPC, and other interveners in the proceeding involving Pepco's first MRP?
Say that one more time.
Did Pepco accept any of the the capital expenditure proposed reductions in Pepco's first multi-year rate plan?
Yes. So the 69 kV, there were 13 projects that the commission recommended to remove in addition to White Flint.
I guess let me ask my question a different way. Before the commission issued its order, to your knowledge, during that proceeding, did Pepco accept any of the proposed recommendations for reductions in the company's proposed capital plan?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it your testimony that it's the opportunity to propose adjustments before spending occurs that makes multi-year rate plans more transparent than standard rate making?
It's the opportunity to provide input, yes.
And it's correct that, and that's correct even if the company challenges and disputes every one of the proposed adjustments?
Yes. We will follow the decision that is made and make adjustments, but that is at least, we believe what we've put forward is what is required to maintain reliability.
Okay, so I guess the Pepco stance here is that the transparency in this case, it's not like more of a collaborative approach between Pepco and stakeholders. It's, more of it's a litigated approach.
No, I'm not saying that either.
Okay. Have you testified in prior rate cases before?
Not a rate case, no.
Not a rate case, and other litigated proceedings?
CPCNs, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the concept of discovery in a litigated proceeding?
Yes.
In your opinion, as a non-lawyer, what purpose does discovery serve?
The opportunity to understand whatever's being proposed.
To your knowledge, do parties have the same opportunity to understand what has been proposed under a multi-year rate plan construct as they would under a standard rate-making construct?
Yeah, so under the standard rate-making construct, you don't have the opportunity to see it, so...
But you can ask about it through discovery, correct?
Yes, you can.
So it's the same opportunity available. Would you agree with that?
I agree that the opportunity is there.
And in this case, where there have been a number of rounds of lengthy discovery asking various questions regarding Pepco's proposed multi-year rate plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that from an intervener's point of view, Pepco's multi-year rate plan, Pepco's filed application didn't provide all the information sufficient to understand and justify the proposed rate increase, hence the need for discovery?
I'm going to object. He's asking this witness to explain what the interveners felt. And
Yeah, actually, I think I'm going to uphold the objection to that question. So.
Ms. Young, are you aware of any of the difficulties parties have had in obtaining information requested from Pepco during discovery in this proceeding?
I do understand that there were requests that were made for additional information, and I know on at least one instance, particularly with the downtown resupply project, we were happy to have a conversation and sit down in a discovery conference to provide more information.
So I'd like to refer to this first, I think the next document in the packet is the response to OPC data request 6-17. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 8.
No, 9.
9, excuse me. Now, this DR asks for a list of all system performance projects comprising the $8.99 million spend for year 2021, and it asks that Pepco provide specific information about each project, including the location, the commission date, the cost, the description of the project, and the justification for the project. Now, you sponsored the response to this DR, which included an electronic attachment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if you could turn to the next DR in the packet, this will be OPC DR 19-11. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 10.
So marked.
So here, if you read the question OPC is asking, OPC indicates that the response provided in 6-17 omitted the descriptions of the project and why it was required. And OPC again asked for the descriptions and justifications for at least 4 specified projects. This would be Project 70043, Project 73731, Project 73729, and Project 72219. And you sponsored this response, correct?
Yes, I did.
And the company's response refers back to attachment 6 the attachment to OPC DR 6-17, as well as the Schedule ACY1 that accompanied your direct testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now I'd like you to turn to the next DR in the packet. This will be DR
Your Honor,
32-11.
If I may, there is an electronic only attachment to this data request, and I don't know if counsel is going to put that into the record, but that's also part of the information that we provided in response to this. same with the Exhibit 9. So I just want to make sure that the record is complete, that there was a large electronic attachment that went with these DRs.
Yeah, we're happy to. I mean, we have the electronic. It's a large Excel sheet. I think that the purpose of going through these DRs is to show the flow of information and the issues we've had. We're happy to offer the large Excel sheet and all the electronic attachments for these DRs into evidence. But the point in going through this is to show the back and forth that OPC has been having with the company and the company's responses.
And for the record, how would it work to add the electronic attachments to the to what's being entered into the record? I mean, what's the?
You would hit the print button.
And I suspect that if you tried to print out the Excel spreadsheets that are attached to this, you're going to get something that's basically unreadable.
Yeah.
All right. So, but the point of this exercise doesn't really relate to the attachment itself, correct?
That's correct. It's the mere fact that the company.
All right. So, and I guess the next question I got is, it seems like there's a fairly long list of data responses. I mean, I guess how much do you think you need to put in here to make your point?
Well, the point I'm trying to make with these DRs, Your Honor, is that these are, I'm providing, I have 3 different examples of instances when it took OPC multiple rounds of discovery to obtain information that OPC believes the company could have provided in the initial response.
And I appreciate that. I guess what I'm wondering is, you know, to what level of detail do we actually need in order for you to convince us of this?
Well, I'm trying to lay the right foundation here to walk through this process and to make sure that the concerns that we've raised in each instance where we weren't provided the information that we were requesting, see how that went.
Okay. Well, let's see.
Your Honor, if I just may, we did our level best to answer, and there were no motions to compel filed. So,
I understand the point he's trying to make, and I'm just trying to sort of get it focused a little bit. So,
I can try to find a way to, let's see. If you give me just a minute, I think I'll try to find a way I can better focus it rather than going through each of the individual DRs.
Okay. I think that would be appreciated.
So I'm going to mark, Your Honor, I'd like to mark OPC DR 32-11 as OPC Exhibit 11.
Okay, which one now?
OPC DR 32-11.
Okay.
And so, here, as you can, Ms. Young, if you want to take a look at the response which you sponsored. In this response, the company has provided the details and justifications for the remaining 3 projects that were omitted in the prior DR response. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, DR 6-17, which was marked as OPC Exhibit 9, that was sent to the company on October 10th, 2023. And DR 32-11 was sent to the company on November 10th, 2023. could the company have provided the project descriptions requested for each project in response to DR 6-35 rather than 1 month later in response to DR 32-11?
I'm just going to object that he's assuming facts not in evidence here. I don't see where the date of these DRs, and I mean, we got a ton of DRs. I don't know if those dates are the correct dates, the incorrect dates.
I have an exhibit with the cover letters for these DRs that I'm happy to distribute. Or if I could ask the commission to take administrative notice of the dates.
Yes, we'll do that, so, because these are in, the cover letters are filed as part of the process.
Yeah, that's correct.
They are not. In Maryland, we do not file our data request responses with the commission.
No, I understand that, but there is a paper record of when the data request was sent. I mean, I've
Yes.
sent these things myself.
Yes, sir.
So I know that, so.
Right. I would say maybe ask the witness to accept the dates subject to check.
Yes. Yeah.
Would you accept the dates subject to check, Ms. Young?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'll ask my question again. Could the company have provided the project descriptions requested for each project in response to DR 6-35 rather than 1 month later in the response to DR 32-11?
Yes. Just one thing I'll point out, because I will say we did our best to respond. There was a lot of data requests coming in on top of each other, one over one. I think we had more than, to my testimony alone, more than 500 or so data requests that came in. So yes, we could have done that, but I will say, there was a mistake made here.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Now, if you could please turn to the next DR here. This is 6-35. And I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 12.
Okay, so marked.
Now, this exhibit asks, in this DR, OPC is asking about Pepco's trailers project and asks the company to provide photographs of the inside and the outside of new trailers and any old trailers to which the company still has access. Now, if you could turn to, now if you turn to the next DR, I'm not going to mark this one.
Do you have a question with respect to, or something that you want to do with respect to Exhibit 12?
Exhibit 12.
The one you just marked.
I'll move on from DR 6-35. Ms. Young, would you agree that there were more than one instance where it took the Office of People's Counsel more than 1 month and multiple DR sets to obtain information that could have been provided in response to an initial DR?
I can't speak to the exact timeline, but we did have instances where there were incorrect responses.
Are you aware that staff, OPC and Pepco met to discuss issues that staff and OPC were having obtaining responsive discovery before the filing of intervenor direct testimony in this case?
Yes.
Would you agree that transparency doesn't stem from the volume of information the company provides, but from the company's responsiveness to discovery requests from other parties?
Can you repeat your question?
Would you agree that transparency doesn't come just from the volume of information the company provides in its application, but from the company's responsiveness to discovery requests from other parties?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the testimony, the direct and rebuttal testimonies of Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any part in that testimony where they take issue with the discovery responses that they've received from Pepco?
I can't remember exactly the details, so I would need to see it.
Okay. So I just have a couple more questions on this transparency issue. If you could turn to page 10 of your rebuttal testimony. And starting at line 15.
You said page 10, line 15?
Yes, that's correct. Here, you're discussing the multi-year rate plan annual information filings, and then continuing on to page 11, you take issue with OPC for not seeking any discovery on them. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do these annual information filings contain? And
Yeah, so it includes a list of the projects that we move forward with, and costs associated with it, but it provides an overview of the rate year.
And as you indicated, I think earlier during your cross-examination by counsel for AOBA, the company provided the annual information filings for years 2021 and 2022 in its multi-year rate application in this case?
Yes.
Is it correct that those filings form the basis of the prudency review of multi-year rate plans for the first 2 years of multi-year rate plan 1?
Yes.
And since these filings are relevant for deciding issues in this proceeding, to your knowledge, do parties have the opportunity to conduct discovery on them in this proceeding?
So the discovery, which should have been part of the annual information filing.
Do parties have the, to your knowledge, do parties have the opportunity in this proceeding to ask questions about what's contained in the annual information filings?
I don't know. That's a better question for witness Lemming.
Would you agree that at least some of the DRs that OPC has sent in this proceeding that you sponsored responses for sought information about projects that were included in the company's annual information filings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you could turn to page 16 of your rebuttal. Beginning at line 16. Here you state that under multi-year rate plans, the company must now demonstrate to the commission and stakeholders the soundness of the company's investments in the distribution system, both before the investments are made and after the investments are made. Would you agree that the soundness determination made after the investments are made relates to the commission's prudence review of those investments?
Yes.
Is the soundness demonstration made before the investments are made identical to the soundness determination made after?
I'm not 100% sure.
So your testimony is that you're not sure if there's a difference between how the company must demonstrate soundness before the capital investments are made as opposed to after the capital investments are made?
Can you repeat your question? Because were you asking, is it the same?
I'm asking you, yes, is it the same? Is it the same soundness determination regardless of when the investments are made? Regardless of whether if the determination is before or after the investments. That's what I'm asking about.
So it is the opportunity to provide input. Is it the same soundness? I don't know that I can say one way or the other.
I'd like you to turn to, I think, your rebuttal testimony on page 8, line 7. So here, you're discussing Mr. Alvarez's testimony regarding moral hazard, and you describe it as pure conjecture. I'm going to ask if you agree with how Mr. Alvarez defines the concept of moral hazard, and I'm going to read to you his definition. I can provide a copy of his testimony, but if you would like, but I'll read to you what his definition is. I'm going to ask if you agree with it.
Okay.
He defines moral hazard as a situation in which a person or organization is protected from the consequences of an adverse event. Do you agree with that description of moral hazard?
Yes.
From the utilities perspective, would the disallowance of a capital investment after the project has been constructed be an adverse event?
It would be, because we've already done the project.
Now, in your opinion, from the customer's perspective, would constructing a project with a negative cost-to-benefit ratio, as in the cost of the project and the impact on rates outweighs the value of those benefits to customers, would that be an adverse event from the customer's perspective?
So I'll stress the fact that the projects that we're moving forward with are required to provide and maintain safe and adequate service.
I'm just asking in general.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Would a utility constructing a project with a negative cost-to-benefit ratio be an adverse event from the customer's perspective, hypothetically?
It honestly depends on the project, right? If it's a project, a pilot project, or a project for learnings, there might be a negative cost-to-benefit analysis that we would want to move forward with because of the learnings that it provides.
Is it correct that a cost-benefit analysis is an established analytical practice to assess whether a proposed capital investment is justified?
It is, yes.
To your knowledge, do regulators sometimes require utilities to conduct cost-benefit analyses as part of justifying a proposed project?
It has been required, I know, through the PC 44 work group, it has been required for pilot projects.
Would you agree that if a regulator required a project to have a positive cost-benefit ratio prior to authorizing rate recovery or approving the project, that regulator would be acting in a way that minimizes the adverse event of constructing a project whose costs to customers exceed the value of its benefits?
That was a long question. Can you just repeat it one more time for me?
Would you agree that if a regulator required a project to have a positive cost-benefit ratio before it authorized rate recovery, the regulator would be acting in a way that minimizes the adverse event of constructing a project with a negative cost-to-benefit ratio?
No, No, I wouldn't. You know, you can't take safety and say that you need a cost to benefit analysis to move forward with it.
But say there was a capacity expansion project, and the company was hypothetically proposing that for a commission, and the commission required that project to have a positive cost-benefit ratio. Would the commission's requirement that the costs of that type of project outweigh the benefits, would that be an attempt to minimize adverse consequences of that project going into rate base from the customer's perspective?
I don't know. That would be the commission's decision.
I'm a hypothetical commission, not necessarily this commission.
I don't know.
Okay. Would you agree that the regulatory practice of conducting a cost-benefit analysis illustrates the acceptance of moral hazard as a potential problem underlying capital plans put forth by regulated utilities?
Say that one more time.
Would you agree that the regulatory practice of conducting a cost-benefit analysis illustrates the acceptance of moral hazard as a potential problem underlying capital plans put forth by regulated utilities?
I don't know.
So you've testified earlier, I think it was during cross-examination from counsel for AOBA, that the company doesn't complete a benefits cost analysis for projects within the scope of Pepco's normal business. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the explanation that you provided for that was because there are some instances where a cost-benefit analysis doesn't adequately reflect all of the benefits or the issues that might come up associated with that project.
I don't believe I said that.
Let me check my notes. So I think it was in response to, it was during Rejoinder. You identified Pepco doesn't do a cost-benefit analysis for projects within the normal scope of business. You identified Pepco's obligation to serve and its obligation to its customers. And because of those obligations, it doesn't make sense to do a cost-benefit analysis because those projects are required.
Yes, and you missed the obligation to provide safe and reliable power to our customers and maintain the safety of our employees.
Thank you. I knew I was missing something, so I'm glad you corrected me.
Yep.
Now, if you turn to rebuttal at page 8, and starting at line 3, you state that the company would not propose capital investments that are ineffective, premature, or unsupported. Is that correct?
What line did you say?
Line 3.
Yes.
And here you're directly responding to Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens' testimony, raising concerns that Pepco's capital planning process results in proposed capital investments that are cost ineffective, premature, or unsupported. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does the word ineffective mean as you use it here in your rebuttal testimony?
That don't adequately resolve whatever the need is that we're trying to mitigate.
Is it your testimony that while the company may not propose ineffective investments, the company may propose investments that are cost ineffective?
Repeat your question.
Is it your testimony that while the company may not propose an ineffective investment, the company may propose investments that are cost ineffective?
No, that's not my testimony, and I'll stress, the sentiment that I shared earlier around what we do in order to move a project forward and what's required. So, projects really look through all the benefits, and I shared what those were. So, the environmental, societal, the customer benefits, and any business benefits, which could be safety, right? But then I also shared that we do an alternative cost analysis for projects where we walk through the alternatives that are considered and the costs that are associated for that. That said, the projects that we're moving forward with are necessary to provide safe and reliable and adequate service to our customers and maintain the safety of our employees.
So if the company doesn't conduct a cost-benefit analysis as a matter of practice for projects within the scope of its business, how does the company know whether those investments the value of those investments may be beneficial to customers?
Yes, so I walked through what that looked like previously. So we work through the benefits, and we share that as necessary in order for projects to move through, and then we do the alternative cost analysis.
But there's no quantification of the benefits, right? I think you've explained that earlier.
That is correct.
So, understanding that the cost-benefit analysis and the results of that might not be the only factor to consider. I'm sure there's a number of other factors. But how can the company consider the benefits of a project if it's not able to quantify those and compare them to the costs?
Yes, so, I'll repeat what I just said. The projects that we're moving forward with, and we do not perform the cost of benefit analysis on our projects that are required to provide safe and adequate service to our customers. They're projects that are necessary to ensure the safety of our employees as well.
Ms. Young, you stated earlier that you're familiar with the company's reliability performance and the SAIDI and safety numbers, right?
Yes.
Do you know offhand the 3-year average duration for all service interruptions system-wide? And I can provide that number subject to check.
Yeah, can you provide that number?
Yeah, I believe it's 98 minutes, and this is the 3-year average. It's also provided in the
3-year average for which metric?
SAIDI.
SAIDI?
Yeah. And this is provided in the company's 2022 Reliability Performance Report that it filed with the Commission under mail log number 30222. The 3-year average is not on.
No, I get it. I do understand, but I'm looking at the SAIDI for the last few years, and none of them are close to 98, so. So I guess for the next 3 questions, I'll just ask you to assume the company's 3-year average duration for all service interruptions system-wide is 98 minutes, just for the hypothetical. Okay.
So if there was a 1% improvement in a SAIDI of 98 minutes, that amount to about a 1-minute SAIDI improvement. Is that correct?
Yes.
If Pepco could improve its system-wide average service interruption duration by 1 minute for a $1,000 investment, would such an investment be in customers' interest from your perspective? $1,000 for a 1 minute improvement in SAIDI, hypothetically.
That's a challenge for me to say. I can't speak to that.
Okay. Now I'd like to ask a couple questions about Pepco's proactive substation equipment replacement program.
Yes.
And if I understand your rebuttal testimony correctly, you generally take issue with OPC's witnesses' recommendations to limit prospective replacements to equipment that have failed diagnostic tests, and you liken their approach as a run-to-failure approach.
Yes.
And you discussed this from, I think, pages 23 through 26 in your rebuttal. Now, when you're using, I'll wait till you're there.
Okay, I'm here. Page 22.
Right. Actually, if you go to, all right. So when you're talking about, you're taking issue with what you characterize as a run-to-failure approach. When you're using the word failure in your testimony on this, are you referring to a failure in service or to the failure of a diagnostic test?
It could be either. And we don't necessarily look at diagnostic tests as pass-fail. We really understand any trending analysis, understand more than just that specific diagnostic test, but any vintage issues, any equipment of other type that have had failures is part of that decision making.
So the sentence begins on page, I think it's line 22 on page 23. It says, by replacing equipment before failure. You're saying failure here could be either a failure of a diagnostic test or a failure in service. Am I understanding you correctly?
So this would be failure in service.
Failure in service, okay. And what's the difference between a failure in service and the failure of a diagnostic test?
So as I mentioned previously, we don't look at diagnostic tests as pass-fail. We understand kind of the full picture there, but diagnostic test tells us the functionality of the equipment, whether it be a transformer or breaker, and it helps us understand how it's performing.
But is there a certain point where, say, you run a diagnostic test and it performs under a certain level, then that, I guess that's a red flag, and you either need to replace it immediately or you put it on your watch, you put it on your radar for a potential replacement in the future?
There is, the data, we're able to utilize the data to help inform the decision making, but it's still not pass-fail.
And so when a piece of equipment, after you do a diagnostic test and say it doesn't do as well as it should, can that piece of equipment still operate reliably until it's replaced?
It could, potentially, but there's a lot that goes into that. We don't know how long it would last. It could fail at the point in time, like let's say summertime, where it's it provides more risk on the system, I'll say, because all this equipment has different ratings that we have to abide by. But timing is a big factor in when things can fail, and it could really impact our ability to serve customers if we just wait for something to fail.
Would you agree that if you uncover an issue through a diagnostic test and you select that equipment for replacement, that replacement would be proactive?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I have another line of cross, and Your Honor, this one is maybe fairly lengthy, and it goes into some technical matters. So I'm wondering if it might be appropriate for a 10-minute recess. I'm happy to continue on, but I wanted to offer it. I don't know how long this will take this witness.
So what, I mean, you want to keep going, or you need need a break, or? Well, hopefully, I mean, this is the last witness for the day. So, I mean, when we finish with these two and us, so I guess we're looking at 7 at least, so. No, don't worry about that. So.
Yeah.
What's that? I mean, what?
I'm okay.
All right, well, let's push on.
Okay. Say I admire your stamina on the stand today, Ms. Young.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to ask a few questions about the Benning 69 kilovolt substation rebuild. And you'd agree that this substation replacement is within Pepco's normal scope of business, correct?
Yes.
And so because of that, the company doesn't perform a cost-benefit analysis on it. So I'd be correct in stating that the company hasn't done such an analysis for this project.
That is correct.
So now if you could turn to page 44 of your rebuttal.
I'm here.
Starting at line 17. You explain that this project will replace the aging Benning substation air-insulated switchgear ring bus with a new configured gas-insulated substation breaker and a half. And you also state that this project will include new transformers and new control and relay systems. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now on page 46, starting at line 6, you state that rebuilding the substation will, quote, remove a concerning liability and provide operational flexibility, unquote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if you could turn to your direct testimony and schedule ACY-1 that supports it. And I think it's on page 69 of that schedule.
Okay.
Now, here you're providing, this schedule provides the problem and solution statements that justify the substation rebuild. And is it correct that in the problem statement, the existing equipment at the station is described as, quote, obsolete, extremely deteriorated, and creating safety issues? Those are all quotes. Is that
Yes.
correct? Now, in addition to the explanations provided in Schedule ACY-1, you provided the Project Concurrence Committee slide deck as Schedule ACY-2 as a confidential attachment.
Yes.
And I guess I'll ask Pepco Council, I'd like to ask just one question about the project, the justifications that are on, I think it's the second slide on that deck. I don't plan to go into further detail, so I'm wondering if, even though it's within a confidential exhibit.
Why don't you do this? Let Ms. Young get there and ask your question to see if her answer would be confidential.
Okay. Well, I plan on just asking about, there's 4 project justifications in the PHI strategy fit/business case. And I just wanted to identify those on the record and have Ms. Young agree that they're on there.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, these are already in the record, but if you want to do that, Yes, sir.
Okay. So on page 2 of this confidential attachment, there's 4 justifications provided, and I'm going to read them out to you. The first one, let me know if you're there.
I'm here.
Okay. The first one is hardening the supply source for feeding 4 13 kilovolt substations. The second is meeting the long-term strategy to build new installations that meet current standards. The third justification is increasing operational flexibility. And the fourth justification is increasing reliability. Or is that correct?
Yes, but you missed the part where the increasing operational flexibility, reducing the risk to customers.
Okay. And reducing the risk to customers in addition to increasing operational flexibility. Okay. So I'm going to ask about each of these justifications, but I'll start with the first justification, hardening the supply source. Does the hardening justification here concern the age of the substation and the condition of its equipment?
Hardening by itself, no, it does not. So that really relates to the ability to provide sources to the transformers. Ensure that you have a source maintained to supply the substation.
So then does that, I guess the hardening component speak more to the change in configuration from ring bus to breaker and a half?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I guess, with that, the hardening there also results from this improved operational flexibility. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And so I'd like to, going a little out of order. If you could turn to OPC exhibit, OPC data request number 37, 37 question 3.
That's in that packet.
Yeah, that's in the packet.
Has that been marked, or?
I'm about to mark it.
Okay. 37-3, Council?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you have that? Okay.
Do you know where it is in the packet? Here it is. I know that's
Actually,
37.
towards the back.
It's toward the back.
It looks like
I have not found it.
Yeah, 5-3. 28.
This would be 13.
Here it is.
That's correct. I'm up to exhibit
13.
13.
Okay, so I'd like to mark this as OPC exhibit 13.
So marked.
Now, subpart A of this DR response, which let me back up. You sponsored this DR response, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and subpart A asks whether the company quantified the reliability performance difference between SAIDI and SAFE. And it's correct that the company did not provide this because it did not perform that analysis, correct?
That is correct, and I'll just point out too, and we say it here in the response, that the design is not expected to result in loss of customer load. So it would be, we wouldn't expect to be able to identify safety and SAIDI impacts from that.
Okay. So then the primary advantage that a breaker and a half configuration has over a ring bus configuration is this increased operational flexibility. Would you agree?
To maintain reliability to the grid. So we're talking about a 69 kV substation here, which is a sub-transmission substation, which is interconnected to others. So by being transmission, the goal is to ensure that it keeps its source, it keeps its ability to supply.
So I'd like to ask about the company's response to OPC-DR 41-1, and that's the next DR after 37-3 in the packet. And I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 14.
41 dash, what?
41-1.
Okay, yep.
Subpart B asks whether the company performed any analysis that quantified the operational flexibility resulting from a substation rebuild, such as what is proposed for the Benning substation. And the company didn't perform that analysis, as the DR indicates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So beyond qualitative statements about how the proposed rebuild will improve operational flexibility, is there any place in your testimony or in the discovery responses that the company has provided that demonstrates the value of the improvement in operational flexibility to customers?
I think we demonstrate the value that a breaker and a half provides over a ring bus design. And I share that in my discovery and in my rebuttal.
But the value is from the improved operational flexibility. Is that correct?
Yes, it does provide added operational flexibility.
But you haven't, beyond just stating it will improve operational flexibility, there's nothing else in your testimony that actually demonstrates what the value of that improvement would be. Seems like a circular reasoning here.
So in my, attached to my rebuttal testimony, ACY-R-5 talks about our design philosophy, and it also shares the benefit of what a breaker and a half provides in there.
But if the benefit that a breaker and a half provides is improved operational flexibility, where can stakeholders in this case and the commission look to verify that that operational flexibility is valuable to customers?
So, and I think we explained this in different data responses, but when you have 17 elements connected to a ring bus, that is well over any type of recommended design, and that comes through multiple forums, whether it be PJM and others, including our very own design philosophy in terms of what that looks like. So there is nothing quantifiable that you see here, but there are practices that are in place that demonstrate that multiple elements connected to a ring bus, when you get above 6, you've reduced the reliability of your system. And we're talking 17.
Now, in your rebuttal testimony at page 47, lines 15 through 17, I'm going to ask a question there.
What lines did you say?
Lines 15 through 17. There you state that the current ring bus design at the Benning substation presents a considerable reliability risk. And I guess this is related to the fact that it has 17 elements on it, as you just alluded to. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Now, please turn to OPC-DR 50-29, and I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 15. And in this DR, OPC is asking the company to explain this considerable reliability risk. And you sponsored these responses, correct?
Yes.
So in subpart, the company's answer to subpart C states that most common outages on the 69 kilovolt systems are not seen by the customers due to redundancies, and you also state that less common failures of a redundant system can create catastrophic outage events.
Are you reading C, you said?
I believe so, yes.
That's not C.
I don't think so.
There's 2 pages to that exhibit.
Got it, got it.
So, yeah, page 38 is OPC's question, and then page 39 is the company's response.
Okay, I'm following now.
So my question, I'm just asking to confirm that in this subpart C, you state that the most common outages that are on the company's 69 kilovolt systems are not seen by customers due to redundancies. And then you also state that the less common failures of a redundant system can create catastrophic outage events. Now, the redundancies that aren't seen by customers, does that refer to the design of the ring bus system? Let me try the question a different way. Is the ring bus system, does it have redundancies built into it?
It depends on the sources to it.
For the Benning substation?
So it does have multiple sources, yes.
Okay. So would I be correct in understanding that the reliability risk here that the company is proposing to mitigate through this rebuild stems from one of these less common failures that these system redundancies may not be able to mitigate? Is that correct?
Yes. So if you think about it, if you lose one line, you're okay. It's the next element that's lost that really drives the impact, and the impact becomes significant in terms of potential customer outage or added reliability issues that might exist in our ability to serve.
Now, if you could turn to OPC DR 50-28, should be the next DR in the packet.
Okay.
And I'd like to mark this, Your Honor, as OPC Exhibit 17. 16, excuse me.
Yeah.
And you sponsor this DR response, correct?
Yes, I do.
So I think on the second page, the company's response to subpart B, this details the circumstances and occurrences that need to happen for the existing ring bus configuration to result in a loss of service. Actually, it's I'm scratch subpart B. I'm referring to subpart A. And so if my understanding of this response is correct, for the substation load to be lost, multiple contingencies would have to occur simultaneously. Is that correct?
It doesn't have to happen simultaneously. One could be out for maintenance or for some reason, and then the next one happens. But yes.
But there have to be multiple contingencies that occur one after the other in a certain sequence, for there to be multiple elements out at once.
Yes.
And that's okay. And would you characterize that as a multiple contingency event?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And you'd agree that this type of multiple contingency event would be one of the less common failures of the redundant system that your response in DR 50-29 referred to?
Yes.
And you'd agree that this type of event is low probability, correct?
It's a low probability if we're not talking an age and condition issue, right? The older the equipment get, this is equipment that is old and aged and requires the need to be replaced. So we're not going in just to put in a breaker and a half scheme. We're going in because it's required to be replaced, and now is the opportunity to design it the right way.
Yeah, and I'll get to the age of the equipment in a little bit, but just from the perspective of just on the configuration of the substation. what the reconfiguration is aimed to mitigate the likelihood of, to mitigate a low probability event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And has that type of multiple contingency circumstance, which you identify in your response to 50-28A, has that ever taken place on the Benning 69 kilovolt bus?
Yeah, there was an outage there, yes, where this occurred.
If I could direct you to your response to 50-28 subpart B, you state that these occurrences have never taken place on the Benning
I'm sorry,
69
I
kilovolt.
stand corrected. You're right. Thank you.
Is the Benning 69 kilovolt substation currently operating safely and reliably?
It is, yes.
So apart from the low probability multiple contingency event, there is no immediate reliability concern that the substation rebuild is remediating?
The age and condition of it is, yes.
If you could turn to DR 45-3. And I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 17. This should be
45-3.
should be the very last one in the packet, Commissioner. And subpart G of this question, of this DR, asks the company to list all of the events that would have to occur and all the conditions that would have to be present for the current ring bus design of the Benning 69 kilovolt substation to result in a scenario of the total loss of power to the Florida Street substation. And you sponsored this response, correct?
Yes, I did.
And the Florida Avenue substation, that's significant because it serves a number of high-profile large customers. Is that correct?
It serves a large amount of customers, yes.
And this is one of the four 13 kilovolt substations that's served by Benning, right?
Yes.
And in each of these scenarios listed in the response at subpart G, 3 pieces of equipment must be out of service at the same time. Is that correct?
Can you repeat your question?
So for each of the scenarios, I think there's 4 scenarios that are provided in the response at subpart G. And this is a scenario that the company identified would result in a total loss of power to the Florida Street substation.
Yes.
In each of these scenarios, 3 pieces of equipment must be out of service at the same time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a multiple contingency event, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the individual annual failure rate of each of those pieces of equipment would be? Or can you roughly approximate?
I don't know.
Would you accept that the annual failure rate of those pieces of equipment is around 2%, subject to check?
Subject to check.
And so I did, again, I did some lawyer math, and the odds of losing 3 pieces of equipment that each have an annual failure rate of less than 2% is around 8 in 1 million. Subject to check, would you agree with that probability?
I wouldn't, because there's more factors that go into a failure rate. So it depends on how old the equipment is. That all plays a factor in the failure rate of equipment, what the historical testing looked like, the maintenance history of it looked like. So I can't say that with certainty.
Well, wouldn't the failure rate factor in all those, like take into account all those other factors? That's how you determine what the rate of failure might be?
It should.
So then, subject to check, would you agree that the failure rate of 3 pieces of equipment, the probability of 3 pieces of equipment with a failure rate of 2%, going offline around the same time is around 8 and 1 million. Subject to check?
Subject to check, but I do stand by my statement that, if equipment's aging, that number could be higher, right? We're talking an average, and you're potentially looping in equipment that isn't that old and has been maintained, right? So I subject to check.
Okay. And I also did the math to figure out what the odds would be of 2 pieces of equipment failing around the same time while 1 piece of equipment is out of service. And that number is around 4 in 10,000. Subject to check, would you agree with that probability?
Subject to check.
Given the remote likelihood of any of these scenarios occurring, is the minimal reduction in risk to customers worth the $60 million it costs to replace the substation?
Yes, it is. So I'll go back to my statements before around why we're doing this substation replacement. It's a 60-plus-year-old substation. It requires to be replaced. To rebuild it as a ring bus would not be the right thing to do, right? We're not going in just to rebuild it as a ring bus. We're going in because it needs to be replaced, and we're now putting in the design that should be there given the amount of elements that are connected to it.
Okay, so I'd like to ask a few questions about the age of the equipment at the substation.
Okay.
So if you could turn to your rebuttal testimony on page 48, beginning at line 16.
Line 16?
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm here.
Oh, sorry, I'm line 6 is my
Line 6?
Yeah, line 6. The sentence begins, although.
Okay.
And there you state that, in that sentence, many pieces of the equipment attached to this bus were upgraded through the years. Is the equipment that Pepco upgraded also among the equipment that Pepco considers obsolete?
No.
Okay. Now, if you could turn to exhibit, well, not an exhibit, OPC data request 7, question number 1. And this is the exhibit that's before the 2 Excel attachments.
Could you say that again, counsel?
I'm going to ask a question about exhibit OPC data request 7, question number 1.
7-1, okay.
Yeah. And there should be 2 Excel attachments after that exhibit.
Thank you, got it, appreciate it. This right here.
All right, I'm here.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 18.
Doesn't work.
Now, subpart B to this DR asks Pepco to provide a list of all major equipment in the substation and the ages of each. And the company provided an attachment that contained that information. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the first Excel sheet that's after this DR is that attachment. There should be a one-page Excel, and then there's a two-page Excel. I'm going to ask about the one-page Excel first.
Okay.
Now, this one, I should note that this one is mislabeled from the company. It says OPC DR 7-1C, but this is actually the response to 7-1B.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 19.
So it is.
The one pager. The one pager.
I did my best to expand the font size, so.
Okay.
Was this part of the confidential attachment, or,
It's not confidential. So let me know if you've had a chance to familiarize yourself with this Excel.
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Now, this is the company's initial response to this OPC DR 7-1B. And it shows that outside of one transformer that was installed in 1973, the oldest piece of equipment currently operating in that substation was a breaker installed in 2002. Is it correct that that's what this Excel shows?
This is correct.
Would I be correct to state that apart from that one transformer, every single piece of equipment in the substation is younger than 22 years old?
No, because this doesn't account for the bus work that it's all connected by. So when you look at the bus work associated with it, it's also, I don't know the age of it because it's not listed on here, but that's what's not accounted for.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to the next Excel, and that one has, I believe there's 3 pages there. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 20.
So marked.
Now, what's the difference between this Excel and the one marked as OPC Exhibit 19?
So it looks like the second one is inclusive of disconnect switches.
And does the Excel sheet identify the age of any of those switches? The age would be the install date column. That's the third column from the right.
No, it does not.
What about the manufacturing date? Is the manufacturing date of any of the switches provided?
No, and I think this goes back to just the age of it. We don't have that data.
So you're able to, if I understand your testimony correctly, you're able to say that this is more than 50 years old, but in the supporting documentation to verify the age of the equipment at the substation, you haven't provided the age of the equipment there outside of, there's that one transformer for 1973, and then the rest of all the equipment that was installed after 2002.
That's because we don't know it, because it is that old.
But there's nothing in this exhibit that says we can't provide it because we don't know because it's old. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so beyond you saying this equipment is old, there's nothing that, from looking at the record, there's nothing that demonstrates the age. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, given the lack of information that verifies the age of this equipment that you describe as old, is there any support for your statements that the existing equipment at the substation is obsolete?
I do mention on page 46 of my rebuttal testimony where I point to the fact that we provided supporting information to staff in DR 52-4, noting that the AIS is over 50 years old.
So let's turn to that DR 52-4. And I believe that response you provided is subpart B for that DR.
Was 52-4 in your packet, sir?
It was not. It's in Schedule ACY-R-1 on page 21 of 28.
Thank you.
What page did you say?
21 of 28.
Okay.
So subpart B in this staff DR asks, what's the age of the AIS ring bus at the Benning sub 041? What is the normal useful life of this equipment, correct?
Yes.
And the company's response is, the AIS at Benning is over 50 years old and has exhausted its useful life. Is that correct?
Yes.
So where in any of the, where in the record is there anything that supports and demonstrates that the age of this equipment is over 50 years old, besides your statement in this response?
It's not on the documents.
Okay. I just have a couple more brief lines across, and then I'll conclude.
Okay.
And so I'd like to ask about, I think one of the justifications is also this, for this project, is the change in standards that favor the breaker and a half configuration over a ring bus configuration for this, I guess, this type of substation. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Are the standards that the company refers to here, are these, well, let's scratch that. Does the adoption of new standards require the replacement of equipment installed under old standards and a complete substation rebuild?
No. That said, when you have a whole substation that is aged and the condition has issues, that would drive it.
But as a matter of practice, is it correct that the company doesn't upgrade existing systems to meet a new standard just because that new standard was adopted?
Yeah, that is correct.
So with the Benning substation, the fact that the substation does not meet the newly adopted preferred standard, that can't be an independent justification for replacing the whole substation, correct?
And that is not the independent justification for that substation replacement.
Well, thank you. Okay. So that's it for the Benning substation. I just have a few questions about Livingston Road, the
Okay.
battery energy storage project. Now on page 58 of your rebuttal testimony, starting at line 3, you state that one of the series
You said
of
58?
58 of your rebuttal, yes.
Okay.
And you state that OPC witness Alvarez recommends that the costs of these projects be disallowed from rate year 1 and rate year 2 reconciliation, correct?
I'm trying to follow where you are. 58, what line?
Line 3, question 114 in your rebuttal.
Okay, can you repeat that?
Yes. So this question here, you're indicating that OPC witness Alvarez recommends that the costs of the Livingston Road battery energy storage project be disallowed from rate year 1 and rate year 2 reconciliation, correct?
Yes.
I believe it is staff witness Austin at line 3.
Didn't you make the correction earlier?
The correction was at line 15 on question 116. I thought you're asking a question about Q114.
That is my mistake. Yes, Pepco counsel is correct. So this is asking about staff witness Austin, whether he recommends disallowance of the item from rate year 1 and rate year 2.
Yes.
And you indicate on page 61, starting at line 1, you indicate here that the company accepts staff's position and recommends removing these expenses from rate base in this MYP filing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that still the company's position, to accept staff's recommendation and disallow the recovery of all the costs of that project incurred through 2022?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. With that, I have no more questions for this witness, and I would move that OPC exhibits 6 through 20 be admitted into evidence.
So admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so before we start with Mr. Spivak, So how much do you think you have?
Probably about
and-
15 minutes.
And how much redirect we think we have?
Not much.
All right, so what I'm thinking about doing is allowing staff to ask their questions, have the company do the redirect, and then we're going to close it down for today, and we'll ask our questions tomorrow. Does that work? Okay.
Yes, you're the chairman.
All right, well,
I have one question.
what about,
What do you, and do you have?
He was very thorough, so I don't think I have
I'd hate to ask the witness.
I understand, so, okay, all right, well, so we may ask our questions tonight, but anyway, Mr. Spivak, take off, because it sounds like maybe we don't have too many, so.
Right.
Okay. Let me just go back to the last line of questions that Counsel for OPC asked you about Livingston Road, going to page 58 of your rebuttal.
Yes.
You said that the company agreed to the disallowance in this of these two projects, correct?
Yes.
I just want to clarify. Now that means the disallowance within this proceeding, because it's my understanding that the company may seek recovery of some of those costs elsewhere. Do I have that correct?
Yes, and witness Lemming can speak to that in detail.
Okay, thank you. All right, for the rest of my questions, we will be generally looking at your rebuttal testimony. Can we go to page 26, please? Okay, at line, starting at line 5, answer 48, you make the statement that Pepco's service territory contains some dense urban areas with the second largest network transformer structure in the nation. What do you mean by the network transformer structure?
So the transformers are really all connected together. So it's similar to major urban areas where the entire distribution network is kind of all tied together.
Okay. Now, why would Pepco's network be the largest then? I mean, certainly there are larger urban areas in the country.
Most people don't have that network transmission framework. So I think us in New York are the only two of the few.
Okay. All right, thank you. Going down a little further on the same page, line 11, you make the statement, typical lead times for major substation equipment range from 1 to 3 years. And presumably this is in a situation where you're going to replace equipment?
Yes, proactively.
Okay. Does Pepco not maintain any kind of an inventory of substation equipment that it would need replacing?
We do have inventory of equipment.
Okay, and that inventory would be in place in case of essentially unexpected catastrophic failures, emergencies?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you know how much of an inventory you would maintain for that type of equipment?
I don't have the specifics.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can we turn to page 30?
Okay.
Okay, and you're talking about the 69 kilovolt rebuild program, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In staff witness Austin's rebuttal, he gives safety and SAIDI figures for the feeders at issue, is that correct?
What line are you referencing?
I'm really actually referencing staff witness Austin's rebuttal testimony tonight.
Okay.
Give me a moment, and I'll bring you a copy of it. Actually, I don't seem to have that. He will skip this question then. Okay. Can we go to the bottom of page 32, please?
Okay.
Okay. At line 18, you make the statement that there would only need to be a single major storm event similar to the storms experienced from 2010 to 2012 to achieve this benefit for the 69001 rebuild project and the 69079 rebuild project. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, have you calculated or otherwise determined the probability of such an event happening in any given year? Or over the period, in particular, over the period of the second MYP?
No, we have not calculated that, but we do know, climate change is here. Significant storms impact our system year over year, but we have not calculated that probability.
Okay. Now, would you say this is a reliability or a resiliency project?
This is a resiliency project.
Okay, and can you describe the meaning of those two terms and the difference between them?
Yeah, so reliability is more metric driven. You're gonna see impact of restoring customers. Those are the traditional reliability projects that we look at. Resiliency is really our ability to maintain service to maintain service to customers. Customers aren't going to see an outage due to resiliency. And I believe I have it defined. Give me 1 second because I think it's in my direct.
To move things along, can I suggest page 8? Page 8 and 9? Oh. Don't mean to help the witness, but of your direct testimony.
Actually, I think you might be right, so.
I think you
Yes,
you are correct. Let me ask you this. Staff Witness Dawson talks about reliability in terms of it being in the ordinary course of events, keeping the power on and experiencing that in the ordinary course of events, whereas resiliency tends to refer to more catastrophic events and being able to withstand those. Would you agree with those characterizations?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, can we go to page 36 of your rebuttal testimony, please? Okay, and just referring to the 13 kilovolt underbuild projects, at line 5, you state that the 13 kilovolt underbuild projects are necessary to occur with the 69 kilovolt rebuild projects.
Yes.
See that? Okay, so if the commission were to reject the 69 kilovolt rebuilds, then these 13 kilovolt projects will not be necessary. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. They're not driven by reliability. That said, of course, by connecting to the stronger poles, if you do approve the 69 kV, it would provide that added reliability that any type of stronger pole is going to bring. So the two projects should be done together.
So, and that stronger pole, that's going to be improving resiliency?
Yes.
Okay.
But with the 13 kV, it also adds a level of reliability too, right? So, but yes.
Okay. Can we go to page 43 of your rebuttal, please? All right, I'm going to hand out a data request response that's actually appended to the direct testimony of staff witness Christopher Lowe at page 43, so I'm not going to mark it to be entered separately into the record, but it is something I wanted to just discuss briefly now.
Actually, Lloyd, we need one more. You got one?
Oh, you could just. I can give this to you.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
You sure?
Maybe H is missing.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Lloyd, I just want to make sure that Ms. Young is the sponsor. It's not on here. I believe she
It
is.
actually,
It's missing H.
yeah,
I mean,
it is, but it is, with the tables.
You said it's
No,
attached to
this is
Mr.
Chris Lowe.
Lowe's.
It's, Mr. Lowe's direct testimony, I believe it was in the either version, but go for the confidential. Hang on a moment. Yeah. Actually, it looks like we might need the third page.
Yeah. So-
One to the witness.
Okay.
Okay, so did you sponsor that answer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And, all right, that answer has tables on it that give the 69 kilovolt failure rate
Yes.
and also the TLIR failure rate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at page 3, lines 12 through 14 of Mr. Lowe's rebuttal testimony, he calculates that that there's an average of 269 kilovolt cable failures per year and an average of 0.12 TLIR failures per year attributable to the 69 kilovolt line failures. Based on what you see in those tables there, do you dispute the figures that I just gave? Or would you accept them subject to check?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. All right. Can we go now to page 52? Okay, and we're talking about the starting at line 14. You have question and answer on the distribution smart fault sensors program.
Yes.
Okay. Now, witness Austin notes that this program did not start until after the start of Pepco's first MYP. Is that correct?
Yeah, so for smart fault sensors, yes. We have been installing fault sensors on our system for a while.
Right, and the smart component is something new that's been added since the start of the first MYP.
Yes.
Okay. Can you point me to the place in your testimony where you provide a detailed assessment of the operational benefits of this program, or of what Pepco is Let me rephrase that. Can you show me where you provide a detailed assessment of the operational benefits that Pepco has obtained from the program to date?
So we are in the process of making the communication connections, so we don't have that data as of yet.
Okay. And where have you tallied up the cost savings that you've received to date as a result of this project at all?
No, we haven't yet. So the communications doesn't allow us to be able to, the communications will allow us to be able to determine the fault and determine where to send the field person that is going to respond. But we don't have that data yet because we're just in the process of, over the last couple months, we've been in the process of interconnecting the communications.
Right. And is there any place in your testimony or exhibits that you discuss any lessons the company has learned from the installation of smart fault centers?
No, just because without having that communications data, we're not able to tabulate that and make that determination yet.
Okay. And finally, on page 54 of your rebuttal testimony, at line 5, you make the statement that BG's program is for underground applications, which differs from Pepco's, which will be used on the overhead distribution system. Do you see that?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that Pepco is the Maryland pioneer in the use of smart fault sensors for an overhead distribution system?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, just a couple quick ones, Ms. Young. Do you recall when counsel for the Office of People's Counsel was asking you some questions about conducting cost-benefit analysis?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether or not OPC witness Stevens agrees with you that when it is when a repair or a replacement is necessary to provide safe and adequate service, that the company should not be required to do a cost-benefit analysis?
Yes, he did share that.
And with respect to the cost-benefit analysis, if you know, do the PCC decks that are attached to your testimony, do those PCC decks provide both qualitative and quantitative benefits?
Yes, it does.
One other example, in the cost-benefit analysis and throughout this, you've talked about Pepco having the obligation to serve. Do you remember answering those questions?
Yes.
Let me give you a hypothetical. Can you assume that we have a feeder that has 5 customers on that feeder?
Yes.
And that feeder goes out, and it costs $5 million to replace that feeder. It's only serving 5 customers. Does Pepco have an obligation to replace that feeder?
We have an obligation to serve. It probably won't be a replacement at that cost.
But irrespective of the cost, we have an obligation to serve customers and to provide that safe and reliable service.
Yes, we do.
And is that the reason why for stuff in the normal course of business that we've been doing, like substation repair, things like that, that Pepco doesn't conduct a cost-benefit analysis?
Yes.
Objection, that's a leading question.
I'll allow it, go ahead.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. So, questions from the bench. Commissioner Kumar, Barbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a question I put to an earlier witness, and they recommended I ask you, so there you are. A lot of technology is changing very quickly, and we have to move with the times very fast because of climate change. And in particular, battery technology as an example. So here's my concern, and I want you to explain to me how, in a multi-year scheme, this would be handled. Let us say that you make a decision to build a standard battery 3 years from now, and 1 year from now you come to discover that actually a different technology that costs a little more would be more appropriate. Let's say it's more expensive, but it has a much longer lifetime. What is the process in a 3-year, multi-year plan for what happens? I'm a new commissioner, so you can educate me here. Do you come back to the commission and ask for a change to delete the one and add the other?
No. So while you all will provide an approval, if we find learnings and have learnings that want us to look at a different technology, we have the ability within the MYP framework to be able to make adjustments to the plan. That said, as we look at new technologies, and we're excited about the opportunity to implement new technologies on our system, our goal would really be like to drive learnings. As these pilots move forward, our goal is to learn and see how we can implement them and drive them at a larger scale. So, the question would be, should this one stay? and we put that battery somewhere else and continue to learn on both of them, we have to make that decision. But we adjust our budget. To your question, we really adjust our budget and within that time frame, and may have to pull back on other costs in order to drive that project forward.
Okay. And just a second, final question here. There are a lot of estimates that predict that the amount of electricity that will have to be generated and transmitted is going to increase dramatically in the next 10, 20 years. And so in the instance of the reliability of components, how do you handle that additional throughput, in your system? This is kind of a philosophical question because I see where looking at the needs of the grid of 2024 through the lens of 2023 or 2021 may not be the right way of looking at it. We're going to be requiring a lot more energy generation and transmission. Talk to me about what that means for the reliability of items in your grid.
Yeah, so what I'll point you to and kind of remind the commission of, we're talking like 100-plus-year-old electric grid. Like, it's important that we have the right infrastructure in place to be able to be on this pathway to a climate-ready grid. So we got to focus on maintaining the system, continuing to drive upgrades to support for when the time comes that we're going to see that increase in electrification and be able to support it and respond to it. And we're going to be able to interconnect distributed energy resources and be able to support it without issue. So we have to ensure we have a maintained functional system today that can support that future outlook.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, thank you very much for your testimony, and I also just want to congratulate you. You joined the company in 2005, and I think you kind of mentioned it a little bit, but the company has improved a lot. I think you remember after Isabel and then up to the deratio.
Yes.
Unfortunately, at that period of time, Pepco was one of the worst, considered the worst in the nation, and now it's one of the best. So I think that goes a lot to, credit to you working with the team and now leading the team that the company is performing so well. So I mean, I think Mr. Sammartino covered it pretty well, but I think it was one thing I took from your testimony today is, while the company really would like to continue with a multi-year rate plan, you have been able to do a lot of good work under historic test year, and I think I heard you today that either MYP or historic test year, however we litigate the rate case, you can do the job. Is that what I heard correctly?
So we can. We still prefer that MYP framework and that forward-looking perspective, because it allows us to install the equipment that will support this move to a climate-ready grid, make sure we have the support of our customers, our stakeholders going forward. But we will have to ensure we have a well-maintained system regardless.
And your planning system, I think you discussed, it's same planning system. It's just a different way of litigating a rate case. And you've done it in the past under historic test year, and if necessary, you could do it into the future.
We have done it in the past, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you again. Thank you for your testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. I just have one question, although it might lead to a second question, so don't hold me to that. I wanted to just ask you about the development process, and when you're going through your process, you are thinking about alternatives. And I guess the question I have is what kind of alternatives are you thinking about? Are you thinking about non-wires? And your counsel actually, in his question to you, made me think a little bit more about the importance of having non-wires alternatives. If you've got a problem feeder that's feeding 5 customers, you certainly don't want to spend the $1 million to replace that line. You're going to want to find a cost-effective solution that still provides them the reliable service that they need. And that kind of gets a little bit into some of the questioning that you had from OPC Council, sort of, even though reliability is paramount, costs still come into play in making decisions about the kinds of reliability decisions you make.
Yeah.
So I guess, the question when you're going through your planning process, do you consider non-wires solutions?
Yes, we do consider non-wire solutions, and it really depends on the types of projects and the driver for the project that we're looking at. So if it's an age and condition type of project, it might be harder to drive a non-wires alternative to mitigate an age and condition issue, because you still are going to have that age and condition issue, right? So we have to talk through, what does that look like, and do we retire an asset, or and do we do something different? So that could be an option there. But then, ideally, in more capacity-driven type needs is where you see and where we look at non-wires alternatives and the potential for battery energy storage devices.
Well, because I was struck that there were no non-wires proposals in the MYP. So it's good to hear that you are thinking about that. I guess I would have liked to have seen non-wires proposals in the MYP as well.
Noted.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, almost there. So if we could go to page 18 of your direct testimony, and I got some questions about the technical review process.
Yes.
So my understanding from reading this, every capital project over $500,000 goes through this process, correct?
Yes.
So what about the projects under $500,000?
So we typically don't find too many projects under 100,000 because they're usually included within programmatic work. It's not that they don't exist, but a lot of times they're in a larger programmatic type of project proposal. But if it's under IT and it's still within the VP level, at the VP level, you have ownership of your category. So you still have to look fully through whatever projects are being proposed through your category to understand what that looks like. It just doesn't go through the technical scope challenge process, but there's still oversight of the spending.
Okay, and so how long has this process been in place?
That's what I was. The process itself we adopted right after moving to Exelon, but that technical scope challenge process we implemented a few years ago. I can't remember the specific time frame.
And for sort of a rough description of this, essentially it's like a funnel, right? So the projects get proposed at the very first box. And as they go through each box after that, the idea is they could be eliminated for various reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the way you talked about this in your initial testimony on the stand, and the impression I got was that the rigorous examination happened at the second box and the third box, and the last box sort of was like, well, it could eliminate things, but most of the hard analysis happened in box 2 and 3.
No, that wasn't what I was trying to portray. The rigor definitely happens at all phases of the process.
Okay.
That said, the projects really get the challenge. It's not that the challenge is any different at the earlier processes, but the understanding of the expectations of the projects that we're moving forward with and the customer benefit and the focus, those projects get funneled out really at that technical scope challenge. So the right projects are the ones that's moving forward, where you're seeing us challenge it, but there's still strong alternatives to move forward.
So the discussions earlier from Commissioner Sussman about non-wires alternatives, I mean, where would that come in this process?
All phases of it.
Okay.
Yep.
So theoretically, a non-wires alternative could be considered in each step of the process.
Yes.
In approval. So.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your standby. So.
Thank you.
And I guess we're adjourned.